On this episode of MythBusters, there's peril on the high seas as the team tests out cures for seasickness.
Well, they may work for Barry Manilow, but they don't work for crap for me.
And Adam and Jamie hit the road for a fuel efficiency special.
That's it. I just petered out.
Plus, the MythBusters star in their very own cartoon, featuring shotgun shenanigans.
This time we're going for total annihilation.
Can shoving your finger into a gun barrel really save your life? Who are the MythBusters? Adam Savage. Jamie Hyneman.
This is gonna kill you.
Tori Balaci.
Very excited about this.
Carrie Byron.
Look, he cracked into his skull.
And Grant Imahara.
Don't say anything.
Between them, over 50 years of special effects experience.
That's what I'm talking about.
They don't just tell the myths. They put them to the test. Whenever the MythBusters have sailed for science, Adam's dirty little secret has been chucked up. He and the sea just don't agree, and it's time to find a solution.
Well, Adam, as we've seen, you have a problem with seasickness.
We definitely need to find something for you, but things that are pharmacological often have side effects like drowsiness and dizziness and things that you don't want to do in a table saw.
Well, I mean, there are also a lot of non-pharmaceutical remedies out there. I mean, there's wrist straps, there's electrical stimulation, there's sprays.
These days, there are non-pharmaceutical cures aplenty, and the MythBusters are going to put them to the test. But the ocean is a fickle place. One day it's chucktastic, but the next can be mirror flat. Sadly for Adam, Jamie's got a plan that guarantees a gratuitous gagging.
I think what we need to do is something more like what NASA does. That is, build a chair that moves you around in a certain way that's designed to make you seasick. And then every day we'll come back in and try, a brand new remedy.
You sound really excited about this experiment.
I'm really looking forward to it.
When it comes to making people puke, NASA are the experts. They've got the zero-gravity plane, famously called the Vomit Comet. But believe it or not, the real spew machine is the seasick chair. At just 7 revolutions per minute, it's surprisingly effective. And Carrie's copying this lethal NASA design that the team can then ride right here in the shop.
In essence, my seasickness simulator consists of a platform that rotates with a chair mounted to it, and it's going to have a headpiece that's going to basically have a guide for you to move your head like this to induce nausea.
It's this head guide combined with the chair's rotating action that could throw up some results. But why exactly do people get seasick?
Well, Adam, you're not alone in getting motion sickness. Fishermen get it, Navy personnel get it, and our researchers even turned up that 90% of NASA's astronauts get it.
Well, it is always a relief not to be alone in a specific ailment, but what causes motion sickness? Why are so many people affected by it?
You're on a boat or something, and your eyes are telling you that the walls and the furniture, the table, is all stationary, but your other senses, your inner ear, your fine muscle controls, all of those things are telling you something else. So it's this confusing input of signals.
And the result is that I throw up?
It's all down to the senses not singing from the same song sheet. And the poor old brain being barraged with conflicting information, well, just can't compute. With the sick headpiece ready, it's time for the auditions. Only people who get seasick can help find a cure that works. So before the experiment can start, the whole team must go for a spin to see who feels the effects.
Go.
And likely spewer, Adam, is up first.
I gotta tell you, it's already pretty disorienting.
All right, Jamie's gonna time it, and I'm gonna tell you what to do with your head. Forward, back, left, right.
The time it takes NASA to induce seasickness varies depending on the victim.
Left,
Some people succumb in 30 seconds,
Right.
some in 30 minutes, and some not at all. But Adam?
I'm starting to sweat.
right, back.
Let's stop it.
So you're claiming this is it for you?
I'm claiming I already feel pretty queasy.
After 3.5 minutes, Adam staggers off, knowing he's just become test subject number 1. And will he be joined by Jamie?
Given that this machine is designed to make you sick, I would say that it's entirely possible that I'll get sick.
He will ride that chair. He will swallow his vomit. He will do whatever it takes to keep the myth up that he is completely unsusceptible. So we're never going to get any symptoms out of him no matter what. His self-control is gargantuan.
Okay.
But Carrie's got other ideas.
Left,
She's trying everything to turn Jamie green.
back, forward, back, forward, back, left, forward, right, back, forward, back.
After half an hour, how's he doing?
I'm kind of like bored a little bit.
He's just a little too amused with this. It's starting to piss me off. That's it. You made it.
With Sea Dog Jamie as fit as a fiddle, Adam's still waiting for a barf buddy.
Sorry.
But worryingly for him, neither Carrie nor Tori
This is fun. I could do this all day.
succumb to the chair.
Let's see. Grant!
That just leaves Grant.
We've got a plan for you.
Forward. Back. Forward.
It's an evil plan that soon seems to be working.
I feel
Back.
something coming up in my throat, but
Forward.
I'm not
Back.
in any immediate danger of spewing.
Forward.
No?
Thing.
Well,
Left.
10 minutes later, that all changes.
Uh-oh.
So Grant's going to be Adam's puke partner. But before the clinical trials can begin, the team is going to hit the road with another myth.
Well, it looks like we've got another driving fuel efficiency myth, a classic, right off the Discovery website.
Yeah, it looks like we've got to do another driving marathon, huh?
This time, the myth is that driving your pickup truck with the tailgate down gives you better fuel efficiency than driving with it up.
I've been driving a pickup for the past 10 years, and I live it up.
Well, we're going to find out whether or not you've been wasting money, which I know you hate to do.
Is tailgate down really more efficient than tailgate up? To test this driver dilemma, Adam and Jamie are going to drive to the desert and back to see who runs out of gas first. The MythBusters have acquired 2 identical new pickups.
Check out your
Each
mileage.
vehicle has done the same mileage, has the same tire pressure,
35.
will be carrying the same weight,
Hey!
Whoa.
226.8.
226.8.
You really had to go.
and to ensure equal fuel consumption, Grant has even devised a set of driving rules.
Number 1, you must maintain the legal speed limit. Number 2, all acceleration must be done by the cruise control. Number 3, no drafting, so you don't take advantage of any aerodynamic advantage. Number 4, windows up, and if you have air conditioning, it's got to be exactly the same in both cars. Any questions?
If the myth is true, then the truck with the tailgate up should be the first one to run out of gas. And away we go.
That's the theory. So it's time to put this pickup parable into practice. And Jamie's leading off with the tailgate up.
Drivers be advised, current speed limit is 50 miles per hour. Over. Roger that, I am cruise controlled at exactly 50 miles per hour.
I am also on cruise control at 50 miles an hour as well. Thank you.
The MythBusters are in for the long haul. These pickups are filled to the brim. That's over 30 gallons. It's going to be a hell of a trip. In the tailgate fuel efficiency controversy, Adam and Jamie are on the road again.
We copy that, Red Leader. Decelerating to 60 miles per hour.
So far, there's no discernible difference in gas consumption, but they're only 150 miles out of San Fran. There's time yet for another myth.
Well, I see you guys have gotten into the gun cabinet again. Are you up to no good, or is this something to do with a myth?
Well, we've chosen quite a fun project. It's an old classic from the sci-fis, the movies, and definitely cartoons. It's the finger in the barrel.
The idea is that if somebody points a gun at you, you can take your finger and stick it right in the barrel. When they pull the trigger, your hand will be magically saved, the gun will explode and injure or possibly kill the shooter.
Well, guns, cartoons, maybe some big bangs. Sounds like fun.
It's a cartoon classic. Who are the Myth-Toons? Hunter Hyneman.
Quack, damn you.
And Savage Squirrel.
Am I missing an eyebrow?
Our sharpshooter is on the warpath, stalking a snack-happy squirrel. But the ginger rodent has a life-saving trick up his sleeve. Faced with certain death, he plugs the barrel. And the hunter's plans literally backfire. But is this loony myth constrained to cartoons, or does it really happen?
Well, what's going on here? Are we going to just buy a bunch of guns and start plugging the barrels up and see what happens?
I thought maybe we'd start with the shotgun, since that's the one that you always see in the cartoons.
We're definitely going to need a hand. I'm thinking of maybe taking a ballistics gel casting and giving it some rigidity by casting a skeleton inside of it.
And we're going to need to see what happens to the shooter if and when the gun explodes, so we'll need a bust.
Well, it sounds good to me. Let's get started on it.
They're going to make a ballistics gel bust of a shooter and line him up behind a shotgun. Then they'll plug the barrel with an artificial finger, pull the trigger, and see who comes off worse. So it's all hands to the pump.
Hey, Tori, can you come give me a hand with something?
What do you need?
I actually need your hand. I'm going to make a ballistics gel model of a hand.
And so you need a hand.
I need a hand with my hand.
Tori's lending a hand for what will become a ballistics gel finger that'll be stuffed into the shotgun barrel.
Ooh, that looked like it came out good.
Yeah, no ripping. All right.
Next, it's in with the plaster, the second of many steps in this complex world of modeling. As Carrie beats out the bubbles, Tori and Grant decide to get ahead.
Okay, so why are we at the makeup shop?
Well, we're gonna do a live cast, and we need the materials to do that. And we've decided that you're the one that we're gonna do the live cast on, so let's go. What?
Grant's been volunteered to be the live cast model for their ballistics gel shooter.
How you doing?
Hi, guys.
I'm Tori.
Joe Quartz. Nice
Grant.
to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
All right, we need to do a live cast of Grant, and he doesn't want to shave his head for some reason.
No problem. We use a bald pate for that. It'll completely cover up your head.
Great.
All your hair is spared. Start from the back. Yeah, there you go.
Dude.
What do you think? It's a good look, right?
Yeah. Can he wear this out?
Yeah. Can I borrow this for the weekend?
Now you.
Oh.
There goes the mustache. Yeah.
Okay.
So when you're ready to cast, what you want to do is go all the way
Olympic
down,
swimmer.
and you'll need somebody else to come by and draw a line exactly where you want.
Great. Good. Are we
Yeah,
done?
that looks great.
Okay.
But back at the shop, does Grant really know what he's letting himself in for?
I've never had a live cast done of me before, but in the 12 or so years that I worked for Lucasfilm, I portrayed many costume characters, and I've been encased head to toe in fiberglass. So this, I think this will be a walk in the park compared to that. Now that's a strange feeling.
Just like they do in the movies, Tori's first going to cover Grant in blue mold mixture and then plaster him with plaster.
Let's have a safety word in case you start freaking out.
Oh,
like help, get this stuff off me?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, I like help. Help's good. That's easy to remember.
Okay.
Easy to remember, but unlikely to be needed because these guys are trained professionals.
Oh, that is just as nasty as I expected it to feel.
Slowly, Grant begins his transformation into the creature from the Blue Lagoon.
How you doing, little buddy? I'm not sure I understand that. If you're okay, I want you to grunt twice. I think he's all right.
From a grunting swamp thing, Tori switches horror genre as the mummy returns.
Looks really frightening from this side.
For Grant, this is where it gets really uncomfortable. The plaster bandage is cold, heavy, and completely blocks out the light. And with one of the straws fallen out of his nose, it's here where panic can really set in. The MythBusters are investigating a classic cartoon calamity. Can shoving your fingers into a shotgun barrel cause an explosive backfire? Carrie's been modeling a finger that she's going to shove into the shotgun barrel. While Tori's been making a model shooter. In this case, a live cast of Grant. Luckily for Grant, Tori has done this before.
One time I had to do an actress's legs. I was making a mermaid suit, and that was probably one of the times where I was most nervous because she was very good looking, and I didn't know her. And you know, there were certain areas that you have to put the material on, but you're just kind of cautious about it. Okay, dude, you ready to come out?
For Tori, there's no more beating about the bush. It's time to rescue Grant.
I can't get it off.
After some careful slicing and dicing, Grant finally busts out.
The last part was difficult, wasn't it?
He's sucking air like a fish out of water, but unlike said fish, he'll live.
One of the straws failed about halfway through the alginate. I was getting close to calling it, but I figured we'd come this far. Let's just go with one straw.
It was the last straw, but it worked. As Tori heads on towards a ballistics gel version, Grant's being honored for his bravery with a trip to the police firing range.
Wow.
Because someone needs to check that the MythBusters shotgun still works.
So this is the 3-inch deer slug out of a shotgun.
After all, last time it was used, it got rather wet.
3, 2, 1.
As did the rest of the shop.
Lean forward, get that upper torso weight in front of you. That'll actually help you stay on target.
3, 2, 1.
Bingo. This sure ain't no water pistol.
If it's not touching you, it's going to kick you.
In 3, 2.
But best to double check.
Much better, huh?
Fortunately, Grant soon remembers that he's also here to ask gun expert Alan Normandy what might cause a banana peel explosion. And it's all to do with pressure.
Whenever a bullet is being shoved down a barrel, essentially, it's being shoved by the expanding gas. So as the gunpowder burns, the gases expand. Now, if you plug that barrel, now you're not giving the escaping gases anywhere to go. So it's going to go ahead and find some way out.
So let's get this straight. When a bullet is fired, a small explosion occurs. As the gas expands, it forces the bullet through and out of the barrel. But if the barrel is sealed shut, the gas has nowhere to escape and the pressure can build until the gun ruptures.
We need to test this at MythBusters. What do you think is going to happen when we take our ballistics gel finger and put that in the barrel of a 12-gauge shotgun?
I don't think you can create a sufficient seal to contain the pressure just with a gelatin finger, a chicken finger, or any other kind of finger.
To get this myth to work, they're going to need to pull their finger out. Back with the tailgate challenge, Adam and Jamie are halfway through. They've driven over 300 miles, and yet so far there appears to be no difference between tailgate up and tailgate down.
So how much gas did you use?
I'm just about at half a tank.
Yeah, I'm spot on at half.
These things are like behemoths in the tank department.
Well, there's something for them to dream about until dawn breaks and they set off once more. If the myth is true, then tailgate up Jamie should run out of gas well before tailgate down Adam. But 8 hours and 200 miles later, there's a surprise in store.
I put the key in the vehicle and the fuel gauge needle just doesn't do anything. I'm expecting to start sputtering any second now.
And sure enough, a couple of miles further on,
that's it, I just petered out.
We're about 40 miles outside of San Francisco, just at the Altamont Pass, and I just finally ran out of gas with the tailgate down.
As Adam refuels to get home, tailgate up Jamie carries on. Remember that these cars were carbon copies and they were driven in an identical way. Yet, remarkably, tailgate up runs dry nearly 30 miles further down the track.
Yeah, it's definitely out. I'm keying it off, over.
Because it's another counterintuitive result, Adam and Jamie head back to base to delve deeper.
I don't think we're done testing this. I think we have to actually come up with a way to visualize how the air moves around the truck. I'm just not sure how we should do it.
Well, rather than build a gigantic wind tunnel, maybe we should do what NASA does and build a water tunnel kind of version in miniature.
Yeah, that sounds like a great idea.
Thanks to NASA, they're building a donut-shaped tank that'll have water flowing around it, courtesy of an outboard engine. Within the main current will sit a scale model pickup truck. Once it's filled with water, they'll add food dye to the flow and hopefully will visualize the amount of drag created by the tailgate up and the tailgate down.
Okay. That ought to make it work fine.
But as Jamie adds more and more food dye, the results aren't exactly crystal clear. The dye seems to speed over the truck, regardless of whether the tailgate is up or down. Even on the high speed, it's impossible to see any pattern of turbulence or drag. But what were they hoping for?
According to the designers of these trucks, there's a sort of a circular pillow of air that forms behind the cab of the truck when the tailgate is up. And that is known as a separated bubble, or if you're really nerdy, a locked vortex flow.
Now, what that actual bubble is doing is that nice circular motion of slow-moving air is actually keeping the fast-moving air from contacting the truck. It's making it move right over the truck. When you move the tailgate down, that actually breaks down that bubble, and the fast-moving air gets caught and brought into the bed of the pickup, producing drag. Believe it or not.
Well, with the dye, it was hard to believe. So Adam tries again with oats instead.
The vortex there that's in the bed of the truck is gathering oats slowly, but at a very sort of steady, measured pace. And you can see they're mostly just staying there in that pocket.
That's the elusive separated bubble that deflects the oncoming wind over the raised tailgate.
All right, I'm going to drop the tray down and we'll see if we can spot any difference.
Okay.
I think what I see is that it's gathering them at a much faster rate. And it's right about here. They're hitting this critical point where I can see them kind of falling off and joining in with their friends.
The lowered tailgate bursts the separated bubble, so the wind is pulled down right onto the truck bed, creating big-time drag. It really is a less efficient way to drive.
Well, I don't know what else we can do. I mean, we've got our own experimental data that verifies that it's better to drive with your pickup tailgate up than it is down.
I just wouldn't have guessed that. It's totally surprising.
What are you going to do?
Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to wait for their emails to come.
Adam and Grant are putting their lunches on the line as the MythBusters seek a seasickness solution. Each day, they're going to test a different non-pharmaceutical remedy. And first up is the homeopathic tongue tingler.
That burned! So apparently the directions are a spray under the tongue as often as needed.
But 10 minutes in and 5 sprays later, it's not going well.
Grant, would you rely on this remedy in a seasick situation?
If I were out on the open ocean, this wouldn't be my only choice.
Good job, because soon after, things turn nasty.
There's a bucket in front of you.
Well, that remedy doesn't work.
So the tongue spray clearly doesn't float Grant's boat.
Next!
But Adam's not having much joy either. Just 4 minutes, and he's had enough.
All right, let's turn it up. Turn it up.
You look a little green.
I feel a little green.
After the boys make a full recovery, it's trial number 2.
Next up in our quest for a non-pharmaceutical remedy for seasickness, we've got these little wrist straps, which I think I'm supposed to wear on my wrists. And supposedly, Barry Manilow doesn't travel anywhere without them, and maybe I won't either after this test.
They're especially effective when sailing to the Copacabana.
I feel better already. All right, let's bring on this view.
This time, Adam spins first.
You're starting to like it.
There's nothing to like about this.
And sure enough, 90 seconds later...
These aren't working at all. Let's stop. It's like instantaneous today. I don't know why. Well, they may work for Barry Manilow, but they don't work for crap for me.
And neither do they work for Grant.
Okay, that's it.
So it's chair 2, remedies zip. A result particularly surprising given that the chair looks so gentle.
Well, it's probably obvious to anybody that's ever been on a boat and gotten seasick, but hard science actually backs this up. It's not the up and down motion that gets you, it's the rolling side to side and pitching back and forth.
And actually, they've done enough studies to dial in on exactly what the frequency is that makes you the most ill, and it turns out to be about 0.2 hertz, about a pitch, roll, or yaw every 5 seconds, which is generally what you'd experience on a large boat. And at frequencies higher than that, the incidences of seasickness drop very quickly. That's why surfers don't get sick and people on big boats do.
Tori and Carrie have been building model body parts to help test whether shoving your fingers down a gun barrel can save your life.
This stuff smells like crap.
And they're all set for the ballistics gel. Tori's carefully followed the FBI recipe, which means that their head and hand molds should have the consistency of human flesh. And with the ballistics gel body parts chilling in the fridge, the team turns the heat up on safety. Let's cut to the chase. If the cartoons are right, a blocked shotgun could explode with fatal consequences. So for this myth, it's back to the bunker. Tori carves out new viewing windows before the container gets some much-needed reinforcement. It's a MythBusters Makeover Special.
So we got a couple more hours till the Peterson family gets back. You know, it's coming pretty good. I hope once they look at it, we're giving them that dungeon look that they asked for.
While Tori waits for the Petersons to arrive, Grant is also busy with safety.
My job for this myth is going to be to make a remote firing mechanism. Since there's potential that the barrel's going to explode, we don't want to have anybody nearby.
He's designing a remote-controlled trigger pull, which means that no one needs to be in the shooting bunker to fire the gun. But does it work? Perfectly. With Grant, you get 2 for the price of 1, because his ballistics gel counterpart is ready to be demolded.
Don't fall apart on me.
Oh, someone's head's gonna roll for this.
Sabotage.
Grant's proving to be one big pain in the neck. And Carrie's been handed the same problem.
The consistency of my fingertips here are sort of a crunchy, frozen, brittle mess, whereas the rest of the hand, it's more like a soft jello. So I really believe that it's set wrong.
You don't say. Luckily, her second hand makes amends.
Oh, yes, it's the best one yet. Oh my God, look at this one. Look how cool this looks. You can totally see the skeleton inside.
With test time approaching, the team are 1 hand down and short by a head. So Tori decides to recycle previous ballistics models. It's faster and harder to screw up. And sure enough, with Adam and Jamie's help, the new Grant has come out in one piece.
Little Imahara.
Looks like the doctor didn't reshape his head when he came out.
It'll be fine.
The last ingredient is ready. With the radio control shotgun, Buster complete with new hands, and the ballistic shooter all locked and loaded in the bunker, the myth busting can begin. The MythBusters have gone cartoon crazy. Can fingers really stop a shotgun? All the ingredients are ready, so let the firing commence. For the first test, Buster's gel finger is squeezed into the barrel. Please do not try this at home.
This is test number 1. Finger in a barrel, ballistics gel finger. Everybody ready? In 3, 2, 1.
Looks like it worked.
I would say we're all clear.
Excellent. Let's go see what happened.
Hey, his hand's gone. Well, not only did it destroy the finger, it blew apart the hand.
Nice.
All that's left is a little stump of a wrist. I don't think this is exactly an effective way to stop a bullet.
So for test 1, Buster's whole hand was blown to smithereens. Let's see that again. Big bang, but no banana barrel. Just an horrific injury to Buster. And Grant the shooter gets not a scratch.
This test right now places us in the realm of Bugs Bunny fantasy. If we want to see a shotgun actually blow up from excessive pressure in its barrel, we're going to have to use a bigger plug. We're going to go with another ballistics wax hand this time, which is a little more robust.
But is test 2's hand robust enough?
Safety's off. In 3, 2, 1.
The gun is clearly still intact, and
His hand is totally gone again.
something doesn't surprise me about that.
Dude,
What?
come here. Look at the very tip
I'll
of the
be
barrel.
darned. The barrel has actually changed shape.
Do you guys see the barrel?
Yes!
It is a full-on Bugs Bunny moment. Man, that was enough pressure in the barrel to cause it to mushroom out like that. That's amazing.
Adam's getting a little animated. The finger did have an effect, but it's hardly cartoon comedy.
For this myth to be true, we have 3 very important criteria. 1, the finger has to remain intact. 2, the gun itself has to be the thing that explodes. And 3, the shooter has to be the one that's injured or killed. None of this happened. The finger blew off. The end of the rifle just ballooned a little bit. And the shooter's totally fine. So at this point, I could call this myth busted.
Adam gets seasickness so badly that he vowed to find a solution. So he and Grant have become chuck chums as they test out different cures. But they're avoiding regular medicine because they want a remedy that is side effect free. And today, it's ginger pills.
So you took your ginger tablets an hour ago.
I did?
You're all set to go?
Yeah.
The roots of ginger have been used by Far Eastern sailors for centuries. And for Adam, ginger seems to be working.
Are you feeling any signs of nausea?
No.
Nothing?
Hey, maybe this one works.
It seems ginger has made Adam impervious to nausea. Even the sickening whiff of Carrie's sneakers has no effect.
I mean, at this point, I'm trying to think of things that are sickening, like when you throw up and you can taste it in your nose and you've got to blow it out of your nose, that kind of stuff. Still not doing anything.
After 25 minutes of thinking sick-inducing thoughts, it's all smiles for Adam.
Good job.
And the same is true for Grant. He does a full half hour with no illness at all. Ginger, at least for these guys, gets the thumbs up. Next day, it's the final non-pharmaceutical test, the electric stimulation wristband.
God, that feels weird. I feel it all the way up through my 2 middle fingers.
Small shocks on the P6 acupuncture point can relieve the effects of seasickness in some sufferers. It's a newfangled remedy. But for Adam, it's the same old story.
Oh. No, we gotta stop.
Stop. That thing off, yeah.
Get this thing off.
Grant, too, feels little effect.
Turning the band down.
So with 4 tests down, how are the test subjects getting on?
I think about the chair on the drive to work and I feel a little nauseous. I describe the chair at a dinner party and I feel a little nauseous. This chair is never getting back in my house.
I don't know if we're trained like Pavlovian dogs to have this response to this particular situation, but I have to say that just thinking about it makes me feel a little ill.
It seems that both Adam and Grant are suffering the age-old problem of clinical trials, mind games. But Jamie has a cunning plan.
Jamie, I've been thinking about this a little bit. How do we know they're not fooling themselves into believing that the remedies are not working?
There's a tried and true and very simple way of dealing with that, and that's called the placebo. So what we're going to do is give them something that we're going to tell them is an over-the-counter pharmaceutical remedy that, you know, they'll be thinking that if anything works this well. And what we're actually going to be giving them is something, you know, useless like a vitamin or something else.
That's clever. Vitamins are useless?
Well, for seasickness.
So this time, Adam thinks he's taken a regular drug treatment, but in fact, he's had a vitamin. Will his brain trick his body into believing that this remedy works, or will he get as sick as ever?
Oh, stop.
Okay.
Oh. I hate this chair.
Well, you're looking at 3 minutes and 35 seconds.
No psychological effects with Adam. What you see is what you get. But Grant...
Spin me, baby.
20 minutes in, and it's this point that Grant usually begs for mercy. But not today.
This is among the most effective, if not the most effective, remedy that I've had so far.
Remember that Grant thinks he's taken a medicinal cure, but in fact he's had vitamin B12, which has no effect on motion sickness. He's fallen for the placebo, which means his previous results can no longer be trusted.
What's the result with you on this one, Grant?
I think it works.
You think it works?
I'm feeling like it was trying to do something, but, you know, it was just staying down there.
I apologize for this. It wasn't my idea, but what you just took was B12. It was a placebo.
At the very moment that Jamie revealed that what we had received was a placebo, my very first thought was, crap, we have to do this again.
But only once more, today with the real medicinal drug. And sure enough, it works.
I can definitely feel the pharmaceuticals in my body, and I can feel how they're not quite holding back all the sick feelings. They're just holding back enough that, you know, I'm functional.
Although not that functional.
Sorry, I actually just fell asleep there for a second.
And Grant, after 15 minutes, there's no nausea. But like Adam, he's feeling the sleepy side effects of the drug.
We'll see. Right now, though I feel pretty good, I don't feel very competent to operate heavy machinery or have, you know, be in a life-threatening situation.
Lethargy and drowsiness have no place in the myth-busting game. Seasickness has been a real problem for Adam, but will that still be the case? After 6 stomach-churning tests, the results are in.
Well, it looks like the pharmaceutical remedy definitely worked on both of you, but you both look a little loopy. I don't think this is going to be the best working condition. No?
No.
No. So did we find a non-pharmaceutical remedy that'll work for either of you that's not going to leave you looking like you guys do?
I think the only thing that really worked without any, you know, major side effects was a ginger pill.
Next time I go out on a boat, I'm definitely taking those.
I mean, this is a really hard thing to test. I mean, seasickness is very individual, but I think that we can pretty much say ginger pills are plausible.
I would agree.
Home on the range, the Mythbusters have shown that plugging a shotgun barrel with your fingers will not cause the gun to explosively backfire. But they're not giving up just yet.
You know, I definitely remember having seen pictures of blown up gun and rifle barrels.
Well, barrel obstructions, which could cause the barrel to explode, are not uncommon.
You mean like loading the wrong ammo in your rifle?
That's one way. Hunters, they get dirt or rocks stuck in the barrel. Poorly reloaded ammunition.
I would also imagine that super old guns that are poorly maintained would be a common cause.
That would definitely be a problem.
With fingers busted, Tori gets down and dirty with another real-life gun obstruction, soil.
Okay.
That'll do.
Although how real-life this is debatable.
I think this thing is going to explode right now.
I hope. I want to see some action.
With 8 inches of mud, could this be the real Dirty Harry?
In 3, 2, 1.
It looks good.
Oh!
Now that's a result.
Look at this.
Wow!
It looks like they've hit pay dirt. The shooter's fine, but the gun's been soiled. But not as soiled as they'd hoped. There's some peeling back, But to get the cartoon banana, they're going to have to go for broke.
The last thing we're going to try is jamming a piece of steel, solid steel, into the barrel and welding around the edge. And I think that's going to give us what we want to see.
So they're abandoning real-life scenarios as they prepare to ram a steel spike into the gun. And this time, they're making sure it's sealed completely shut.
I've put some pretty strange things in the toilet before, but never had to cool the nozzle of a gun that's just been welded shut.
In keeping with the MythBusters ethos, we have tested the myth, we have busted the myth, and now we're going to see if we can prove the circumstances. We've plugged the barrel with a steel spike that we've welded into the end of the barrel. If anything will make it split like a banana and blow up in the operator's face, it's this. No one in their right mind would fire a rifle in this configuration.
Please leave this one to the experts.
This time we're going for total annihilation.
In 3, 2, 1. Yeah! Something happened.
Something happened, but it was no banana ring. The gun simply shot the welded spike straight out.
Yeah, but this isn't gonna make the cartoon hunter's face turn black and burn his hair off.
No, dirt was more interesting than a steel plug.
Granted, we didn't get something dramatic here, but I think this is the most interesting result because effectively the gun contained the explosion.
That it did. It seems that modern shotguns are just too strong for this myth. They're manufactured to withstand banana peeling. But before busting the myth completely, Jamie has one last trick up his sleeve: a squib load in a high-powered rifle. A squib load is a round that has so little gunpowder that it fails to exit the barrel. If left uncleared, the next bullet can have disastrous consequences. And disastrous consequences is what this team thrives on. Jamie's making a MythBusters squib load. He's carefully removed the metal slug from the round and is safely hammering it into the end of their Carcano rifle. Do not try this at home.
That ought to do it.
Well, there's your problem.
Grant's remote control doesn't fit the new gun, so they're going with the old-fashioned method.
Carcano rifle, squib load in 3, 2, 1.
Woo! That sounded fun.
That was no misfire.
No misfire, but was there a banana backfire?
Shooter's still intact.
Hey!
Oh.
No, that looks pretty good at the end.
What happened to the barrel?
Oh, you got a little bulge.
Huh.
It definitely bulged it out. It wasn't exactly the banana peel thing that we're looking for, which seems so hard to achieve.
So hard, it's surely impossible. Even the squib load refused to blow. So can anything cause the banana ring?
I don't want to count our chickens before they hatch, but I think we may end up revisiting this one.
A revisit may indeed beckon. But for now, that's all, folks.
You know, it's funny, no matter how long I do this, I never cease to be amazed that there's an element of truth in everything we test. The fact that a finger in a barrel can provide enough blockage to make the barrel blow out, I mean, it's steel, your finger's flesh. I would not have called that. It caught me by surprise.
Yeah, but the finger got blown off of both of the hands.
Both hands got blown off.
But we still didn't get that effect that we're looking for, the banana peeling of the barrel.
And the shooter was never damaged or covered with powder burns or anything. The whole idea of this myth, that you could stick your finger in a barrel, remain undamaged while the barrel blew up and the shooter was covered with gunpowder, absolutely busted.
I'll agree with you.
Remember, don't try this unless you're a cartoon.
on this episode of MythBusters. Planes,
What happened?
trains,
Oh, it's perfect.
and propeller-mobiles.
Come on, baby.
It's chalks away as Adam and Jamie tackle the mystery of the shredded plane.
I'm so excited, man.
And creating fire without matches. Cavemen could do it, but can these guys?
So all is lost. We do.
Who are the MythBusters? Adam Savage,
Ants are all over my head, man.
Jamie Hyneman,
Gets me all worked up just looking at it.
Tori Balachi,
Whoa.
Carrie Byron,
That was crazy!
and Grant Imahara.
Go get him, boy.
Between them, over 50 years of special effects experience.
Go!
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test. To MythBusters fans, this abandoned naval yard should look very familiar. It's one of Adam and Jamie's favorite haunts. It's a place where they can get away from it all. A place where they can find a little peace of mind. A place where they can smash stuff up. Well, they're back, and that can only mean one thing. Some large-scale destruction is just around the corner.
Care to explain what we're doing out here with 700 feet of track, a 380 horsepower airplane engine mounted to a train car, an airplane fuselage, and 10,000 bags of sand?
This all started with an email that was circulating all over the net, and it had the image of an airplane that got neatly sliced up.
Oh, like a loaf of bread.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And didn't look appropriate to the explanations that were given.
What was the explanation?
Well, there were a couple of them, actually, and the first one was that a disgruntled ex-wife went after the plane with a chainsaw.
Okay, I see some very reasonable destruction in our future.
So, first up, the ex-wife explanation.
Hi there.
Adam's on the prowl for a plane to shred.
I need some more aircraft parts.
Okay, well, you're in the right place.
All right, you got some fuselages I might be able to walk away with?
Sure.
Kenny Faith runs Faith Aircraft in Sacramento. His birds have all had their wings clipped.
What I need is a couple of fuselages, at least 2, hopefully 3.
Adam scours the lot looking for suitable candidates.
Wow, this looks absolutely exactly like the one I'm seeing in the picture here. I mean, it's really close. That's fantastic.
He finds 3 planes that fit the bill.
And this is the last one.
Nowadays, it takes a forklift to get these babies off the ground.
There you go. Oh, yeah.
Even decrepit craft don't come cheap. So Kenny and Adam do a deal. Kenny will slice the price if Adam agrees to slice each plane in half and take just the tail end. Hang on, is Adam confirming the myth right now? True, he's not actually using a chainsaw, but the words hot knife and butter spring to mind.
Redown! I'm actually starting to believe that this myth might be plausible.
Oh! Whoops.
You must obey. You know, Jamie could wear this on Halloween and he could really go out as the Bullet.
Okay, let's recap the myth.
Right, Jamie. For this scene, your motivation is your jilted lover. He doesn't care about you anymore. He's found a younger thing. And they want to wreck his pride and joy with neat vertical slices.
What, no elaborate setup? No scale tests? No blueprint plans? This could be the quickest myth bust on record. If Jamie can start the chainsaw. Jilted Jamie gives the plane some gills. The cuts are like notches on the belt of a cheating lover. At first glance, it looks like the myth could be confirmed. Or is it?
I see these these little tiny scrappy marks all the way up and down, which I didn't see in the picture.
The edges are too jagged and uneven. The cuts in the picture are clean. That surgical precision is impossible with a chainsaw.
After 30 years of doing this kind of thing, Jamie's got a rock-solid eye for measurement. He actually did cuts that I would call it almost exactly 7 inches apart, which is totally accurate to what we see in the picture. It's still, I think it's the best effort we could do with a chainsaw, but I don't think that it matches what we see.
I don't get why somebody would make this neat little pattern on the side of an airplane if they were really pissed off. Maybe cut the plane in half, maybe cut the tail off, you know, a few other things I could think of, but this pattern, what's that about? It doesn't make any sense.
That's supposed to keep you up in the air.
Okay, so assuming the photo is real, and assuming a chainsaw-wielding woman wasn't responsible, how did it happen? Jamie has another tale to tell.
Well, the story goes that an airplane got loose in a hangar and ran into another airplane, and the props caused this damage.
Yeah, I read that, and it really sounds kind of fishy to me, but I'm not sure how to test this besides taking the photo to a forensics lab and working out the math. I mean, what do you think?
I think we need to destroy some more airplanes.
Do it full scale.
Yeah, mayhem, destruction, the whole 9 yards.
Absolutely
That's
radical.
what we do.
So let's go over that scenario again. For some reason, a pilot has to hand start his plane. This means getting out of the cockpit and spinning the propeller. The propeller starts, but before the pilot can get back in the cockpit, the plane careers off across the tarmac and crashes into another plane, the spinning prop gouging a precise pattern in the fuselage.
We're at the West Valley Flying Club in Northern California, about an hour south of MythBusters Central, to find out 2 things. One is it even possible to hand start a modern airplane? And 2, what are the physical characteristics of them? We're going to measure up some and see if it is remotely possible for one plane to inflict the kind of damage we see on another.
General Manager Josh Smith has lined up a plane similar to the one in the photo.
Let's do it from 9 o'clock and let's do it from 6 o'clock.
9.5 inches from 6 o'clock.
This plane is exactly the same kind of high-performance single-engine airplane that is outlined in the myth. So these measurements should be perfect for us to figure it out.
Okay, 24 inches.
Now, in aviation's early days, hand propping was the only way to start a plane. Those daring young men in their flying machines defied decapitation every time they wanted to go uppity-up-up. It was enough to get any pioneering pilot all up in the air. Nowadays, waking your winged steed is all done from the safety of the cockpit. Well, usually.
Typically, the only reason you would ever have to hand start a plane is if your electrical system goes flat. So like similar to a car, your battery runs dead.
Is there a difference between a normal starting speed and a hand starting speed?
The typical idle speed will be around 600 RPM. You know, typically right after you throw the prop on a takeoff start, regardless if it's electrical or done manually, it's going to be around 12 to 1500 RPM.
Is that enough to propel the plane forward?
The plane, depending on the surface, will generally move forward even at like 600 RPM.
In fact, a pilotless plane that's run away on the runway could reach about 30 miles per hour. Time for Jamie to chance his arm and his other extremities, starting this prop.
When you throw the prop, what is essentially a thrust-creating device once you're flying now becomes a decapitation device if you're not careful when you're hand starting. And so my advice is never try this at home.
Unlike the myth, our plane does have someone in the cockpit, ready to keep a tight rein on the horsepower.
Oh, getting nervous.
Should Jamie actually get it started?
Oh, you're gonna get it this time, Jamie.
That feels like, it's just like, you know, it doesn't feel like it's doing anything. I think I could be here all day long.
Once again, nothing ever goes the way we originally thought it would go.
Okay, now what?
We're moving to a smaller plane, this one right here behind me.
This time, Adam tries to start a revolution.
Oh, that was so close!
Yay!
Woo! Even though Jamie was not able to hand start this plane, we discovered some really vital facts for the myth. One is, it is possible to hand start one of these. Two, it's considered very bad practice to hand start one without someone sitting at the controls because they have to throttle it back from the idle speed. Three is, if you hand start it, it'll go right to 1,500 RPM, and if you don't have someone sitting behind the wheel, it's just going to start rolling across the tarmac.
Good job.
Thank you, sir. All right. I think it's time to get back to the shop.
It's the classic castaway scenario. A plane wreck survivor, in this case Tom Hanks, is washed up on a desert island, and he's got his Zippo wet. To survive, Tom needs fire, which, he discovers, is about as easy as getting blood from a stone. Now, Tori, Grant, and Carrie are going to be stranded on their own desert island.
I think we're all gonna die.
Their quest? Fire without matches.
So, Jamie, with all your years of being an outdoor survivalist, have you ever had to start a fire without matches?
Yeah.
Would you like to go into that?
Well, I've done the typical thing with the sticks, you know, the string and the bow, and you rotate it until you build up a coal. It's pretty tricky, but I've done it.
Well, that's one we're going to try. We're going to try a few more to see if we could start a fire without using matches. One, we're going to polish the bottom of a soda can with chocolate, see if we can use it like a mirror. We're going to use steel wool and a battery. We're going to see if we can start a fire with a bullet. And the last one is see if we can start a fire with ice.
Well, that one I'd like to see.
He'll get his wish, but first on the chopping block, it's the classic fire-starting technique. So, can our bright sparks pit their wits and light their fire?
Obviously, you can't just take any two pieces of wood and start rubbing them together and get fire, so.
I thought that was the idea.
Well, there's gonna be a little bit of preparation.
Gasoline, gunpowder.
Unfortunately, like Tom Hanks in Castaway, they've got nothing but wood, elbow grease, and a dim and distant memory of their cave-dwelling ancestry.
Ready to give it a try?
I gave it a shot, but this one, you're being very optimistic with this one.
Okay.
Carrie's normal enthusiasm has already been extinguished.
It is just as much fun as it looks.
You know, if you don't get this lit, we're gonna vote you off the island.
Any scouts watching might want to look away. This ain't pretty.
Oh, shnikey.
Seems like he's off the island, too.
Yeah, I'm getting smoke, but I'm not getting any embers.
Oh, my arms are so tired.
I think we're all gonna die.
With things looking grim for our castaways, they decide to boost their chances with some primitive technology.
This is definitely it. Hey, I got the bow working.
Yeah?
It's a lot to coordinate here. This is like skiing or something.
Grant slips into hysteria, the first stages of desert island madness.
Okay.
Desperate measures are called for. Like a power drill, which Carrie claims to have found in the wreckage.
Oh, I'm seeing some black.
I see smoke.
Oh, it's smoking.
So that's as fast as we have to get it going?
They seem to be busting the myth that where there's smoke, there's fire.
She's getting black wood, she's getting smoke, and we're still not getting an ember.
Even with modern technology, our Mythbusters are looking like a bunch of fire retardants.
I need a battery change on this.
While Carrie and Tori fail at cheating, Grant stays true to the myth with a prehistoric hand drill.
What the hell is that?
Hey, they laughed at Galileo too.
It's perhaps worth remembering at this point that Neanderthals had fire-making whipped over 100,000 years ago.
Oh, geez, you feel the heat coming from that?
Our hapless hominids are stuck between a rock and a hard place.
All right.
You know, maybe we should be building a raft or something.
So how's Tom Hanks doing? Through a process of trial and error, necessity at last gives birth to invention. When Tom's tinder catches flame, his celebration resonates across 1,000,000 years of mankind.
The very hardest part about all this is we know it's not a myth. We know you can make fire while rubbing two sticks together. It's been proven over and over. It's just that we really suck at it.
And because they suck at it, they keep cheating.
Look under F for fire.
Or how about G for gunpowder?
Would you call using gunpowder cheating?
Look, we got fire!
Woo! Look at that! All it took was rubbing two sticks together.
It worked.
Fantastic.
Wow, what a result.
It's fair to say they're not setting the world on fire.
He'll be coming around.
So, starving and beaten, they call in an expert and venture into the untamed wilderness of the car park.
You ought to be able from start to finish to get fire in anywhere between 10 and 30 minutes, depending on what you have.
According to survival expert Peter Wolf, Grant was on the right track with his bow.
I want to use my full drill. You see that dark dust forming? I want that hole as big around as my drill.
For tinder, the Wolfman favors the yucca leaf.
Now I'm going to use a nice large bundle here. Is you don't want to catch your fibers while you're right in the middle of making a nice coal. See how straight the bow is? Yeah. You want to keep it level, keep your string in the middle. Use the whole bow.
What the heck? Dude, nice job.
Meanwhile, Adam and Jamie are out of the fire and into the flying plane.
I'm having trouble visualizing what happens between these two planes when they hit, between the propeller, the body of the plane, all that stuff. I'd like to do a mock-up of these planes in scale and figure out the math of speeds and RPM. It'll give us at least a really good starting point to work out the logistics of the large-scale experiment.
Right, well, that sounds like a great idea. While you're doing that, I've got a lead on an engine that I found on the internet, so I'm going to go check that out.
Okay.
Step 1. Adam digs out some diagrams, which he'll blow up to 1/12 scale.
1/12 scale means that 1 inch will equal 1 foot. This will allow me to measure out and match to the photo the amount of slices and their distance apart, and then calculate from that the exact speed that the runaway plane must have been traveling at.
This calculation is crucial. Adam's math can't have the plane moving any faster than 30 miles per hour, the top ground speed of a runaway plane.
Oh, perfect.
Jamie, meanwhile, is shopping for an aircraft engine.
Can you tell me what the idle speed on that engine is?
And before you know it, a 380 horsepower 6-cylinder engine is touching down, direct from an aviation school in Ohio.
All right, so here's how the myth is supposed to have worked. Our little pilot man, he climbs out of his plane, he walks over.
I think I better hand start this plane.
The plane starts to go. Oh no, I better get out of here. He dives for safety, and the plane travels and starts to go into the victim plane. This myth is looking really, at least physically possible at this point. I was wondering how the wing of this plane would get past the tail of this plane. But I've got everything at its correct elevations here, and from everything that this tells me, the runaway plane clears relatively, the wing clears relatively underneath the back of the shredded plane. And right there, this myth is starting to seem like it might be possible. Now I think it's time to do some math.
The key to determining the speed of the plane lies in working out the distance between the slices. Adam works out that the plane in the picture is punctured every 7 inches.
Perfect.
My marks here are matching up to the photo in terms of their spacing on the body of the plane.
If the prop's spinning at 1,500 RPM, how fast does the plane have to be going in order to make slices 7 inches apart?
It would make 4,500 slices per minute. So 4,500 times 7 inches is 31,500 inches. Multiply that, divide that by 12, I get 2,625 feet per minute. Multiply that by 60 for the hours, I get 157,500 feet per hour. Divided by 5,280, the number of feet in a mile, and I get 29.8 miles per hour. A totally reasonable speed for this plane to be traveling at. I can't wait to tell Jamie. He's going to say, well, that's what I was hoping to hear.
That's what I wanted to hear. You know, because if it was 600 miles per hour, there's a problem.
Or 2 miles an hour.
Yeah.
So far, the pieces are falling into place. We know a plane can be hand-started. And thanks to Adam's scale cutouts, we know the math stacks up.
The next question is whether the prop itself is capable of making those neat little slices.
Yeah, exactly.
Everything else is lined up, but that's the one remaining bit.
This next one I'm excited about. We're going to try to light a fire with a bullet. And the idea here is to pull the bullet out of the casing, empty the gunpowder into your kindling, put the empty shell back in the gun, and shooting at the gunpowder, igniting it, and igniting your kindling.
The key to this neat idea is the firing cap at the bottom of the cartridge. Normally, it ignites the gunpowder, which fires the bullet from the shell. According to this myth, to start a fire, just remove the bullet, pour out the gunpowder, and use the firing cap as a firelighter. With 9 bullets in a clip, theoretically they'd have up to 9 shots at starting a fire. They collect gunpowder from 9 bullets and head for the MythBusters blast chamber, where they use up all 9 lives. These cats are going to have to think again.
Do you have any more ideas up your sleeve?
It seems kind of funny not being able to light gunpowder. I mean, it's so flammable and all, you'd think it'd be a snap. But, you know, here on MythBusters, we find ways of making easy things hard.
The problem is that the firing cap won't ignite the gunpowder unless it's compressed by a bullet.
When you have the bullet compressing the gunpowder up against that cap, then you have that connection. Otherwise, if there's no bullet, the cap just blows the gunpowder out like confetti.
So they decide to recalibrate the myth with a rifle, a bullet, and some cloth.
Hopefully, since there's more gunpowder in the round, it'll ignite the cloth and we'll have a burning ember shoot out of the barrel.
And we won't have all of our gunpowder just blown away.
With any luck, the wad of cloth will compress the gunpowder sufficiently to achieve ignition.
All right, so that's packed tight in there.
Holy. Nope.
With the prospect of raw fish for dinner again, Carrie urges a radical rethink.
Maybe it's time to start replicating the results and actually just make it happen instead of trying to make it happen the way the myth says.
Tori suspects that the black powder used in old-fashioned muskets is more flammable than the smokeless gunpowder in modern bullets. So he quickly sets up an experiment.
This is the black powder, this is the smokeless powder.
Okay. Oh, quick. Slow.
So that's why I think it benefits us to go with the black powder.
I don't know, it looked to me like the smokeless was on longer. It seems like that should be better for us.
But did you see how easy it was to ignite the black powder? If it's easier to ignite the black powder, we're gonna get a better chance of igniting our cotton. It ignites faster, like that.
So take 1 musket and a measure of black powder. Then ram home a wad of cotton. Finally, add a firing cap and cross your fingers.
Yeah!
At last, fire in the hole takes on real meaning.
That's it. Yeah!
Meanwhile, another MythBuster is feeling a little under the gun. Seems a few gremlins have set up shop in the engine. And while Jamie might be a propeller head, he's no aircraft mechanic.
The default is supposed to be out.
That way.
Yeah.
Luckily, this guy is. His name is Earl Hibbler, and his colleague is propeller specialist Brian Sullivan. They've agreed to help Adam and Jamie make this myth take wing. But it won't be easy.
You know, when you get an engine from an A&P school, you have students that take it apart, put it together, take it apart, put it together, take it apart, put it together, and not necessarily right.
We've detected a few problems, bad magnetos, which give the spark plugs their spark. We also are missing a fuel pump, but Brian and Earl seem to think that we can solve those problems by the end of the day. They said they have no idea what the word no means, and they're going to get this thing running.
While Earl and Brian get down to business, Adam and Jamie use the time to do a little research.
You know, propeller damage is not nearly as rare as I originally thought when we started this whole myth.
In fact, in 2001 in New York, 2 planes collided on the runway and had prop damage.
Well, actually, in 2005 in Chino, California, the same type of accident happened.
And then in 1986 in Santa Paula, California, 2 planes collided at 150 feet in the air and had prop damage.
You know, prop damage isn't limited only to planes. In 1983 in Quincy, Washington, a car on the ground was contacted by a plane, and the 3 passengers were actually injured.
And then finally in Concord, California, in 2004, an airplane landed on a freeway and sliced up a minivan, nearly amputating the leg of an 11-year-old girl.
Meanwhile, back in the grease pit,
This engine's fixing to become very dangerous. Are y'all ready?
Excellent. You ready?
Yeah, I'm getting there.
Y'all ready?
Yeah.
Clear.
Earl and Brian have got that engine purring like a kitten. An asthmatic kitten who's just run the New York Marathon. Adam uses a tachometer to check the propeller's RPM.
Well, that easily made it to 1,500. We actually got up to 2,000 RPM there.
But while the engine starts okay, it just won't keep going. Earl's diagnosis? Dirty fuel injector servos.
I bet it's servo.
Think we're just pouring fuel in it or no fuel? No.
Yeah, I think it's just pouring fuel.
I don't know whether we have to climb all the way inside of it and try and clean it out, or whether we ought to delay the shoot, but we're definitely running out of time. And this beautiful engine's proving really problematic.
So the idea is you take a piece of chocolate, rub it on the bottom of your cola can, which is pretty dull. Chocolate acts like
An abrasive.
a mild abrasive.
Okay.
And after time...
So we're going to try to polish this up to a mirror finish.
Right.
It's a cunning use of the concave shape at the bottom of a soda can. According to the myth, it can focus the sun's rays into a single point, creating enough heat to start a fire.
Go.
It sounds simple enough, which is a copper bottom guarantee that it's anything but.
Okay, you guys are about 9 minutes into it. How far off do you think you are from a mirror finish?
About 100 freaking years.
According to the myth, polishing with chocolate will help to remove the oxide layer and erode the tooling marks.
Imagine you're freezing right now and it's getting dark.
Well,
and our lives depend on it.
If it's getting dark, we won't have any sun, so we won't be able to light it anyway.
Good call.
So all is lost. We're doomed.
6 solid hours of polishing later, and this survivalist is losing the will to live. And the results aren't exactly dazzling.
So what we need to do is get all the sun's rays, which are all traveling about parallel. The reflector's going to take them and focus them in on one point, because it's parabolic.
First up, Grant's effort. The fire extinguisher may be a little optimistic.
I don't want to discount your work, but I don't think this is going to work very well. Should we move on to the next can?
Yeah.
Get one a little bit
If
more
it's-
mirror finish?
Yeah, if it's dull, it means that that light is not getting it's actually bouncing off a little bit, getting dispersed.
Tori's can is much shinier, and right away, the parabola produces an encouraging hot spot on the leaf.
Yep, it's going, it's burning.
But they can't hold the leaf still enough. The hot spot keeps moving.
Let's say that we found some wire from the wreckage in the plane. We'll make an arm that comes up that will hold whatever we're trying to burn.
And sure enough, by keeping the tinder steady, the hot spot soon ignites.
Ow! Oh, the thing's burning my hand.
It's hot, it's smoking, it's fire. So the can. You just want to hope your doomed plane was carrying a large cargo of chocolate and soda.
Here's the trick I'm sure you've all been waiting for. This is, how do you start a fire with a flashlight?
The next myth is a big favorite with survival expert Ron Hood. He knows only too well the benefits of being able to make a cooking fire in the wilderness.
Here's the trick. Steel wool. What we want to do now is touch it across these contacts and see if we can make a contact that'll ignite some of the steel wool. Look at there. Fire. Ouch, it's hot too.
It's like taking candy from a baby, right? Wrong.
Yeah, it was close.
Like you stupid.
That's hot.
I'm getting sparks. Yes, yes.
Oh, no.
Eventually, as starvation begins to set in, they get their precious ember.
There's smoke. There's definitely smoke.
Smoke they've got plenty of. There's no shortage of smoke. And on the edge of asphyxiation, they get fire.
Hey, proof of concept, yay!
Cool. We did it. Fire. We better put this out before Jamie sees it.
Don't worry, guys. Jamie's a little preoccupied right now.
Get it, Brian.
That engine still won't start. The long day is taking its toll.
I even see for the first time some grease on your nose.
Yeah, well, believe it or not, it does happen.
How do you get that steel washer on there? Well, I'm trying to fish it out right now. Rope? Stop right there.
Finally, as darkness descends, a ray of light.
Wow! It will run good enough to do what they want to do.
Woo! Right, they've got a working engine and a lethally spinning propeller. Now, how are they going to turn half a plane into a realistic target aircraft?
We're going to do that by making a frame out of tube steel. Lots of cutting and welding a little bit, so we'll make it so that we can bolt tail end after tail end onto this framework, as well as we'll make this so that we can put appropriate weight on it to simulate what the real target plane would be like.
Soon the guys, looking like a couple of cut-price superheroes, are cutting and welding up a storm.
I love welding. That's why I love welding. You come in the morning and there's just a pile of steel. Leave at the end of the day and there's a bloody airplane.
Well, a rudimentary airplane anyway, complete with wings and landing gear. The whole thing will have to weigh the same as a fully fueled light aircraft, about 2,500 pounds.
What happened?
We need to add, what happened is we need to add some weight up here.
Well, it held.
At the moment, the whole thing weighs just 500 pounds. But after a successful raid on a few local gyms, they find another 2,000 pounds.
The hope is that when the actual experiment occurs, this target plane will react the same way a real plane would. In other words, a real plane wouldn't be just anchored to the ground. It wouldn't be super light. It's going to react to this attacking plane.
We've got a working engine. We've got the fuselage we need. Now we just have to work out how to crash these things into each other without killing ourselves.
Yeah, well, to replicate the actual physics of the real event, we need to make these two devices weigh the same as the planes they represent.
And they've got to travel at like 30 miles an hour. What if we did it on train tracks?
That sounds like a good idea. I think there are some railway areas around here that we could use.
And we just need some kind of railway car platform to put them on.
You got it.
So here's the plan. The engine will be mounted on a railway car. With the engine roaring and the prop spinning at 1,500 RPM, our runaway plane will taxi along the track straight into the target rig.
Here at the Railway Museum, they have what they call service carts, which might be perfect for our needs. A four-wheeled cart that rides on train tracks that we can bolt our engine structure to and be safely in the distance, and yet we know it's going to hit its target perfectly.
Adam soon finds his shred sled.
Oh, it's perfect. This is perfect.
It's perfect, apparently.
I don't want to motorize this thing. I want it to take off just because the propeller's spinning, just like a real plane would.
Thing is, the rig will need rails to run on and sufficient room to build up speed, say about 1,000 feet. But where on earth is Adam going to find that much railway track just lying around?
This looks like the perfect stuff.
Once again, it's off to that myth-busting mecca, the abandoned naval facility, where there's a tangle of rail line.
Things I really like about it are it's nice and remote. It's not near any other buildings or anything. We can all be way back there when this happens. It's a nice straight shot, which we haven't seen here before. 1,000 feet of straight track.
All right, so this last technique is gonna freak your mind out. It's getting fire from ice. And the idea is to take a block of ice, rub it until you get the shape of a lens, and then taking the sun's rays and focusing them into your kindling.
For this myth, our castaways have left their desert island and are stranded in an icy wasteland. But to make fire, any old ice won't do.
All right, so you guys are looking for some clear ice, right?
Yeah. Look at that. How long does it take to make something like this?
These take 3 days to freeze. The 4th day, it's done. You let it cure for 1 day inside the tank where they're made.
These specially produced clear ice blocks are used for creating ice sculptures. So where does our ice alchemist stand on this myth?
When you first said that, I said no way. But then I have thought about what you're saying, and where it sounds right in principle, I just don't know about the physics of that.
Remember when you were a kid and those endless summer days spelled death for ants? Antocide relies on refraction. The convex shape of the lens bends sunlight into a single hot point. A lens made of ice should work the same way. What could possibly go wrong? It's crystal clear that this ice is their best chance of sculpting a lens which can focus sunlight and make fire.
Now, how do you get it so clear?
What we do is we agitate the water with 13 pounds of air pressure, and it causes all the atoms and the molecules to fly around inside this block. Only the most pure freeze from the outside in.
So all the impurities kind of collect
in the middle, and we suck it all out with a pump and then fill it back up with a filtered water.
The boys go dumpster diving for some large chips off the old block. Back in the frozen wastes, Carrie starts sculpting herself a lens.
I hope this is really gonna work. This is the most interesting idea of all the fire starting methods I could think of. I mean, if you're someplace frozen, you need a fire more than anything else.
Trouble is, she isn't someplace frozen.
Getting more and more slippery as it melts.
To make matters worse, Carrie finds that getting a lens shape without precision instruments is hard work, even for a sculptor like herself.
Man, this could be harder than I thought.
Grant, meanwhile, has turned his back on tools.
Since we don't have a machine shop out here in the wilderness, I'm starting off by making a round shape with the rock. Oh, jeez, it's cold. Actually, it seems to work pretty good, and you can see magnification. And I think that that is what is going to help us focus the sun's rays. I think I'm almost ready to try it.
Outside, it's hot, bright, and melty.
Quick, before we lose our lens.
I'm getting a pretty good pinpoint of light here.
A skin test shows that the hot spot is, well, hot.
See how long I can stay here?
Fire from ice may not be as crazy as it sounds.
It got smoke.
Smoke.
It's a glimmer of hope for our frozen castaways. But the sun's heat is a double-edged sword. As the lenses melt, the hot spots dissipate.
My lens is getting smaller and smaller.
Looks like it's back to the drawing board.
One idea we had was making a mold of a pre-existing lens. So I have this magnifying glass. What I'm gonna do is build a box around it, fill it with silicone, make a silicone mold, cut it out, fill it with water, freeze it, and then we'll have a ready-made lens.
Tori's hoping a perfect lens will provide the requisite spark before the ice melts. Meanwhile, Carrie's going global.
I'm working with the idea that a perfect sphere is going to focus the light into a tiny little spot. So, I mean, I think this is pretty good. For doing it by hand, I'm not going to get it too much more perfect.
Tori and Grant will try and replicate the special method of freezing they picked up at San Francisco Ice.
And then if we just keep agitating this as it freezes, hopefully we'll get a clear lens.
Industrial ice makers use pressurized air to agitate the water, which is filtered during freezing. Grant and Tori make do with a household freezer, an electric massager, and some crossed fingers.
Check it out, though. Look at the water.
That's good. That's more like what we saw at the place.
Yeah.
The following morning sees our Arctic castaways out in the California sun for one final shot at conjuring fire from ice.
Come on.
Carrie's crystal ball has the advantage of size, shrinking the melt factor. The boys' precision lens is anything but.
It's not very clear. In fact, it's pretty far from clear.
We've got a light blocking device.
Then Carrie comes to the rescue.
I'm smoking! I'm smoking!
What?
I'm smoking!
Oh! That's gonna do it.
Nice work, Carrie Byron.
Matches? Who needs them? Today's the day the MythBusters hope to shred a plane. They've got 1,000 feet of track, an aircraft engine welded to a railway cart, and a target plane just waiting to feel the kiss of the propeller blades. It's shaping up to be one of their most spectacular and dangerous experiments.
I just love doing that.
But before the mayhem and mania, the mundane, they have to clear the runway for takeoff.
The track seems like it's really nice. It's in good shape, but there's a lot of dirt built up around it, and we need to have it clear so that the railway wheels can get down in the groove and seat properly.
But there are rumblings on the chain gang.
Only another 800 feet to go.
Dude, this is gonna get old real fast.
Sorry, I'm already there.
Okay, this is not how they sold this to me. They told me today there's gonna be airplanes and there's gonna be a crash and everything's gonna explode and it's gonna be really cool. The second I got here, Adam handed me a pickaxe and a broom and actually said, put your back into it.
A derailment would spell disaster, and Foreman Jamie isn't happy with the hoeing.
It's the little kind of rough spots that they glazed over. I mean, we got it more or less cleared. We could make the run, but I want to make sure that it's as pristine as it can be because this thing has no shocks. You know, it's going 30 miles an hour and it's steel to steel. We need to have a smooth bed.
If Jamie's a little edgy, it's probably because he's done the math and understands the phenomenal physics involved.
Is that feeling okay, Jamie?
No.
This engine rig weighs 1.5 tons, as much as a real light plane, and it'll be traveling at 30 miles per hour when it hits the target, generating about 800,000 foot-pounds of force. Grant's fashioned a remote cutoff switch. Just push a button, and the engine is immediately disabled.
So up is kill?
Yeah. Up is go.
Oh, okay.
And then down is safe.
Cool. Good job.
Thanks.
That and 10,000 pounds of sand should ensure that our runaway plane doesn't run away. Joe Rakow is an aerospace specialist who studied the aftermath of thousands of air disasters. Now he's helping cause one.
What we're looking at after impact is that the entire mass could slide as far as 20 feet, and also pieces of the fuselage or pieces of the propeller could, in theory, fly on the order of miles given the energy that they have at impact.
That's a pretty sound argument for being a long way away.
That's it.
A bunker is erected on the other side of the dry dock.
Oh, it was nice now.
We're nearing departure. Propeller and plane are lined up.
Given what I'm seeing, we want to line this flat panel up exactly in line with the side of that cart, and we'll be at the perfect relationship.
Okay, we're done. Let's anchor this puppy.
Time for a pilot run.
We want to make sure all these systems work before doing the final test, because we only have one shot at this. That means everything has to be going as good as we can make it go so that that test is as accurate as possible.
For the rehearsal, they're going to keep the engine on a long leash, just in case. But it doesn't look like making a getaway.
There seems to be a short in the kill switch circuit. Over.
I understand.
So now, you got it?
Yeah.
Okay.
That seems good.
Okay, cool.
The engine starts taxiing, reaching a dizzying 9 miles per hour. Hope it has more grunt than that, or this flight will be canceled.
Needs more power. Yeah, I think it does.
Remember, they're aiming for around 30 miles per hour.
Do you want Grant to kill the engine?
Yeah, go ahead and kill the engine. Let's see if it does it. Copy, killing the engine.
Work. Hey! Yay! That worked beautifully.
Yay!
This engine is leaking at every possible seal, internally and externally. Whether or not this was the last thing we're going to do to it, it's the last thing we're going to do to it.
Captain Earl and co-pilot Brian goose up the throttle. This time, a runaway success.
Man, it was tugging at the reins. It was trying to be let loose. It was beautiful to see. I have no doubt that once we release this thing, it's going to be like a freight train, very much like a freight train, and that it's going to work.
It's crunch time. Literally.
Everyone takes cover.
That is a monster of an engine.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard MythBusters Flight 101 to Shred City.
Oh my God!
Please fasten your seatbelts and prepare for takeoff.
Come on, baby! Come on, stay there, keep going! Come on!
Moment of truth.
Yeah! Contact. I'm awaiting an all clear.
Now that is a shredded plane. The engine performed perfectly. The high-speed camera shows the prop blade slicing through the fuselage as though it was made of cardboard. Trust me, you wouldn't want a window seat.
That's exactly the slice pattern we see in the picture. I mean, it's a little bit different, but we see that the airplane, it's a little bit, I'm so excited, man! It's exactly what we see in the picture. It's vertical slices from the blade. That's just, I'm stunned.
I think we lined it up pretty good.
Dude, give me some skin. Ow!
So what's the verdict?
Well, this one I call plausible. I mean, in fact, both versions of the story that we tested, we were able to replicate slices on our target plane that really closely matched what we saw in the photograph.
Yeah, and since we did the experiment, our researchers have authenticated that photograph. It was a case of prop damage, and it occurred on an airfield in Australia.
Well, then that would be myth confirmed.
Myth confirmed.
On this episode of MythBusters, is it pancake day for this compact in the head-on from hell?
Once you guys go, you just go.
Or with big rigs on the loose, are the MythBusters toast?
Details.
And can vodka cure bad breath and cheesy feet? Grant and Adam go head to toe in an up-close and personal hygiene test.
There is no dignity in television.
Who are the MythBusters? Adam Savage and Jamie Hyneman.
Aren't tracer rounds illegal?
Between them, more than 30 years special effects experience.
That's what I'm talking about!
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test.
So here's the story. 2 semi-trucks, head-on collision. The collision is so strong that they are fused together and have to be taken away to a wreckage yard in one piece. After a while, there's a really terrible sort of decomposing smell. And they start to pull the trucks apart to find out what's going on with the smell. And they find a small European car completely squished into a pancake with the driver still inside.
Yeah, I've heard the story. The way I heard it, though, is that one of the trucks was tailgating another. First driver slammed on the brakes, second truck smashed into him, and, you know, the same thing. Driver got pancaked.
Well, you know, even though Carrie's scenario is a little less plausible, I think that's the one that we should do because it's the one that has the biggest spectacle, it's the biggest impact. You know, a head-on collision with 2 full-sized semi-trailer trucks going 60, 75 miles an hour. That's what we want.
And that's what you got, minus the compact in the movie Matrix Reloaded. In this famous collision, the 2 semi-trailers did fuse together. But this sequence was created by CGI. The MythBusters plan to pull this off with real trucks and with a compact car in between. With a budget the size of Reloaded's daily donut allowance, Carrie and Tori hit the road in search of 2 free semi-trailers. The trail takes them to the Special T Truck Park.
We're at a truck salvage yard, and we're here to see if we can find a couple of trucks that we can smash up in a head-on collision. And I think we're at the right place. So if we did have a head-on collision with 2 semi-trucks, do you think they would fuse together?
The trucks are made out of sheet metal, and they have some of the steel is pretty malleable in the front. So I guess conceivably they could mold, the parts could mold together if the speed and everything was the right conditions.
I can't wait to find out.
I actually really hope that is the case. I want to see if we can fuse them together. That'd be bizarre. Nope.
Manager Dan Green shows them some trucks with a cab-over engine configuration. They're flat-fronted for maximum squashing power.
All right, this is what we're trying to do. This is the compact car. These are the trucks. That's what we're trying to do. I think I cut my hand. Ah, this one's good. It's tall, it's wide, it gives us, it's the cab over.
All that's missing are a couple of trailers to trash. And Dan calls in an old favor.
They're on the way.
Dan, making it happen.
So we can take that truck and that truck, get us a couple trailers, we're good to go.
Looks like the MythBusters have pulled off another piece of prize panhandling. And the myth is up and running.
The plausibility of this myth is actually looking really good. It sounds like, from Dan's point of view, with the right size, mass, momentum, and shape, we might be able to smash this little car into a pancake.
Sounds encouraging. While Tori and Carrie have been shopping for semis, build team buddy Grant has been looking for a vacant stretch of freeway to smash them on.
I've come here to Alameda in search of a location for what I hope will be the greatest crash in MythBusters history.
Empty freeways don't grow on trees, except of course in Hollywood. By an amazing coincidence, this Alameda freeway was specially constructed for, you guessed it, Matrix Reloaded. One of the biggest sets in movie history, it allowed the director to shoot take after take without having to close off public roads.
What I'm looking for here is a straight 3,000-foot run. I also need a 1,500-foot run. Those two are going to meet and form a T. At the intersection of the T is going to be ground zero, where two semis will collide and hopefully make an already compact European car even more compact. 1,500 feet, 1,500 feet, 1,500 feet.
They've got the track, the trucks, and the trailers. But how about the small matter of the compact? No problem.
I've traveled all the way out to the suburbs because we've got a fan here who's willing to relinquish his small European vehicle to be completely pancaked between our two semi-trucks.
MythBusters fans just keep on giving.
How long's that been sitting in your driveway?
About 5 years.
Really?
Yeah.
And you're willing to just let us destroy it?
Well, I think it goes to a good cause. I think it'll be a lot of fun.
So you've seen the show?
Oh, yes, many times.
You know what it's in for?
Yes, I do.
Oh, nice. It's definitely little.
It's open.
Oh. No, this is sweet. This is way too nice.
But the motor's gone, so it's time to move on to bigger and better things.
Breaks my heart to think that we're gonna smash this car up. The upholstery's perfect. It's so cute.
Oh well, she'll get over it.
Well, we've gotten the requested vehicles, but none of us is really sure how you're going to be able to crash these two semis at the same time.
Well, time is the right word here. That's our big concern, because if they don't hit the car in the middle at exactly the right time, it's not happening.
We're going to put tow cables on the front of each of the semis. We're going to pull them towards the center point, but both cables will be pulled by the same tow vehicle. Ergo, both trucks ought to hit that small European car at precisely the same moment.
The plan is for a T-shaped crash course, with the semis running along the horizontal and the tow truck along the vertical line. The cables will run through pulleys, which will be secured in concrete below the compact at ground zero. The result should be a precision collision. It's D for Destruction Day at Alameda, and the crash crew arrives in convoy. There's a serious smash in store, but engineering a head-on collision is going to need some cunning choreography.
Okay, Carrie, at either end of the tarmac is a truck. We're going to connect cables to those trucks and pull the cables to a central point, which is right here.
Okay.
So what we need you to do is drill a 4-foot deep hole so we can sink a pole in there and put two pulleys on it.
Wow. It's quite a plan. A lot of things have to go right for that plan to work.
Absolutely. But here's where we start.
While Carrie bores the hole at ground zero, Grant and Tori start prepping the trucks for what should be a spectacular swan song. First, they drain all the fluids from the vehicles so that the collision won't lead to an explosion, which is a shame, really, but they hope to live through this one to bust more myths in the future. For the same reason, nobody's volunteering to drive the trucks, so a head-on collision depends upon a makeshift autopilot.
Job number 2, we've got to weld guide bars on that'll help keep the truck straight during the experiment. If they veer off, guide bars will help bring them back on a straight path.
They've been here before. The myth of the killer tissue box also called for a high-speed collision under tow. So the guys rigged up a steering rack to keep the crash car on course right up to impact. But can the same technique keep two large trucks on track? The MythBusters have a history of testing liquid myths. In a previous episode, they put cola to an array of tests to see if your favorite soda is more than just a thirst quencher.
It's kind of rejuvenating the blood, isn't it?
Isn't that what they advertise it to do?
Now, Carrie has another bevy of bevy myths to test.
Okay, what is it?
Vodka. Our researchers have been scouring the internet and have compiled a list of the top vodka myths.
Vodka didn't make it to the West until the 1940s, but Russians have been quaffing it for over 1,000 years. Today, it's more than just the national drink, it's an icon, and the Russian people believe it possesses mythical powers.
Well, it really sounds like vodka's going to give cola a run for its money. And is this your area of expertise? I mean, you've spent years with alcohol.
Actually, Scotch. Scotch is my field, but I'm willing to do a little research on vodka and learn a little bit about it, and I know just the guy to talk to.
A vodka guy.
A vodka guy. Well, Keith, could you define vodka for me?
Well, the classic definition is odorless, tasteless spirit made of grain or other vegetable matters.
So how popular is vodka?
27% of all spirits consumed in the US are vodka in one form or another.
27%.
Huge amount.
Wow.
And growing.
So what makes vodka so popular?
It's so versatile. It can be great to be drunk straight up as a martini, or it can be mixed with any kind of mix that you have.
But is it versatile enough to combat cheesy feet? Time for a vodka myth.
Adam, come here.
What do you guys have going on here?
We need a little help with one of our vodka myths, and welcome to the MythBusters Spa. The myth is that washing your foot with vodka is going to cure foot odor. So we're going to do a little comparison. One vodka foot and one commercial foot soap.
I'm wearing my oldest shoes today, just by happenstance. So my foot odor might be pretty good.
Well, I've got a ninja nose here that's going to do my sniff test.
Okay. This is like some of the ugliest feet I've ever seen. I mean, not like I'm a foot specialist or anything, but I think I have to do a before test.
Oh, please, present your foot. How is it?
That's not foot odor, that's foot oh dear.
Yay, we got a little foot odor here.
Oh yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Grant, it's time to put on the blindfold.
Ready.
Okay, this is some commercial foot odor soap. And then I've got vodka, which I'm going to use more of a pouring method because there's not as much to soak.
Would this be considered a perk of your MythBuster experience?
Are you talking to me or him?
I had to say, I think there's going to be a lot of jealous fans out there that I'm getting my feet washed by you, Carrie.
Now you know you've made it.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, sir, would you mind soaking in these for a few minutes?
No, not at all.
So relax in the sunshine, and we'll come back for the sniff test.
All right.
Busting myths. It's a hard life, but someone's got to do it. In the myth of the Compact Compact, some champion eyelash batting by Carrie has secured 2 trucks, 2 trailers, and 1 small car. Now, the plan is to turn them into one large metal sandwich. Grant and Tori have been building steering rigs to keep the trucks straight under tow. And Adam and Jamie arrive to check on progress.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hi.
What's going on?
So is it, what do you think? Is it
It looks
on
like
there?
it's gonna work.
Check it out.
It's gonna steer it.
Now, let's see here.
So it's just like the killer tissue box with the guide bar that'll self-correct.
Right away, Jamie spots a problem.
The more I look at this, the more concerned I get, actually. I don't mean to rain on your parade, but we only have one shot at this.
Right.
And that almost looks like if I had a heavy enough screwdriver and pounded it in there, I could pry it out, you know? And this is a lot of force. So,
Jamie's special effects experience tells him that the rig needs reinforcing.
what if you ran a plate, welded it on right here, and as wide as you can, and then weld a filler between this stuff and that?
Yeah. I think it's a great idea because there is no movement of this arm.
What we're trying to do is put a guide system on the front of this truck using its own steering system, just helping it along with a lever going forward so that when the tow trucks are pulling them, they're self-guiding. These trucks will go where the cables go.
But as the MythBusters safety officer, Jamie's always asking what could possibly go wrong.
The worst case scenario here is that something happens while we're underway and these big trucks, once they're already going 40 or 50 miles an hour, start to get out of control. if that happens, there's not a darn thing we can do about it.
Sounds perfect. While Grant and Tori make the necessary adjustments to the steering rig, Carrie's still busy boring.
Inching down this hole, bit by bit, very slow process. And loud.
She's down 3 feet. I say we call that good.
You bet.
Now, are you concerned that our stable part is only about 12 inches deep? Because I do have a plan B, which is to have a plate and some reinforcement on that.
Reinforce the heck out of everything. You know, there can't be anything flimsy here, or we're screwed.
With lives at stake, Jamie keeps hammering home the message that this myth should not be taken lightly. The shaft is sunk, the plate is welded, and bolted to the tarmac. Things are rolling along nicely.
Everything seems to be going along fine out here. These guys are all welding their various parts into place. While they're doing that, I'm going to set up the cable. These are 1,500-foot runs of 3/8-inch cable. The braking strength on this cable, I believe, is close to 20,000 pounds. It's just under that. So the cable should be more than strong enough to pull these trucks up to speed.
Where do you want this piece of crap? Right over here!
If things go to plan, this small car is soon going to be a lot smaller.
Okay, your centering's pretty good.
They position it directly over the pulley shaft, smack bang in the middle of the 3,000-foot crash track.
Okay, stop. Drive in. Okay.
That is a tiny little thing. I think 4 of us could actually lift it out of a parking space. I feel like yelling in Italian just sitting in here. Hey, basta, hey.
This crash test needs a dummy, a cube buster.
Okay, the wires have been laid, the pulleys have been rigged, and the guide bars have been welded on. Now it's time to move the trucks into position.
Plan number 1 was to pull 2 semis with 1 tow truck, but the mass is too great for 1. So plan number 2 involves 2 tow trucks, that is.
Oh, yeah!
I've always wanted to watch that happen.
Over half a mile away, at the other end of the runway, the second tow truck hooks up the other semi. Then the semis are lined up on their starting grids, each one precisely 1,500 feet from the compact.
Perfect.
That leaves just one more piece of the puzzle.
Watch your feet around this thing. It will kill you.
The next step is that we're going to put the weights in the trailer. The weights are steel plates, and each one of them weighs about 5,000 pounds. And the point of this is that we need to simulate the worst case situation, which is with the trailer and a truck that are fully loaded.
Everything is set. The scale of the impending crash suddenly hits home.
It just tripped me out because, like, you know, we're so stressed out about getting this thing done, getting everything to work. So I haven't really been, like, concentrating on what we're actually doing, and it just dawned on me that we're going to smash together 2 big rigs. It's just crazy. Like, you know, it just finally dawned on me.
Can vodka cure foot odor? That's the myth, and this is the guinea pig. The unfortunate Grant is the nose.
I just smelled Adam's feet, and it was gnarly. I think it's not so much the smell, it's actually the look of the feet. They're very, like, like curly. He's got one nail that kind of curls over like this. I mean, it's just wrong. For the benefit of the viewers, if I were to rate Adam's foot odor on a scale of 1 to 10, where 10 being perhaps the worst thing I've ever smelled in my life, I'd have to say he's probably about a 7, maybe 8.
Since the control sniff, Adam's been taking the weight off, with one foot soaking in commercial foot soap and the other in a vodka foot bath. He's got high hopes for this myth, but is he underestimating the scale of the problem?
They feel squeaky clean. I don't know if they've been this clean in ages. Well, alcohol is definitely a way to kill bacteria, and as bacteria, I believe, are primary cause of foot odor, I think vodka ought to do just fine. I wouldn't be surprised if Grant is unable to tell the difference between the 2 feet.
The condemned man is led from the building. His one last wish that Adam is right.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, start with that one.
And put your toes like that.
They are.
Grant's nothing if not thorough.
There is no dignity in television.
It's not bad. It's really not bad. Maybe, you know, a 0.5.
Wow.
So,
All right, well, let's try foot number 2.
Ooh, you're trembling. Okay, this one, I think this one is the vodka foot, and I think I smell just a little trace of something on it. I'm still not anywhere near a 7 or anything like that. It's, if anything, it's still like a 0.75. It's under 1.
You got it right. This is actually the vodka foot. But even though you said, given your druthers, you'd choose the footbath foot over the vodka foot, both of them removed almost all of the traces of any odor. So I'd say that's myth confirmed.
Confirmed.
Confirmed. I don't want to do that again.
You sure?
Yeah.
The MythBusters are attempting to pancake this little car between 2 big rigs in a high-speed head-on collision. The 2 tow truck drivers are going to be key players, so Jamie gives them the lowdown about the myth.
So, we've got a car over here, and we've got 2 semis, and you guys are going to make them go smack with the car in the middle. And we even have a crash test dummy in the car ready to go. Have you heard of this myth?
No.
Not heard anything
Yeah,
like
actually, I have.
You have heard the
Yes, I
myth.
have
What
heard
did you
the
hear?
myth. Exactly what you described.
According to the myth, a compact car was caught up in a head-on between 2 semi-trailers. The trucks fused together in the impact, and the wreck was towed off in one piece, with the compact car squashed flat in between them.
You guys looking a little apprehensive here. You looking forward to seeing it?
Absolutely.
All right, that's what we want to hear, because you guys are going to make it happen.
We'll do a test run, and we'll also do a test tow of one of the trucks so that we're sure that all the systems work. Does that sound reasonable?
That sounds good.
Head-on collision with 2 trucks. What could go wrong?
Knowing the MythBusters, anything and everything.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. We don't even need those tow trucks.
First, a tow test to see if the cables hold and the steering steers. The tow cables have a braking strain of 20,000 pounds and shouldn't break. The ropes that attach the cables to the tow truck should. They are only good to 6,000 pounds and are designed to snap when the semis collide, so the tow trucks never reach the end of their tether.
Close enough.
All right, Jamie, I have the cable hooked up to the truck. Ready when you are.
Bang on cue, some geese swan across the runway.
Hey, there's a family of geese. You sure we want to pull it right now? We might kill them. All right, they are out of the way of the cable. Over.
Ready, Tito? Ready. All right.
Everything looks good, Jamie. Over.
Looks good. Seems to be working.
34,000 pounds of truck, no driver. And there goes the tow rope. We've got ourselves a runaway. Runaway.
Cable's coming this way.
Can we keep
Right now.
Just get down if you can.
Yeah. How do we stop this thing?
That's a very good question, with no answer.
Get your car out of the way, Dad! Get out of the car!
I don't see the cable.
Eventually, the psycho semi comes to rest.
Rolled to a stop. The truck is rolled to a stop, and we're fine.
I pictured all of us getting sliced in half.
Dude, what are we
you doing? We're gonna crash 2 big trucks.
Well, it's beautiful. I had no idea what your plan was for stopping it.
Yeah, there wasn't really a plan.
All we're doing is running from this. I see the truck rolling that way, and I know there's a cable between us and the other one, and we're just like, now there's a trip hazard. I'm just picturing all of us like,
Oh, there was one moment where I'm setting up this truck over here, and I look, 3,000 feet down the road, and I see the other truck lined up, and I'm like, oh yeah, we're about to smash 2 big trucks together. It all came to me.
It's not a bad way to end the week.
No, it's a good thing. This is gonna be good.
And it's only Wednesday.
It may not have looked it at home, but that's what the Mythbusters call a successful test.
We just did a test pull of our truck to see if it would steer straight, and it did. It did beautifully. In fact, once it was off of its tow line, it actually started to veer way off direction. Luckily, it rolled to a stop behind me here in this field of grass, but man, the sound the cable was making was astonishing. It was like...
In this case, we saw what we wanted. We narrowly had a little bit of a disaster as far as automobiles getting crunched by a runaway semi-trailer truck, but, details.
At an Alameda film set, the Mythbusters are planning a pileup. They're testing the myth that a compact car smashed between 2 trucks could be squashed so small that it becomes hidden in the wreckage.
So there's heavy-duty cable on either side of us. We've got semi-trucks, a small car. What was your plan for not having us all get killed during this collision?
The plan is that we've got these trucks out at either end. They're being pulled by cables. The cables go through a pulley that's right underneath this little car. The tow trucks are pulling the cables out at right angles to this setup, and so if everything's done right, the trucks will meet right in the middle, right on top of the car.
But the key aspect really is the timing of pulling these trucks towards the compact. If one of them hits a second before the other, the whole experiment might be invalidated.
So basically we have one shot and everything has to go absolutely perfect.
Only one shot.
Great.
With failure more than an option, they decide on a test run to see if the tow trucks can stay neck and neck for the length of the 1,500-foot track.
All right, we're good to go.
So, start your engines for a high-speed, synchronized tow truck test. Grant and Tori are the co-drivers.
20 miles an hour. You're looking good, you're looking good. A little slower, a little slower. 30 miles an hour.
This is gonna be so cool. Don't you wish you were here?
45 miles an hour. Going up, faster, faster, faster.
This is one race where the aim is a photo finish.
We almost made it up to 50 miles an hour.
I don't see them rolling over end to end yet. They just made the turn. Just like clockwork.
The trucks reached an acceptable 45 miles per hour, but they weren't quite neck and neck, which has Adam worried.
We only have one shot at this crash, so if they don't tighten it up, it means that one truck's gonna hit the car a millisecond or two before the other truck hits the car. Ideally, they both hit the car at the same time. And I think our test will still be valid if they're off by 3 or 4 feet, but like I said, ideally we want both impacts to occur at precisely the same moment. How'd you feel about that from this end?
That's pretty exciting being between these two things as they take off.
Jamie doing his best Natalie Wood. Go!
Yeah, no, it looked good to me.
All
I mean, it's unfortunate we're not able to get quite the speed we want, but it's still going to be a heck of an impact.
Oh, it's going to be crazy. I can't wait.
There's just one finishing touch.
Okay.
Buster's crash test buddies take their hot seats.
Should we put our seatbelt on? Yeah.
They seem understandably reticent about the whole deal.
Oh wait, shoulder's stuck on the gear shift. Okay. Good. Okay, he's in. He's safe.
2 semi-trailers face each other across 3,000 feet of hot tarmac. On the tow road, the tow trucks rev their engines. In the middle of it all, the tiny compact prepares to meet its maker. Take your seats for the head-on from hell.
I am in the chase car about to follow one of these empty trucks of doom towards its final end, and I'm totally psyched. This is probably the best view to see this from. I can't wait.
The anticipation is all too much for me. I need a drink.
I got another vodka myth here, one that is very strange, and I've never heard it before, but you can make vodka into mouthwash. All you need is about a cup of vodka, 9 tablespoons of cinnamon. You seal it up in an airtight container for 2 weeks, and it's supposed to come out mouthwash. All you gotta do is strain out all of the cinnamon, and you'll have fresh, clean breath.
To test it out, Carrie needs a Mythbuster who needs help with halitosis.
You might get mad at me, but Adam's got some rank breath sometimes. I don't know if he knows.
Oh, he knows, because Carrie told him during an outtake in a previous myth.
Like,
No, I can't.
yeah, you can. See?
But your breath is really bad.
Sorry.
And you've heard of the expression dog's breath. In a previous episode, Adam went head-to-head with Lulu, the myth-busting pooch, in an oral hygiene test. The result? Adam was the dirty dog.
So no French kissing dogs, I think, is our conclusion here.
Well, I would be more inclined to say no French kissing Adam.
You know, I don't eat my own poo.
Adam's clearly in need of help.
That's my breath, baby.
So, can a homemade high-octane mouthwash do the trick?
And this is the plastic bottle brand vodka. Always the finest for Mythbusters.
1 cup of gut rot, then the cinnamon to create a kind of mud slushy.
So far, this is not looking much like mouthwash. In fact, it looks like another experiment we've done with Adam. You let this sit for 2 weeks, and then we'll filter it through a white coffee filter, and then we should have some mouthwash.
Okay, so try not to drink this for 2 weeks.
It'll be hard to restrain myself.
God, man, that just looks so good.
Right, it's been 2 weeks for my vodka mouthwash, and all the cinnamon is totally solidified at the bottom of the flask. It's a nice brown liquid. I don't know if I'd use that for mouthwash, but it's time to filter it. Vodka mouthwash, commercial mouthwash. Now all I need is my subject with nasty breath. Who could I get?
What is that horrible, horrible smell?
To ensure Adam's breath is truly rank, Carrie's got a couple of treats in store.
I mean, is it even legal to sell cheese that looks like this? Oh! I have for you cigarettes, manky garlic,
Oh, it burned.
and the piece de la résistance.
Some sticky foot cheese. Woo!
You know what? My eyes are watering being in the vicinity of these 3 items. I think I need an official tester. So while you continue chewing, Grant Imahara, I need your nose.
Dead man walking. Vodka's odorless, but can you mix it with cinnamon to take away bad breath? To test the myth, Adam has poisoned his palate with runny cheese, fresh garlic, and cigarettes. Grant has drawn the short straw.
And I'm gonna need you to smell it before and after. Go away, cleanse your nose, and then come do the second test for the second mouthwash. Are you ready for the challenge?
I'm ready.
First, the before test.
Not that bad. Definitely the worst breath I've ever smelled, but if I were to give it a breath scale, it wasn't actually that unpleasant. Maybe a 7. I'll call that a 7.
To give you a yardstick, a camel scores 6. So, can the MythBusters mouthwash freshen up the breath of death?
Okay, first we're going to administer the vodka mouthwash. Don't forget to gargle.
That burns.
It's killing all the bad breath odor.
It's killing something. How do they look? Okay, you ready?
Okay, Grant, brace yourself.
Yeah, cinnamony, actually. Kind of like, you know, cinnamon toast. Actually quite pleasant. And give us another... Ooh, you know, I did sense a little something on the finish there.
Grant the Nose Imahara is becoming quite the connoisseur.
Coming out initially, very nice, you know, maybe a 1, really.
Wow.
But the finish was definitely a little smoky, so that's gonna make it like a 3.
7 to 3, that's definitely an improvement.
Oh, absolutely, from liquid death to cinnamon toast.
Okay, let's go ahead in the back room while we bring out the cheese again, and I'll reload. Garlic reloading. Stinky foot cheese reloading. Huh. Can I go home?
When Adam's smelling like a French farmer's moldy sock, the Nose returns for test number 2.
Paging Dr. Imahara to the white courtesy telephone. Okay, you ready?
Okay, hit me. Yeah.
Same as before?
It's about a 7, yeah.
So it's a level playing field. Now, can the commercial mouthwash outscore the vodka?
That burns too, just a little bit.
Okay. You know, interestingly enough, I get the same cigarette finish on this.
You just can't wipe away the cigarette stank.
But other than that, you know, same pleasant mouth sweetening ability.
So it's about a 3. It's about the same as the vodka mouthwash.
Yeah, it's about the same.
Personally, I prefer the commercial mouthwash simply because, really, probably solely because I'm acclimatized to that minty taste. You know, it's toothpaste, it's the mouthwash I use at home. I mean, it's very similar. So I prefer that, but for all the look of rusty water of the cinnamon vodka mouthwash, it wasn't that bad.
I'd have to say that that's myth confirmed. It actually worked.
All right, good. Can I go now?
Yes.
Okay, all cameras rolling. We're good up here. Grant and Tori, start ahead. Over.
Back at Alameda, it's showtime. The MythBusters are all set to pancake a compact between 2 semi-trailers. 2 tow trucks will pull the semis, but can they stay neck and neck? And will the semis fuse together and crush the compact between them?
Okay, ready? Go!
There's no burning rubber in this start. With almost 80,000 pounds of truck under tow, the power must be squeezed on slowly.
All right, we're at 10 miles an hour.
As the pace increases, friction overheats the pulleys.
35 miles an hour.
Then one tow truck falls behind. It must make up ground or be late for impact.
You guys need to pick up.
800 feet and closing. Then, disaster.
The second truck is out of control, I believe. Over.
Oh, shoot. Oh, no. Oh, no! Oh!
The other truck hurtles on, unstoppable.
There goes a car.
Oh, God.
Well, at least it worked kind of like a good brake.
Well, we lost control of one of the trucks, and the other one hit the back of the car.
The force of impact swept the car over 200 yards along the runway. On first impressions, this myth looks mangled.
Ooh, look at that.
Whoa.
It bent the rod.
Oh, that's smoking. I don't know. This is going to be tough to fix and reset. It's already half pulled out of the ground.
Wow.
What I saw was that the second tow truck was lagging behind the first one, and he was trying to catch up, and I noticed that there was some serious jerking going on. So I figure that the second truck rope just broke.
We dragged our cable all the way there, so our breakaway rope didn't fail.
Well, something did. The question is what? And can it be fixed for another bite at the cherry?
The car's still more or less intact.
Well, the back end is pretty crushed in, but yeah.
Intact must be MythBusters for total write-off. And in plain English, the truck's steering rack is screwed. But Adam's thinking that all is not lost.
We'll have to remake the guide bar. However we have to do it.
Though badly damaged, the compact is more of an omelet than a pancake. And it's in good enough shape for another smash. Just. So, how about the second truck?
That's good. It's all still intact. Perfect. I think that's good. That's real good. What failed is what I want to know. Look how short the cable is.
I have no idea what would have caused that.
The tow cable is sheared just 5 feet from its end.
It's 20,000 some odd pound test cable.
I think the jerking as we were trying to catch up to the other guy, a higher
You know,
load.
what could have happened with the jerking is that this truck could have accelerated too fast and rolled over its own cable.
Now it's all hands on deck to get everything shipshape for one more shot at the compact.
Some delicate fine tuning.
They calculate that to get a second shot, they must reset in under 2 hours.
We're good here.
Sweet.
Jamie, we're tied in on this cable. Over.
Okie dokie.
Alrighty then.
Now we just have to go to the tow truck.
Look at the amazing strength of Jamie Hyneman.
And 90 minutes later...
Yeah, here we are again. I hope you enjoyed that little sequence of failure, because we're about to try it again.
So, we got one more shot. You guys do what you have to do to stay together and to do it as smoothly as possible without jerking, because that's what kind of got us.
If there's an abort situation, are you gonna call it out on the radio, or are we just gonna...
There is no abort.
Okay.
Once you guys go, you just go. You did the right thing the last time, you just keep going.
Take a small European car and 2 semi-trailers. Add 5 MythBusters, and you should get one heck of a crash. But will you get a compact? The tow trucks are on the grid.
All right, radio check, Grant. And stand by, and Grant's ready.
The countdown starts now. 3, 2, 1, go.
Both semis pull away slow and smooth.
And, okay, you're looking good, you're looking good. A little slower.
The tow trucks jockey to stay neck and neck.
It's looking better. It's looking better this time.
Almost 80,000 pounds of truck close at a combined speed of 70 miles per hour. Is this bye-bye Buster?
Oh my God, it's gonna work.
wasn't quite right, but I don't think we can reset.
It's one almighty smash, but no pancake. The compact got spat out sideways.
Oh my God. Oh, I'm a little sad because it didn't work perfectly. It looks like we're gonna have to revisit this one. But wow!
I want to see this pulley.
The biggest ever smash on MythBusters, and he wants to see the pulley.
That was some serious friction.
He's like, I've had enough. I'm getting out.
No! God, that was crazy!
That was ridiculous.
No, you gotta get the close-up view.
What are you guys yelling about? They're not fused. I don't see any fused together, right?
That is a beautiful thing.
That was crazy.
Did you really think you were gonna confirm the myth?
We actually answered a lot of questions about it. I mean, look at them. They're not fused together. They're not welded together. They're not inseparable. They're easy to pull apart. And I don't care how fast they were going or how hard they would have hit this thing. This car would not have disappeared between these two engines.
Yeah, this is just like a lot of shrapnel. There's no like solid chunk of fused together impact of any sort.
Yeah.
And the heart of this myth really is whether they could be welded together.
Yeah.
Because the car is irrelevant. If
Yeah.
these cannot weld together from the force and the heat, it's just not gonna happen.
Which we knew already, but it was fun.
Nothing like a bit of wanton annihilation to brighten up the day. Let's check on the carnage.
I think we're gonna need the jaws of life.
All three crash test dummies have certainly earned their corn.
Okay, we lost a calf there.
Yeah, Buster's all screwed up.
For Buster, it's just another day at the office.
He broke his bones, didn't he?
Well, there's a little fixing that needs to be done.
Buster's busted again. But what about the myth?
It didn't exactly go 100% as I would have hoped, but I think a lot of questions were answered, and there's some interesting results. Our compact car, the front wheel and the rear wheel of this car are almost touching. I mean, it's pretty compact. It's been made into a pretty small package. I still don't think that you'd lose this between these two trucks. But it does go to show that even at like 35 miles per hour, how much force we're actually dealing with.
We had a successful run. I think the test is valid. It could have been a little bit more square on. It could have been a little faster. But you know, I pretty much think that what we saw happen would be what would happen in any circumstance like this, out at any speed on any highway.
So myth busted, confirmed, or plausible? What are you voting?
Just like the trucks.
It's busted.
It's busted.
Busted.
Boy, is it busted.
Nice toggles. I'm saving those.
Dude, you're salvaging in the middle of the...
Of a rescue operation. Why else do you think I got into this line of work?
Yeah.
Yes!
Any survivors?
Yeah, he's missing a leg, but he's good.
Just throw a tourniquet on that, he'll be fine.
On this episode of MythBusters, Adam and Jamie unleash a deadly myth from Supermax Prison.
Are we going to try and shoot him in the head?
Find out who's the origami swami in a build-off to make a lethal crossbow out of paper.
You can't keep me in here, copper. I'm gonna get out.
And while they slug it out, Tori, Grant, and Carrie knock them back.
That's terrible. They're drunk.
As they get the measure of some more vodka myths.
Can I get a little privacy? Jeez.
Who are the MythBusters? Adam Savage. Jamie Hyneman.
Aren't tracer rounds illegal?
Tori Balachi.
Science is fun.
Carrie Byron.
Guess what I did today?
And Grant Imahara.
You guys ready for this?
Between them, over 50 years of special effects experience.
That's what I'm talking about!
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test.
This one straight from the fan site.
And I am indebted to the fan site. This is an awesome myth. The story goes that at the federal Supermax prison in Marion, Illinois, an inmate fashioned a crude crossbow using only newspaper, parts of his food tray for the tip, and the elastic from his underpants as a bowstring. And he was able to use this crossbow to shoot and kill a fellow inmate from across a hall.
Yeah, I like this myth too. I mean, I've always had a fascination with crossbows. I've had this one since I was a teenager. That's why there are no cats left in the neighborhood.
I can just see you. Why, thank you, Father.
At any rate, the first thing we need to do is find a list of the kinds of things that inmates actually have access to, because there are limitations, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
Before they get rocking with this jailhouse myth, they want to see if it's even feasible. So Adam volunteers to spend a day behind the wire at notorious Supermax facility, San Quentin.
Good morning.
You Vernell?
I'm Vernell. You are?
Adam Savage.
May I see your ID, sir?
Oh, yes. There you go.
Okay, well, thank you. Welcome to San Quentin.
Thank you very much. Shall we go take a look at what you got?
Let's take a walk on inside.
All right.
This is our little one-horse town I wanted to show off to you, San Quentin.
This is all of this I'm looking at, this is the prison.
We sit on 440 acres. This is just a small part of it. It's only about 120 acres. You can see some of the new arriving inmates down there in orange. They just arrived at prison. That tall building with the stripes and the small set of windows across the top of it, that's your traditional death row.
With all the security, weapons are rare behind bars, right? Wrong. A trip to the prison museum shows just how wrong.
I know it's a personality flaw on my part, but I really enjoy this part of the area. This is our the area where we keep the various types of creative contraband that inmates have created inside the prison.
My God, I'm just looking at it without any explanation. I'm astonished by the level of ingenuity.
For starters, how about a gun made entirely from plumbing parts?
Fires a .32 caliber round. It's a semi-automatic bolt action. And that device you see on the front, that's actually a flash guard.
Oh my God.
Adam's impressed. Inmates will use anything and everything to fashion a weapon, including, you've guessed it, newspaper.
Now that looks like a paper spear, like newspaper, am I right?
Well, exactly, it is newspaper, and what they did is they created it, made it into a shaft. On the end, that's actually...
Yeah?
That's a styrofoam cup.
No.
Tempered styrofoam arrowheads, candy wrapper blow darts, restroom revolvers. Perhaps a paper crossbow is not beyond the bounds of reason.
I'm looking at this newspaper spear, and I'm looking at that crossbow. Have you guys ever had anyone build a crossbow or arrow weapon out of paper only?
Well, paper crossbows I have seen, but not as common. They will normally take the underwear elastic, they'll braid it together, tie one end to each of the cell bars, and then pull it back and wait for you to walk past and then shoot the projectile at you.
So, confirmation of one part of the myth. Underpant-powered weapons are used in prison. Not surprisingly, high-risk inmates at San Quentin are no longer sporting tidy-whities.
So the very myth that we're investigating here is actually the reason that you guys restrict elastic waistbands to a portion of the prison population.
We restrict those inmates that have proven to be a threat to staff safety because they will create dangerous property from it.
Vernell, really, thank you so much for showing me around. Do you have the key to let me out of here?
I do have the key, yes, I have.
Can you get the key?
I could have, yes.
Can you get the key right now?
Freedom tastes sweet, and Adam's taste buds are tingling for this murderous myth. Meanwhile, his partner in crime is on the hunt for some killer briefs.
So, Tim, I'm looking for some prison-style underwear. Now, do you know what that would typically be?
I would think it would be the most basic of basics. No drums, no whistles. So I would think that would be what you're looking for prison. I mean, I have some other styles, but I don't think the government is going to give it to prisoners.
While Tim searches out his most austere undies, Jamie rummages among some styles that prisoners can only dream about.
Got your camo underwear. Oh, and that's lovely as well. That certainly makes a statement. I'm not sure what exactly, but you think we could call this standard prison issue?
Well, you might get locked up for wearing them, but prisoners go plain.
Yeah, I don't know how we're going to separate the elastic out of these strips, but I guess if you're in prison, you got lots of time.
I would say, and necessity also being the mother of invention.
Well, I think we're all set, Tim.
There you go, sir.
We came here to get some prison-style undies, and that's what we got. Unfortunately, all of the underwear seems to be made of lots of little fine fibers of elastic instead of some big butch strands, which was kind of what I was hoping for. But hey, it'll take a little more time. What are you going to do?
Jamie makes tracks back to M5, where he finds that another lethal crossbow component has been delivered.
Wow.
Prison issue dinner trays.
Now, we can only use these for making the tips.
The myth is called paper crossbow. You can't build the bulk of it out of this thing.
I don't know, it's kind of springy.
So they've got the materials for both bowstring and arrowhead. Now for the sticky bit.
You know, there's one aspect to this myth that we have yet to deal with, and there's no information on it. It's glue.
Yeah, if they had super glue, they could make something equivalent to fiberglass even.
Well, I mean, I think in order to maintain the spirit of the home-built crossbow, we really should look at some kind of homebrew glue, something we made with readily available materials.
Sure, there's got to be something out there.
If the glue doesn't hold, the paper crossbow will fall apart. Add with it the myth. So the guys decide to try out 4 different homemade varieties. There's casein glue, made from milk, vinegar, and baking soda.
I haven't really ended up with a glue.
It's more of a paste.
Then there's glues made from plain flour.
Oh, not too much, not too much.
White flour, and the hot favorite, gelatin and glycerin.
I like this the best. I mean,
Personally, I think that's the most promising.
To test their stickability, Adam whips up some simple rigs.
I want to test the relative strengths of each of them. So I've made up a test rig, which is comprised of 2 pieces of wood, a handle, and a sheet of newspaper in between.
He glues each of the 4 rigs together with a different glue. Then leaves them to set in a drying cabinet.
I think my glue tests have dried, and now it's time to do some strength testing on them.
First up on the fish scale, flour and water.
That was 25 pounds of force. That's actually kind of impressive.
Test number 2, flour, water, and sugar.
2, 3.
Also 25 pounds.
This is the casein glue. Yeah, 21 pounds. I mean, it was more like a paste than anything else. It just really didn't do it. Last but not least, my personal favorite, the gelatin glue. 36 pounds.
We have a winner.
I couldn't quite hang off of that, but that's pretty darn good. It is a bookbinding glue, and it definitely looks the nicest.
Finally, there's the control test, wood glue. It's been a while since Adam hurt himself on the show, but this setup has potential. Yep, business as usual. 60 pounds of force across the knuckles is going to sting a little.
That hurt.
Vodka is an ancient Russian beverage long popular for keeping up the spirits in a hostile climate. But many a tall tale has been spun around the legendary drink. And over several weeks, the MythBusters are testing some out.
Oh yeah, that's good.
Okay.
In previous episodes, they proved that vodka can remove even the worst foot odor. And that it's a match for the foulest breath.
That burns.
Yeah, cinnamony, actually.
Now they're testing some more vodka myths. First up, vodka smoke remover.
I'm working on a vodka myth. The myth is that you can make a vodka water solution, spray it onto your clothes that smell like smoke, and it should take the smoky smell out. Anybody who has dated a smoker or knows a smoker knows that their clothes really smell bad. So this might be a really nice cure for them.
Down the years, washing powders have promised more than just clean clothes. They've promised a kind of heaven on earth.
That's the promise.
What a wonderful sight when you're...
But can vodka work miracles with smoke-infested laundry? Carrie's going to try and get more from her wash with a splash of the hard stuff.
One of the links in this, though, is that you're supposed to spray the vodka mixture and then launder your clothes. I kind of think that washing your clothes would get that smell out anyway, but maybe this will get it out better.
To kick things off, Carrie creates an automated smoking machine.
I'm going to use a little siphon and make a little airtight tube, drill some holes, put some cigarettes in it.
You live in California, so they don't
honey,
smoke
they
it.
still smoke in California. You just have to go into the secret back rooms. Not that I know where any of the secret rooms are in the bars.
Speakeasies may be making a comeback, but Carrie's got the makings of her own smoke-filled room.
This is an airtight box that Tori built for another myth. We were doing a little experiment with explosive decompression. It's just big enough to hang 2 sweatshirts inside, get them saturated with smoke, so that we have something to test.
Sounds like a plan. In go the shirts, followed by Carrie and a lighter.
That was I should have worn a respirator for that.
Before her lungs can recover, there's an outbreak of passive smoking.
Last thing I want. Oh no!
Oi, got a leak over here too.
What happened to Tori's airtight box?
By the time she's done taping, her smoke box looks like Yul Brenner's bedroom.
Oh, they're almost down to the filter. I can still see some little red glowing lights right there.
I can barely see anything.
Smell like bingo night, some French foreign cinema kind of old lady bar.
And according to the myth, vodka's just the job to remove that stubborn smell. 2 days later, and the shirts are ripe for the picking.
They both smell like ashtrays. I'm gonna take them to the laundromat quickly. God, that is horrible.
Okay, there we go. That would be 1 part vodka to 3 parts water.
Just one jacket will be sprayed with a vodka spritzer. The other will be the control.
Oh, that's horrible.
Well, it's just smoky. It's like you had, spent the night in a bar.
Yeah, that reeks.
Spent the night on the floor of a bar.
A quick product test, and it's wash time.
Okay, the vodka's going to be on the end. And this one, the smoky, will be to the left.
And now it's a waiting game. So here's a few tips on how to pass the time while the soap suds do their thing.
No, we're just working. We're gonna be here. Can I get a little privacy? Jeez.
And here's some more highlights of the drying cycle.
German surrealist painter starting with Z or Q?
Because you're the one who said. Is it done yet? Done.
Guys, look, it's done.
Done with a capital E.
Yay! Okay, you know what I'd like to do for this one? I'd like to do a blind smell test. So I'll have you turn around, and then Tori and I will
That's
switch
a good idea.
All right.
Grant is well established as the MythBusters olfactory expert.
This one has a slightly oaky smell.
Yeah. Shirt sniff number 2, and what's the verdict?
So this is the better smelling one, right?
Yep. And it's the one that we sprayed vodka on.
Hey.
Dun, dun, dun.
Now, not that much better smelling, I want to say.
But
They
a
are
little better.
A little better.
The MythBusters are investigating the myth that an inmate at a Supermax prison was shot and killed by a paper crossbow when some intriguing footage arrives.
Check this out, Jamie. An official within the California prison system sent me this video of an inmate in the prison constructing and firing a crossbow-like weapon. Check this out.
The video was shot at Pelican Bay Prison in Northern California, where modern cells are designed for maximum safety.
Even so, some inmates find ways to hurt staff or each other. Here, an inmate shows how he constructed a sophisticated crossbow-type weapon from materials the state is required to give him. Elastic from underwear, a barrel and darts from writing paper rolled tightly, a plastic spoon sharpened as a lethal point. The weapon is engineered to fit through the door, making staff or other inmates a target.
That's nasty.
I think that the very first step is just to try and replicate that thing.
It's a tantalizing glimpse of a paper weapon in action. But is it a crossbow? There's only one way to find out. To stay true to the myth, Adam uses the homemade bookbinding glue. And the bowstring comes courtesy of their state-issue underwear, which is disappointingly low on power.
Yeah, it doesn't look anything like what it does in the video.
I think it's because the fabric is really dampening it.
Yeah.
Jamie thinks that separating the rubber from the fabric will give more power.
I just have a hard time believing an inmate could pull all the rubber out of this sort of thing.
I don't have any problem with that at all. I mean, it's just a matter of time.
And patience, of which Adam has precious little. So while Jamie does the painstaking stuff, he bolts to make an arrow from plastic cutlery.
Where I'm using the sander, just picture someone rubbing it on the windowsill for a few hours. All right.
And this being the world of television, by the time he's done, so is the rubber band man. Round 2 with the liberated underwear elastic.
Yay!
Jamie, that was pretty good, man. That looks exactly like what the video showed.
Maybe, but it doesn't fulfill the myth.
This is a pretty serious little weapon. However, it's not what I would call a crossbow. This is more of a spear gun. So what we have to do now to follow the letter of the myth is actually build something that is a crossbow.
In other words, one of these. Plenty powerful enough to kill one of these. In the myth of the paper crossbow, Adam and Jamie are at Archery Only in Newark. They want to know more about what exactly they're going to be building a paper version of.
The main difference between a crossbow and a regular bow is that on a regular bow, the archer or the shooter is actually going to pull it all the way back to full draw and hang on to the weight physically. On a crossbow, you physically cock the mechanism back, and you can actually walk around with the weapon cocked and locked and ready to shoot, almost like a firearm.
Pretty good.
Have you heard the myth of a prison convict making a paper crossbow out of newspaper and shooting and killing another inmate with it?
I have not, no.
Do you think something like that would be possible?
I believe it is possible, but pretty unlikely.
Well, they call it a paper crossbow, so I think I'd like to do some tests and see how accurate and how much force this thing can apply.
so they know what they're aiming for, they want some hard data about crossbow performance in terms of accuracy, velocity, and penetration.
That's pretty good, Jamie.
But first, they need some info about the ammo, and Adam's found a new toy.
There's always the question of what I'm going to get for my toolbox before I leave. And this is it today. A scale. That is sexy. I am measuring the weight of crossbow bolts.
If you know the weight and velocity of a missile, you can work out its kinetic energy. One of the measurements for assessing a weapon's killing capacity.
And it's 28 grams.
Now for the velocity. Jamie fires off some bolts through a chronograph, which clocks their speed in feet per second.
That was 259 on that first shot.
259? 259. So, Jamie, your average on those 3 shots was 251 feet per second.
That gives a kinetic energy of 61 foot-pounds, enough to bring down a black bear, let alone an inmate.
Rest 251. Are you ready for some penetration, Heine?
To find the most lethal arrowhead, they'll fire a variety at a block of ballistics wax from a distance of 15 feet. About the width of the prison corridor in the paper crossbow myth. For starters, they'll use a standard arrowhead.
All right, let's bring your tape measure over. So, with the target tip, it penetrated 6 inches.
Yeah. 6 inches of penetration. Not bad. Next, they try a 4-bladed razor tip used for hunting.
This one went 6.5 inches.
Next, a cut-on-contact broadhead.
All right.
It's a traditional hunting tip, as old as the Stone Age.
Oh, that went a lot farther, man.
So about 8 inches.
About 8 inches. That's good, because that's the easiest one for us to make. With a plastic food tray.
So, what's the verdict?
Just thinking this one through from a mechanical standpoint, I'd be totally pleased with 2 inches of penetration.
Generally, I prefer a little bit more.
There's no way a paper crossbow will achieve this much penetration. So, to be lethal, it may have to be deadly accurate. The final test, just how sharp can a crossbow shoot?
So, Jamie, the key here is just tight grouping.
Okay.
From 15 feet, the distance specified in the myth, this should be a walk in the park.
Yeah, look at that. Nicely done. Wow.
Ain't gonna get much closer than that.
No, I don't think you are.
3 bolts, 1 hole, not bad. So what do we know? We know a crossbow can produce 61 foot-pounds of kinetic energy, enough to bury a hunting tip 8 inches into the eye of a deer from 15 feet.
A real crossbow is lethal, so the question is, how lethal can we make one out of paper?
The pen may be mightier than the sword, but could paper really be a match for a crossbow? Time for another vodka myth. What if you've got an infestation of bees and no commercial bee killer? According to one myth, vodka could be your solution.
One of the other vodka myths that we've heard of is that vodka could be used as a bee killer. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna build a bee box, basically a clear Plex box that will keep the little critters in so they don't come out and start stinging us. We'll fill this up with vodka and then spray it in there and see if it does in fact kill the bees.
For Tori, knocking up a bee box is as simple as ABC. Breathing holes will ensure that the bees don't suffocate. No point in trying to kill bees that are already dead.
All right, see see the screen right there? That's so these little buggers won't get out and try to sting me. There you go. You got a box, throw the bees in, close the lid, close the latch. I'm probably gonna tape it up just in case, and then we'll start killing bees.
Splendid. Now for a spot of bee wrangling. our intrepid trio have come to Marin County to collect some unsuspecting subjects from bee enthusiasts Lynn and Jim Archer.
We're actually working on a myth. Have you ever heard of vodka being sprayed as a bee repellent?
No.
No,
but I'm interested.
That would be nice. Do you think it'll work?
I don't know.
That's okay. Good answer.
I'm curious as you are.
What do you think, honey?
It'll get them drunk.
You think they'll get a buzz?
Well, should we suit up now?
I think
Definitely.
so.
All right.
Yes, those bees are just waiting for you.
That's exactly what the build team are worried about, so they're not taking any chances.
All right, worst case scenario, like a whole bunch of bees get into the suit and they start stinging the heck out of us. What do you do?
Well, what you might want to remember is bees always fly up. So like when I'm up there with my overalls, you open up the top part and let them fly up and out, up and out. You know, first run, unzip, run, you know, pull off everything and they'll try to fly up.
So now you know.
We are ready. Take us to your leader.
Take us to your leader.
Laughing in the face of terror, our amateur apiarists are led to a busy hive.
Whoa! Yeah. And you can see how this is all filled with honey, nectar that hasn't quite formed into honey at the moment.
Dead bees walking.
Now we're just going to put a few of them in the box. Jim's going to do it.
When is a bee a guinea pig? When it's unlucky enough to end up in Tori's bee box.
Is that good? You want more?
That's 12.
Okay.
That's good. I don't want to take too many.
The rest of the hive seem none too happy about donating their siblings to science.
I think these guys are calling for help.
They're starting to sound
They're riling
angry.
up the rest.
Okay, they're getting resty. You can start hearing the difference when they get a little upset.
Yeah, I hear them getting excited.
They're upset.
Yeah, they're sounding pretty pissed
Okay.
off.
Yes, thank you, little babies. That was very kind of you.
We done with this?
Trying to poke
getting
into
mad.
my head. Brace your nose, dude.
Before things get to the running and unzipping stage, they make a quick exit. Back at the shop, the bee governor has failed to grant a last-minute reprieve, so Tori gets down to work.
I have one spray bottle filled with water, one spray bottle filled with vodka, and so now I'm going to test the myth. What I'm going to do is I'm going to spray 5 times into the bee box with the vodka, spray 5 times into this bee box with the water, and see how the bees respond to each. Okay, here we go. Vodka first. The bees are starting to roll around. That's terrible, they're drunk.
It's the bee bender from hell.
It looks like they're climbing the walls to get out of the liquid. So, you know, if it's gonna kill them, it could be that they're just drowning in it, and that would work with any liquid.
While they wallow in vodka, Tori sprays box 2 with an equivalent volume of plain water. Then he leads the bees to sink or swim for a quarter hour, which in bee time seems like an eternity. In the myth of the paper crossbow, Adam and Jamie have researched contraband prison weapons.
No.
Constructed a replica of a paper spear gun and performance tested a real crossbow. Now, they're ready for a MythBusters build-off.
I know you don't like the competition thing, but we're going to do a build-off here, and we're going to each build our own crossbow using only newspaper, underwear elastic, plastic food tray, and homemade glue. And then we're going to test them and see who's made the most potentially lethal and accurate paper crossbow.
Well, you know the first thing I'm going to do.
Cheat.
Yeah.
Here's the news. With just 2 days to make their deadly weapons, they've got a tool shop amnesty.
We can use any tools we want. We're not scraping this against the jail bars or anything. We're assuming there's enough time to shape and cut pretty much anything.
The homemade glue is brewed and it's on your marks.
Are you ready? I promise not to look around the barrier.
You're welcome to look at them. It'll be fine. I know I'll be looking.
All right, here we go.
Adam and Jamie rarely use paper as a building material in special effects. So it's a case of trial and error.
Normally when I build a project, I have a pretty good idea of the largest mechanical problem I've got to solve. But this one, I'm completely making up as I go along. I have no idea from 1 minute to the next what this structure is going to do or be. No idea.
In its early stages, this build is basically origami, which is like watching paint dry. So let's cover the first few hours with a music montage. And remember, don't try this one at home. Leave it to the MythBusters. Okay, that should do it. Let's check on progress.
So I've gone with a classic approach. It's very much the shape of a crossbow. I'm hoping that works. It could all just crush the moment I start.
Jamie's design is slightly more complex.
What I've decided to do is make a couple of things that are basically the same shape, and they pivot on a central axis point.
Their main problem is that newspaper has zero tensile strength. Adam compensates by adding tightly rolled support struts, while Jamie's gone for cone shapes, reinforced with crumpled paper.
It's sort of like a honeycomb aluminum made out of paper.
By the end of the day, Adam's simple design has grown arms, legs, and wings.
I call this the Red Baron.
And he thinks it's pretty fly.
If it all goes as I think it might, it's going to have a fair amount of power to it. But you never know what Jamie's going to come up with.
Jamie's lagging behind, but he's aiming high with his ambitious design.
It may start like this, and then I'll cock it back like so. We shall see whether it actually works.
They leave their crossbow contraptions to dry overnight and hit the showers.
And remember, kids, working with newspaper can be dirty.
Tori's testing the sting in another tall tale. Vodka bee killer. He sprayed one sample with vodka and another with water, and he's back for a health check.
We're about 15 minutes into this experiment. It looks like the water bees are doing a lot worse than the vodka bees, and I don't know why that is.
Perhaps they're hard-drinking worker bees.
You know, my feeling is if the vodka was going to work as an insect killer, it would have already taken effect. The ones that are dying are actually the ones that are drowning in the vodka. I think what I'll do is just let this each of the box dry out and then come back and then do a death count.
What a fun myth this is. Even if the vodka doesn't kill them, tomorrow they're gonna wish it had.
Hey, so how'd it go with the vodka and the water with the bees?
The two things that I noticed when I started the experiment is one, when I sprayed the vodka in, the bees jumped out of the vodka onto the sides of the wall. So they got out of there as soon as they could. When I sprayed the water, they didn't move. They just kind of stayed there.
So the vodka was more foreign to them, like maybe they were used to the water, but the vodka's like, oh my God, we gotta get out of here.
Makes sense, but even so, it is surprising that the water bees have come off second best.
I mean, maybe they're not dead. I mean, you know, until we do a full bee autopsy, I think we can't decide if they're dead yet. Look at that guy. I think he's still alive. Why don't you do some, BCPR, BPR.
All right, we'll pull these guys out, see if we can revive some of them, and then we'll count the bodies.
Sounds like some kind of B-grade horror movie. With the water bees in need of immediate attention, they get the hairdryer treatment.
Did it come out with a little beehive hairdo?
Oh, behave. At first, all seems lost, but Grant and Tori keep believing, and slowly a little miracle starts to unfold.
Hey, I got 2 more survivors.
Apparently, bees have a waxy coating on the thorax, so though drenched, they weren't drowned.
That's pretty amazing. All but 2 came back to life.
Your BCPR was truly a thing to behold. You're like a bee whisperer.
Why, thank you.
And while the water bees were toweling off, the vodka bees were sobering up.
Hey, check out these guys. These guys are kicking ass.
No, I mean, aside from maybe a little bit of a hangover, they seem to be doing just fine.
They're looking a lot better than I do after a hangover.
Wow, dude, that's amazing. I thought the ones that we sprayed with water were all dead. We got all but 2 revived.
Yeah, and the vodka ones, we didn't even need to revive them. We didn't lose a single bee.
So vodka is a bee killer?
Totally busted.
Busted.
With a capital B. It's day 2 in the paper crossbow build-off, and the MythBusters are up bright and early to see how their creations have fared overnight. Adam's raring to go.
I'm psyched. I don't think I should have any problem being ready for a test fire.
Sir.
Either Jamie's playing the tortoise to Adam's hare, or he's just plain slow. Either way, he's talking a good race.
These things have had time to dry overnight, and they seem pretty strong. They've got good compressive strength.
Strength-wise, first rate. But Jamie's having second thoughts about his ambitious design.
The main thing that I'm worried about at this point is the mechanical complexity of this, because there's every possibility that these things are going to tend to want to go every which way but where I want them to go.
While Jamie struggles on, Adam shoots ahead. He braids his bowstring from the underwear elastic, then moves on to the bolt construction stage.
I don't expect my newspaper shaft to do any of the penetration. I think that all the penetration is going to be done by this, my impossibly long lunge tray killer. Are you ready, Jamie?
Put simply, no, he's not.
This thing's turning out to be a little bit unstable. I'm not really sure what to do about it. So basically, I don't have anything to say about it. I'm trying to fuss with it.
While Jamie's in a flap, Adam's flying. With time to spare, he uses the remains of his dinner tray to add a bona fide firing mechanism. A genuine crossbow in under 2 days, made only from newspaper, underwear, and a prison food tray. No wonder he's pleased.
I can't wait to shoot this thing.
Meanwhile, Jamie's been forced into a retreat, and he's locked down all moving parts. With time running out, he adds support struts to strengthen his now rigid 4-cone structure.
I'm just having one last go at it to see whether I can't optimize the performance of it and reduce the likelihood of some kind of general collapse. I'm pretty sure at a certain point, this whole thing's just going to be a wad of paper.
Adam's already at work on the set.
It is the perfect prison color. I call this lockdown green. One prison door.
You can't keep me in here, copper. I'm gonna get out.
With only minutes remaining, Jamie fashions a plastic bolt and attaches the bowstring.
Well, time to walk away.
According to the myth, the paper crossbow killer unleashed his deadly missile from behind his cell door. 15 feet away, it struck and killed its target, played by inmate Imahara.
All right, well, where are we supposed to, are we going to try and shoot him in the head?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're going to try and hurt somebody, you know, shooting them in the face.
No sooner said than done. For a control, Adam fires off a headshot from a regular crossbow.
3, 2, 1.
Nice shot.
I shot Grant in the face.
The chronograph measures 251 feet per second, and at 61 foot-pounds of force, that's a carbon copy of the archery shop results.
I got it right in his left nostril. Dude, that is so going right in his nose. You gotta come here and check this out. What are you doing there, Grant?
That's some hard stuff.
Oh.
That only going in that far, ours are just gonna bounce off that sucker.
Well, 3 1/4 inches of penetration.
So, a fatal shot?
With a commercial crossbow, inmate Imahara would definitely be cold dead.
That's the benchmark. So how will the MythBusters paper versions measure up? Time to lift the veil on their closely guarded contenders.
I have not yet seen Jamie's design. I'm always fascinated by our different approaches to problems like these.
Actually, I've been watching what Adam's been doing the entire time, in spite of the rules against doing that. You know, without having rules to break, there'd be no particular interest in the competition for me.
I think it's time to see what each other's built. Dude, if the full draw of the bow makes it collapse, is candy gonna pour out?
I'm sorry, I've already tried it. I've shot it a few times. It's
Oh,
great.
really?
No, I'm kidding. Wow, that's pretty good.
Could Jamie be staring down the barrel of a rare defeat?
Adams, you could like use as a club and it'd probably be just fine. You could still shoot it. This thing, I could just go like that and break it in half with my hands. So I have my doubts about this.
Jamie, are you ready to shoot?
I'm gonna shoot.
Don't sound so thrilled about it. You'll freak people out.
Strictly speaking, a prison assassin would have just one shot. Jamie takes dead aim through his cell door's dinner hatch.
Are you ready on high speed?
Ready. Ready.
All right. Seems to be holding up. Okay. When you're ready, Jamie.
60.
60.
Well, that ain't half bad, really.
No.
A real crossbow was what, 250?
Yeah, 60 feet per second. Arrow's flying nice and straight. Watch it hit the target.
Whoa.
Yeah.
The bolt bounced off inmate Imahara's head before hitting the target behind. It's an unexpectedly impressive result. A bolt from the blue, you might say.
I was actually pretty pleased with the first shot on this thing. I think it did considerably better than the one that we saw that the prisoners had made. So far, so good. I think we can get a little bit more speed out of it, and I think it's actually kind of deadly if you hit somebody in exactly the right spot.
Time for a quick vodka myth.
To help keep my family's bathroom fresh, I fight bowl stains and odors with Dependo Automatic Toilet Bowl Cleaner.
Can you pass me a towel? Thanks.
Tori's found himself in a nasty mess.
You get a shot on that floor. What the hell is that?
And yes, it's his job to clean it.
What did you do today? I cleaned the producer's bathroom. That's what I did.
You've guessed it. It's vodka versus a commercial cleaning agent. Tori divides the bath in two. First up, the vodka and some elbow grease. Then the commercial cleaner.
Oh, my mom's gonna be proud.
Job done. So, what's the verdict?
You know, to say one is better than the other, I would have to say the commercial brand is better. However, if all you had was vodka to clean your bathroom, I think you'd be all right.
Jamie's paper crossbow has confounded the critics. His very first shot struck inmate Imahara at 60 feet per second.
People were giving me a hard time saying, you know, wow, is candy gonna fall out of that thing? It looks like a piñata. But it has actually held up. With a little bit more practice, maybe a little refinement on the device, it could quite possibly do some serious damage to somebody.
Happy days. Jamie tightens his bow and loads another bolt.
Good. Let's go again. 68 feet per second.
Okay.
It hit his head. It looked like it hit just to the left of his right eye.
That still went sideways. Okay, I think this is done. You can see the crinkle starting to form here. We actually got quite a few shots out of it, though, and close to 70 feet a second, is it? That's not half bad.
Jamie's crossbow has shot its bolt. So, what's the verdict?
While I can't say that this particular device is lethal based on what I've seen today, I can tell you that I would not want to get hit in the eye with one of these things, and if I did, I might die.
He might, but calculations show that the kinetic energy of Jamie's fastest bolt was just 4 foot-pounds. compared to 60 foot-pounds for a real crossbow. Time for a scientific timeout.
I found a chart that lists the kinetic energy in foot-pounds of the average amount that you need to take down certain kinds of game. Less than 25 foot-pounds of kinetic energy is only good for small game. 25 to 41, medium game, like deer or antelope. 42 to 65 foot-pounds, large game, like elk and black bear. And above 66 foot-pounds, we're talking the toughest game, grizzly, buffalo, and that kind of thing.
Well, I would say that a human would qualify as medium game, actually, because, you know, a full-size deer can weigh as much or more than a human.
So, according to the official numbers, Jamie's paper crossbow could only bring down small game, notwithstanding a 1 in a million right in the eye shot. Over to Adam, our second would-be assassin.
All right, I am ready to fire my crossbow, which I have nicknamed the Dreamcatcher.
Dreamcatcher sounds about right. For this myth to be plausible, Adam must combine more power with deadly accuracy. And he must do it with his very first shot.
All right, Grant. Going for the neck. In 3, 2, 1.
Yay! Good shot.
Woo! 85 feet per second, baby.
Yay!
It hit him right in the neck, man. Oh, man, look at that. Right in the jugular. That's a full inch of penetration there.
Yeah, and if anything, this is more dense than a human as far as I'm concerned. Good shot, good aim, and it actually went in quite deeply.
I'm totally psyched. That was awesome.
I think if I were going to try and hit somebody that would, in a place that would kill them, that'd be one choice.
Yeah, right in the jugular would be near the top of your list. It's an amazing result. But how about the kinetic energy? Was it enough to be a killer bolt?
I also come out with a total amount of foot-pounds expended by the projectile of 7.5, which is pretty much, by what I've been reading, good for small game, not necessarily good for bringing down a full-size human.
Yeah, but you hit that guy right in the jugular, and, you know, that's enough to kill somebody. It went in a solid inch.
Oh, yeah.
Small game, weapon or not, if you hit somebody like that, they're gone.
There we go.
In the interests of science and shooting stuff,
91.
Adam pushes his paper crossbow to the limit.
What did I hit?
You shot the apple box.
All right, going again.
Yeah. I think we've exhausted all of the power of this thing. But I got up to 91.
In the end, like Jamie, he could never quite match the high of that very first hit.
I think it's notable that both his and my crossbows performed much better on their first and second shots than they did ever again. That's a real key part of this myth. Making a paper crossbow, it's a one-shot deal. I mean, maybe you can hide this somewhere, but as soon as you shoot it, they're gonna know you have it. So you better get it right on the first shot.
Which is exactly what he did, making Adam the undisputed paper crossbow champion.
Adam, what do you think we should call this one? I mean, we can't call it confirmed because we couldn't find a single case where somebody had actually been killed by a paper crossbow.
We couldn't even turn up one where someone had been seriously injured by a paper crossbow. I'm actually super impressed with the amount of power we got out of these on our first attempt at it. I mean, 7.5 foot-pounds. Granted, that's far under the 25 foot-pounds that was recommended for bringing down medium-sized game, but still, my shot at inmate Imahara's throat, I think would have brought him down. I'm really leaning towards plausible.
Yeah, that was a lucky shot. I guess, you know, accuracy is the key here, and you get a small, sharp object going pretty quick. It's plausible.
Yeah, I think it's plausible. Unlikely.
On this episode of MythBusters,
Come on, stay up there.
it's a wind special. As the team sparks up an American classic. Did Ben Franklin really fly a kite in a storm and survive a bolt from the blue?
Oh.
Meanwhile, both Adam and Jamie are getting ready.
Weird. It's not bad.
To tastefully test some scientific facts about flatulence.
Roger that. We have flatus contained.
Who are the MythBusters? Adam Savage.
Ants are all over my head, man.
And Jamie Hyneman.
Gets me all worked up just looking at it.
Between them, more than 30 years special effects experience.
That was heavy.
Joining them, Grant Imahara.
Go get him, boy.
Tori Belleci.
Whoa.
And Carrie Byron.
That was crazy!
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test. First up, a blast from the past as Carrie, Grant, and Tori test an American legend.
We got their little doll.
No, it's called an action figure, and it's Ben Franklin.
Is this the classic tale where Ben Franklin takes a kite out into a storm, flies it, it gets hit by lightning, and a key that he's tied to the end gets charged, and he discovers electricity?
Hey, I've heard that in every schoolroom I've ever been in. Because I've been in a lot.
Apparently, there's a little bit of controversy surrounding it. They think, well, did he actually fly the kite? Was he able to get something in the air in a storm? Could he have done it without getting killed?
What sounds really, really dangerous.
It could be very dangerous.
Or it could be a lot of fun.
Fun fact or fiction, Franklin's kite-flying bolt from the blue is a myth that took the U.S. by storm. But did this famous spark in the dark really happen?
So what we've got to do is start out with the kite and see if we could build a kite that will fly using period materials with Benjamin Franklin's specifications.
Definitely have to do some small-scale testing on conductivity.
Yes, just to see if the string can actually get that charge all the way down to the key.
And then another problem I see is finding a storm, getting the kite in the storm, and having it hit by lightning.
Without killing all of us.
Yeah, that seems like it's going to be a challenge.
Yeah.
Let's start with building the kites.
Where they can follow Franklin's recipe, because he wrote most of it down. The square frame was made of cedar, and the material was a silk handkerchief. On the top of the kite was a lightning rod, and at the end of the string, the key. And lastly, Franklin flew it out of a window so that he didn't get dangerously damp.
Hey, Grant, you want to make the little kite while I make the big kite?
Sure.
No one knows the precise size of Franklin's kite, but silk hankies of his time were either 10 by 10 inches or 3 foot square. So the team is first going to build several of each size to see which flies best.
Come on, stay up there. Stay up there.
With the kites coming together, the team leaps from preschool to postgrad in a quest for the best string.
The next part of the myth is we have to measure the resistance of the string that we're going to use for this. And we have here the high resistance meter. So I need a 1-inch sample of each type of string we're going to try.
They're calculating which of the 18th century twines is the best conductor.
0.48 nano Siemens.
Because that will have the highest chance of conducting the electrical strike from the kite to the key.
Now check this out. There's a difference in conductance between these two pieces of string. And in fact, the thicker one has much higher conductance.
So that's what they're going to use. And that means all that remains is the key.
If my keys were this big, I would never lose them.
Franklin never specified what sort of key he used, so Carrie's got a bunch to choose from.
So our researchers have found that this key belongs to the most common lock that you might find in Benjamin Franklin's days. So we're thinking this is the most likely candidate that we could use.
The key's been locked down. Now, with the traditional kite strung up with the authentic hemp twine, it's time to see which of the two sizes is the high flyer.
I think she should definitely run with it.
Okay.
Go, Carrie Byron. Run, Forrest! You're almost there!
Carrie's running like the wind, but for now, her big kite can't even get off the ground. Can Grant's tiny rival do any better?
Go.
Go. Go.
Stability appears to be an issue.
You don't say. Grant's kite is doing more spins than a washing machine. And Carrie's has the same problem. So Team Tiny ties on a rock for added stability. But then the kite turns psycho.
Hey, it's the death kite, the kite of punishment. Oh!
That made it all worthwhile.
Just gotta stretch it out a little.
While Tori massages his rocks from the rock, the others don't get any further.
I don't think it's supposed to do that.
If they're hoping to get this myth up and running, they're going to need a second wind.
Go. These kites are dangerous.
Meanwhile, a different wind is brewing for Adam and Jamie.
Facts about flatulence. What kind of facts are there about flatulence?
This is actually classic Mythbuster territory. We're going to investigate all of the things people have ever wanted to know about flatulence.
You mean like when the guy passed so much gas that he suffocated?
Yep. Or does lighting a match dissipate the smell of Chanel number 2? Then finally, there are foods that make you pass more gas than other foods, like beans.
The Mythbusters have ranked the top rank myths, and none get any bigger than death by flatus.
So, we got flattest to death. This is a myth about a large man living on a diet of beans and cabbage in a small, close room who apparently suffocated by inhaling the deadly cloud of gas that hung above him.
It's a myth from the bowels of the internet. But is this story toilet trash, or does it have a ring of truth? Can flatulence really be fatal?
You know, in order to get started with this, we have to physically determine the actual size of a flatus and what its constituent components are.
Well, that means we have to come up with some sort of device to actually catch a flatus, right?
Since the one place you normally see them is in the bathtub, I'm thinking of using a rig that uses water and a bathtub to actually capture them.
So before the boys can test the death by toxic flatulence myth, they first need to learn exactly what gases are found therein. So Adam's building a bath-based flatus catcher.
This would be the capture funnel of my flatus catcher.
If it does its job, they can then take the trapped air to a lab to be analyzed.
I don't know why you didn't just use a balloon, stuck it in your butt.
Adam's device should trap his trump in a tube as it bubbles up through water. Once trapped, the awful aroma needs to be extracted. And that's where the flatus containment vessel comes in.
So what I'm gonna do now is hook up my vacuum pump to this and pull a vacuum on this. Once I pull a vacuum, I'm gonna close it. Then this thing will be under vacuum. And when I hook it up to the flatus catcher, it's gonna capture the flatus and then I shut it off.
Never has such ingenuity been focused at flatulence.
Oh, hey! That caught it! That was great!
With Adam's trap tuned up and a bubble bath on standby, everything is ready for the main event.
My dignity and good television. They'll never meet.
At least not on this show. But when Adam gets in to give gas, there's a problem.
Oh, God, it's so cold. Oh, dude, that's wrong. For some reason, the cold water's making me pucker up.
The liquid chill is hindering his digestion. Try as he might, he just can't deliver the goods.
I wasted a really good one at like 6 o'clock this morning. It was like 2 seconds long, like a real kind of thing. Wish I had that now.
Did Ben Franklin fly a kite in a thunderstorm, get struck by lightning via a key, and survive? Not if the MythBusters kite flying team is anything to go by. They've struggled to get a Franklin-inspired kite off the ground, let alone do so in a thunderstorm. But Carrie has a plan B.
I'm making some changes in the kite design. I'm taking advantage of the vagueness of Franklin's article, and I'm changing from the square cedar that we had before to a more flexible doweling. I'm also going to change from a perfect square to a more diamond shape, which is traditionally what more you would think of a kite as looking like.
To get this myth airborne, Carrie's decided to slightly alter Franklin's kite design. She's changing his square shape to a diamond and making the frame of more modern cedar dowel. Meanwhile, the boys are focusing on Franklin's kite-flying shelter. And to start that, Tori's gone window shopping. Literally.
My feeling is wood, because that's what they would have had back in the old days.
To stay true to the myth, they need to try to fly Carrie's new kite out of a window. Because that's what Franklin says he did.
All right, I think I found my window.
And with his purchase in the bag,
we got 1 hour to rip this thing apart and put a new window in.
The race is on to build a room with a view.
Okay, the bathroom's done.
They're recycling a previous MythBusters experiment into Franklin's kite-flying HQ.
You know, I really think the Franklin family is going to love these new additions we made to their house.
With the preparations well underway...
Job well done.
Nice!
The team can soon put this myth to the test. And there's 3 key things to find out. 1. Can a kite attract a charge and conduct it down 18th century string to a key? 2. Can the key get charged so much that it will spark to the kite flyer's finger? And 3. Can that spark be so great that the kite flyer flatlines? For test 1, can the string conduct a charge to the key? The team hits the beach. They've got their kite flying shelter and Carrie's latest kite. It's a new shape, but the silk and the twine are based on Franklin's original guidelines.
Here we are yet again trying to get a kite into the air. This is our biggest and our best kite.
1, 2, 3.
Hey! Yeah! We did it!
Now that the kite has got a second wind, the myth-busting can begin. And for this first test, the fact that there's not a thunderstorm in sight shouldn't be a problem.
Even on a dry day like today, we should be able to develop a static charge. The reason is that the movement of the air, the wind, across the kite and the string should leave a net electrical charge.
With 500 feet of the good conducting string let out, they're maximizing their chance for success.
Do you want to get in the house and be all ready? You can be Ben Franklin. I'll bring it over to you.
Okay, everything's all ready. All right, hey, we're getting 3.8 kilovolts.
Wow.
4.
Look at that.
6 kilovolts.
We are building.
Test 1's a success. The key's a buzzing.
We're up to almost 10 kilovolts.
With a reading of 10,000 volts, the team moves on to test 2. Can Carrie get a shock off the key?
No sparks. Now that we've gotten it in the air and we've got the copper rod at the end,
Yep.
do you want to bring it down, wet it, and let it back up?
Yeah, I think we should.
To try to get a spark, the team wets the string because water should dramatically increase its conductivity.
Look how much more drag there is on the string this time. It's much heavier with all the water on it.
Despite the extra weight, the new kite is still flying high. So, how's the key?
The charge didn't seem to be building very quickly before, but it is now. Hold it steady. 16, 19, off the scale. You want to try the knuckle test?
Definitely. Nothing.
Okay.
The wet string has more than doubled the voltage, but it's still not enough to get a spark. For that, they're going to have to jolt this experiment up. Can flatulence be fatal? To test this smelly saga, the Mythbusters must first learn what gases make up the average Trump.
The FCV!
So, Adams built a stink catcher.
Closing valve number 2.
The dress rehearsal was a breeze.
Roger that. We have flatus contained.
But for the main event, he's had performance anxiety.
Yeah, you got one?
I think so. Oh, it's a little tiny one. No. Nothing.
Waiting for Adam to bubble up is rather unpleasant. So here's a reassuring announcement about taste.
This particular subject is, you know, it might offend some people if we're not careful.
Well, we have to be very tasteful. And, you know, I think we should start by doing this entire segment without ever once using the word.
Didn't you just do that?
No, they bleep that right out.
Oh, well, the technical term for it is flatus.
And that's where we should begin.
Okay, well, I've also printed out a whole list of euphemisms from the internet.
Voice of the toothless one?
Butt burps.
Trouser cough.
Cologne.
I think you'll be reverting to flatus almost every single time.
I think so.
That's just the kind of tasteful guy you are.
Okay.
Back at the bath, Adam's body has had time to adjust to the cold, and his numb bum starts bubbling.
Hey, we got one! We got a nice 13.5 milliliter flatus. I think this is the first time anyone's ever tried this on television.
The second, third, and fourth times soon follow through. Then they're logged before the team draws straws to see who has to take them to the lab.
Yet another one of my very unique missions that Jamie and Adam have sent me on. I have 4 specimens of flatus to bring into the UCSF mass spectrometry facility. They're gonna test them and see exactly what's in them.
Lucky, lucky them.
Well, what we're going to do is take this sample, and we'll open up the stopcock at the top. We'll put this syringe in, pull a volume of air out of there, and then we're going to inject it on here, and they will be analyzed to tell what they are.
You know there'll be trouble when it all sounds so simple.
Oh, God!
A quick spray of not so much eau de cologne as eau de colon.
That can't be good for you.
Once injected into the machine, the ingredients of Adam's gastric gas will be broken up according to their mass.
So what are the main constituents of the sample we just took?
So what we're mainly seeing is 28 and 32, which would be nitrogen and oxygen, which of course is the main constituents of our air. There's a little bit of 40, which would be argon, which also is a normal constituent of air. We're seeing some methane and some carbon dioxide.
So it's not just hot air. There is odorless methane and carbon dioxide. And that's not all. Adam's air solute also contains hydrogen sulfide and methyl mercaptan, the smelly gases of flatus. With the ingredients of Adam's wretched recipe established,
I hope this is the weirdest thing you have to do today.
the team is ready to see if flatulence can be fatal. Flatulence, like it or not, we all do it. But is it ever possible to pass so much gas in one night that it turns deadly? To test this tall tale, Adam and Jamie first need to build a suitably small bedroom. Then they need a test subject. Yes, the ever unfortunate Buster.
There we go.
And with the room sealed up, everything's ready for the gas. The analysis of Adam's airstrike showed that most flatus gases are harmless, but some can be fatal in high doses. To find the mythical killer, they're going to test each noxious gas in turn. starting with carbon dioxide.
The reason we're going to start with CO2 is because of all the constituent gases that make up your flatus. It's the one we think it really has the highest potential to be the most deadly and come out in amounts large enough to actually be plausible.
Regular air does contain carbon dioxide, but there's so little of it, just 0.03%, that it's harmless. But at higher concentrations, it turns nasty.
At concentrations of about 2%, we have cerebral dilation. We have increased blood pressure, nausea, confusion, some minor side effects like that. At about 8%, we have nausea and vomiting. At about 10%, we have death within minutes.
And to see if they can get to the magic 10%, they're going to go for broke.
The largest flatus recorded in the research we have is 170 milliliters per hour. And given that the largest amount of CO2 in flatus in the study we have is 80%, that's 140 milliliters of flatus. This might be the meanest thing we've ever done to him.
Slow but deadly.
But how deadly will this record level of CO2 from flatus really be?
3, 2, 1. All right. That is 1 hour's worth of CO2 in flatus production.
Well, we're showing absolutely no change on the meter.
The meter's staying at 0.03%, nowhere near the 10% needed for fatality.
So I'm going to add another hour's worth of CO2 in flatus. That'll be 2 hours total, 280 milliliters of CO2.
Okay, go for it.
Okay.
Will another hour's worth of record-breaking flatus have any effect?
No difference.
Let's add 2 more hours. That's half the night. If we don't see any change in the reading, we'll add 4 more hours.
Okay.
We'll get to 8 hours, full 8 hours sleep.
With no change in the reading so far, they decided to pull out all the stops and add a whole night's worth of gas.
And that is 8 hours worth of flatus, of CO2 from flatus entered into Buster's little bedroom. What does the meter say?
Well, we're actually up to 0.06%.
The levels doubled, but it's still way too low to be deadly.
If you want to get to 10%, 2,600 hours. It's 110 days to reach the lethal limit of CO2 in a sealed room if all you're doing is passing gas. Look, breathing is going to cost much more CO2 production than flatus.
Ain't that the truth? The MythBusters saw how deadly exhaled CO2 could be when they tested the myth buried alive.
It's hot. That's the only thing that I don't like.
But if Jamie thinks he's done his time overdosing on carbon dioxide, well, then he's very much mistaken.
My math says it would only take 7 hours of producing CO2 with your exhalation to reach a deadly amount in here, and Jamie's going to go in and test it.
To see whether the man in the myth could have breathed himself to death, it's out with Buster and in with Jamie, who's going to get a little extra care.
How exactly are we going to be monitoring Jamie?
We're going to put a cardiac monitor on him, and we're going to use the pulse ox to register the oxygen saturation in his blood.
They're taking no chances, since Adam reckons it'll only take 7 hours to get to potentially fatal levels.
Dead man walking.
Being sealed up in a small room to go to sleep in may sound relaxing, but not when the carbon dioxide level is rising.
20 minutes, okay. Let's see here. Wow. The CO2 concentration is 0.14.
Already, breathing has produced twice as much CO2 as 8 hours worth of flatulence. But there's still less of the gas than Adam's math predicted.
My math was based on a worst-case scenario of someone respirating heavily, deep breaths, and producing as much CO2 as has been recorded.
Right.
So in a room this size, exactly how long would it take for death by breathing to occur?
We're at 1.28% now. Wow, you've been in there for 4 hours. If you extrapolate that out, it takes 4 hours to get to 1.3%. I mean, we're talking somewhere around 36 hours to get to 10%.
36 hours, way too long to have killed the sleeping man in the myth.
CO2 production by respiration and suffocation from that is impossible overnight. And so when you figure that CO2 production as a result of flatus is minuscule in comparison, it's virtually impossible to die from suffocation, from CO2 poisoning by flatus.
So the mythical killer wasn't CO2. Neither breathing nor flatus can raise the level to a deadly amount in just one night. Could any other colon components be the culprit?
There's a lot of other gases that flatus is comprised of, and unless we can find one of those that could be potentially deadly within 8 hours, this myth is totally busted.
To find out, Adam hits the books to calculate whether any other gluteal gases are even theoretically possible. Like methane, deadly at 2%. But how long would that take?
441 days.
So methane's out the window. What about hydrogen sulfide?
That's 193,220 episodes of flatus, or 22 years of solid gas passing. That's a commitment.
They did the math for all gastric gases and found that death by flatus would take anything from 4 months to 22 years. This malodorous myth is busted. In the Ben Franklin myth, the team has shown that a key tied to a kite string can get charged up, but the famous spark has so far proved elusive.
Listen to me.
So they're going to up the ante.
Take me to your leader.
And Jamie's Van der Graaf generator should provide the necessary power. It's capable of generating a charge of 100,000 volts. And if this charge strikes the kite,
That is cool.
it may be powerful enough to travel down the string and then arc from the key to the finger.
Well, without going out into a rainstorm to fly our kite, which would be really dangerous, we're actually going to use the Van de Graaff generator to generate a high voltage, and that would simulate the charge separation that you would find high up in the atmosphere where the clouds are on a cloudy, very cloudy or rainy day.
It's the next best thing to a thunderstorm and should be much more powerful than their static charge beach test. The team is going to position Carrie's kite next to the generator, run 500 feet of traditional twine around the car park, and then wait to see if the charge will jump from the antique key at the end.
Do not use for electrical work or firefighting.
These are perfect.
This time, to maximize their chance of a spark, they're going with wet string straight away.
I'm wetting the string to replicate the rain and the gathering storm in which Benjamin Franklin would be flying his kite.
3, 2, 1. That's pretty funny.
Holy cow.
See, we got the Van de Graaff working right.
Oh yeah, it's working all right. Okay, I'm at 18 kilovolts at 1 foot.
The Van der Graaf is packing quite a punch, but what's happening with the key?
5 kilovolts, it's only been about 30 seconds.
The string is conducting! It's conducting!
After a few more minutes, the reading reaches 15,000 volts, so everyone's buzzing for the spark test.
Nothing.
They've had no luck so far.
Boring.
But all is not lost.
I'm just gonna move the kite close to the Van de Graaff so that we can actually get it to discharge onto the kite.
If they can get a strike right onto the kite, they should boost their chances of getting an arc from the key. It's hardly a lightning bolt, but will it be enough?
It's very tiny, but...
Blink and you'll miss it, but there is a tiny spark which has a big repercussion. Electricity can be conducted down a kite string to a key and then jump to a finger. Test 2 passed. But for test 3, if the charge was 10,000 times stronger, could Franklin have survived?
Well, obviously we can't fly a kite out in a storm because it's completely dangerous.
Way too dangerous. Kids at home, do not try that.
So maybe we need a little more of a controlled circumstance?
How about the facility the electric company has? We used it in phone in a lightning storm.
Well, we're gonna have to find a subject to test this stuff on because I'm not gonna do it. And I know you guys aren't gonna do it.
Okay, so maybe we're gonna build a Ben Franklin.
Okay.
Well, I don't want to build a whole ballistics gel body, so maybe we can just do a torso, a couple hands, and a couple feet, and then have a resistor in the middle that would match the conductivity of the human body.
For the final part of the circuit, they're going to build a ballistics gel Ben Franklin to see whether he could survive the biggest jolt the electric company can throw at his kite. And it's down to Tori to build him. His head, hands, and feet will be made from that old MythBusters favorite.
Ballistics gel, I love it.
While his skeleton will be made from something a little more solid.
What I'm gonna use is some PVC pipe, you know, for legs, arms. This is gonna give me my structure to keep him standing up straight. It's also non-conductive because we don't wanna change the resistance of the body.
Tori's doing everything he can to ensure that his Franklin body double is as close to human as possible. And once Head Case Ben is all set, the team bolts for the Pacific Gas and Electric Test Facility to fly this fable once and for all.
That's a death ray.
People of Earth, submit to me!
In this Thunderdome, they can generate man-made lightning, pulsing with almost 1,000,000 volts. So the team is going to position the kite next to the power line and wait to strike lucky. Something which, outside this test facility, is very, very dangerous.
The real problem with flying your kite near a power line is that the kite doesn't have to touch the power line for an arc to occur. And it's a real hazard to anyone who's trying to do anything near a power line.
And never fly a kite with metal on it, or with metal twine. It's just not sensible, as the team is about to see.
My dastardly scheme, it's coming together.
With ballistics gel Franklin's heart monitor wired up, and the key within touching distance of his finger, Carrie's kite is hauled up to the power line to see if Franklin will live or fry.
I'm gonna shock the crap out of Ben.
In Facts About Flatulence, it's time to test an all-time classic. We've all heard it. Beans, beans, good for your heart. The more you eat, the more you produce flatus. Or do you? The MythBusters are going to lift the lid on this stinky story.
So Adam, you know, a lot of people may not realize that the gas contained in flatus can come from a couple of different sources.
It's true. The first type is actually pretty much like a butt burp. Just as swallowed air can be belched out of your mouth, it can also make its way all the way through your system and come out the other end. The other way is from the breakdown of food in your gut. There are bacteria, enzymes, and acids in there that when they break down your food during digestion, they create gas as a byproduct.
And of course, different types of food would create different quantities of gas, right?
That's what we're testing. And apparently, these bacteria go ballistic for beans.
To put this to the test, the team has spent 3 days recording every gas movement to try to establish their average rate of flatus output on a regular, run-of-the-mill diet. And the results are in.
You're going on average about 6, 6, 6. Jimmy's pretty consistent. I allocate myself to 6 gas passings per day.
But Adam's diary is a little more detailed.
7:31 a.m., nice loud brap, followed by 2 pops. 7:32 a.m., long trombone, 1 second long.
And so what exactly are we going to do with this information, this scientific information about brats and pops?
Look, you might have just a single clap, like a, you know, one of those. And then the next day, you might eat a whole bunch of beans, and you might only have 1 gas passing, but it might be a you know, like a full-on kind of grandmother pop.
Fascinating. So once on the diets, they'll have a stab at recording frequency and volume to compare it to the baselines. On a regular diet in a normal day, they know that Carrie passes gas 3 times, Jamie 6, and Adam an impressive 10. So bring on the beans.
Refried beans, refried pinto, refried black beans.
There's a hill of beans, and they're all for Adam, because the others are going to be eating different, supposedly flatus-inducing diets. Jamie's going to be munching nothing but meat.
New York steak, that's 1 meal.
While Carrie is on the bubbles. Fizzy drinks are another alleged gas producer. And back at the shop, dinner is served.
I figure I'll start this experiment with a nice ribeye steak. I figure I'll save the New York strip for dinner.
Jamie seems to have the lion's share of the diet, especially when compared to Adam.
Oh. It's not bad. Weird. It's not bad.
But that's definitely better than Carrie, who's on a 24-hour carbonated liquid menu.
Oh, I hope my dentist isn't watching.
Once it's all gone down the hatch, the team goes back to work, where they keep recording any gas production. And after a whole day of diligently monitoring all emissions, are any patterns emerging?
I haven't been doing much more today than I normally do. I've logged 8 today, and 4 of those were little like those kind.
I have logged 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, Jamie?
6. It's about average.
That's what it was at lunchtime.
Yeah, I haven't had any since.
With no conclusions yet, they all continued their diets at home. But did they sleep soundly, or did things go bump in the night?
All right, kids, it's been 24 hours on the new diet. What were the results?
Well, my meat diet cut my flatulence production by about 50%.
Carrie?
I doubled. I went from a 2 to a 5 with carbonated beverages.
Right on.
With a ton of belching.
Everything that wasn't a belch came out the other end. I had stunning results on the beans. I had 9 during the day, 11 more late at night and early in the morning. I didn't even count the ones while I was sleeping, so it was like a 100% increase for me, too.
You're lucky, family.
The results are in. For this crew at least, meat is busted, while bubbly beverages and beans are confirmed big time. So, bring on the final flatulent fact.
So how about the myth that lighting a match after you've passed gas will get rid of the smell?
Well, the question there is it eliminating the smelly gases, or is it actually just masking it with the smell of a burnt match?
Matches have long been the friend of those with stenchy stomachs. But do they fight the flatus by burning off the smelly gases, or do they just conceal the deal? To find out, they've got the 2 smelliest gases that were in Adam's flatus, hydrogen sulfide and methyl mercaptan.
May have pungent or rotten egg odor.
They're going to inject a known concentration of these flammable fumes, one by one, into Adam's sealed chamber.
I'm just taping it up so that it actually holds the gas we're going to put in and doesn't let any air in.
Then they'll light Jamie's remote-controlled match to see if the smelly gas concentration changes.
And there we go.
With a hydrogen sulfide meter in the chamber, it's that gas that they add first.
It's stabilized at 76 parts per million. It's been that way for several minutes. There's no circulation going on here. I've taped up all the little leaks. So I think it's time to hit the match and see whether that changes things, all right?
All right, let's do it.
With the match lit and fully burned, has the concentration of hydrogen sulfide changed at all?
Still reading the exact same thing, 76 parts per million that it was when we started.
The match has had no effect on the hydrogen sulfide level, so it's time for test 2. methyl mercaptan.
That's not the friendly sort of rotten egg smell that smells like propane.
No, it's the right stuff, to be sure.
That smells like poo.
Different gas, same result. No change in concentration.
The idea that burning a match is actually consuming the smelly gases of flatus turns out to be totally bogus. Meter worked fine, our chamber worked great, lit a match, didn't notice any drop in the parts per million.
So a match doesn't burn off the smell. It just masks it with its own whiff. But does it conceal both stinky flatus gases equally?
Excellent. I've rigged a sniff tube onto our chamber. We're going to feed a little more of the smelly gases in there. We're going to light a match, and then we're going to bring out an impartial viewer who hasn't been exposed to these stinky things all day, and they're going to waft at the sniff tube and tell us if the smell is worse or better or hasn't changed at all.
Well, in the first of these sniffing tests, an hour's worth of hydrogen sulfide from flatus is injected into the chamber for lucky researcher John to inhale.
I want to do a pre-match lighting smell test. You're going to give us a scale of 1 to 10, and then stand back, we'll light the match, and I want you to give us a post-match lighting 1 to 10 if you notice any difference at all.
Okay.
All right? So you ready?
Pre-match, I'm ready.
Step in. You got something?
I would give it a 5 or 6.
5 or 6.
5.5.
So keep that in your head. Stand back over here. Jamie, let's light the match.
Okay, lighting the match.
The nose.
About the same.
About the same? Really? Yeah.
According to the nose, the match has had little masking effect on the hydrogen sulfide. So what about the other killer component? An hour's worth of methyl mercaptan.
On a scale of 1 to 10, this was somewhere around a 4.
Okay.
So it's a pre-match 4 for the mercaptan. But will this one change?
Not as prevalent. It wasn't very intense to begin with. It was about a 4, but I would drop it down to maybe a 2.
Fantastic. That's a bona fide result. It didn't diminish the smell of the hydrogen sulfide, but it did of the methyl mercaptans. Results, man! That's what it's all about.
Storm kite flyers, beware. A bolt of lightning can have over 100 million volts of power. That's way higher than anything humans can replicate. But at the Franklin Thunderdome, the team is going to give the kite its best shot.
We've gone to great pains to set up the experiment to Franklin's original specifications in this controlled environment. And we're going to test under a variety of conditions, wet string, dry string, and what we're really after is what the effect is on the person who's holding the kite.
It's the third and most crucial part of this myth-busting. With a 700,000 volt man-made strike, will Franklin turn to toast? Well, Gelatin Ben is standing by to find out. His kite's flying high, the key's next to his finger, and his heart monitor's wired up. Just 6 milliamps across the heart, and Franklin will fly his last.
What I hope's gonna happen is that we're gonna see something spectacular, that the lightning is gonna strike that copper rod, travel down this string, hit the key, arc over to his finger, and then just light him on fire.
Okay, I'm going hot.
Going hot.
We're at 60,000 volts.
60,000 volts.
And for this first test, they're using the dry string.
400,000.
The voltage is climbing fast.
It's actually kind of terrifying. I'm kind of filled with a little dread here.
Here's our lightning.
A special camera called a Corona Cam shows just how much electricity is being slapped onto the kite. It really is in severe shock. But Ben is undeterred. There's no sparking from the key. So it's out with the dry string and in with the wet.
So now we're gonna start our second test, so we had to wet the string down, which hopefully will conduct the electricity a little bit better.
Remember, it was the wet string that got the tiny spark with the Van der Graaf.
This should be the main event.
Really?
Yeah.
This is gonna be it, huh?
Bring her up.
300,000.
As the voltage rises, one big bolt could frazzle Franklin. But then, disaster strikes.
Oh, it just burned the string.
With the string severed, there's no way for the lightning to reach the key.
The voltage just increased enough to catch the string on fire.
This is not something that I expected, actually.
The slowly building charge up top singed the string, and Grant is stumped for a solution until Tori has a brainwave.
What's happening right now is we're pumping voltage through our string, and it's catching on fire, obviously, we just saw. Is there a way that we can build a charge at the generator and then raise the kite into it so that it's an instant discharge?
It's an ingenious idea that may just prevent the string from igniting.
Okay, going hot.
We're at 440,000 volts. We're gonna go to 480.
With the kite suspended well out of the way, the charge up top has reached 500,000 volts.
Ready? All right, should we send the kite in?
As the kite reaches its highest height, bingo! They get their instant discharge. But this time, there's another problem.
Touching the ground now.
Oh, shoot, look at that. I'm not seeing any triggers. It's hitting the ground. Oh, it's arcing to the ground.
Shut her down.
The kite did get a direct strike, but because the string was sagging so low, the charge arced to the floor and never reached the key.
This time what we're gonna do is we're gonna raise that string up so it doesn't ground out and that we'll get that lightning strike that we're looking for.
With Gelatin Franklin standing by and the authentic key in position, the generator's charge is rising fast.
I never get tired of hearing that noise.
480,000.
480,000 volts. Should we send it up? Let's send it up.
There she goes. Up and away.
With the kite approaching the danger zone, it's now or never for this myth.
There it goes.
They've struck gold. The kite is hit repeatedly, and the charge does travel down the wet string where it finally jumps from the key to Franklin's finger. But after that shock, does he still have a heart?
And it looks like you got enough to kill him.
Yeah, look at that.
Look at that.
Just enough. Ben would be dead.
Definitely dead.
Grant's heart monitor reading proves that Franklin would have fried. Even this man-made lightning contained ample power to kill this famous kite flyer.
This is only a fraction of what a lightning bolt would be. We're looking at just a tiny, tiny, tiny little lightning bolt here. And we fried Ben out. Could you imagine if it was a real storm and a real lightning bolt?
There'd be no way he'd survive.
He'd be dead.
Smoke straight down the string, straight through his heart.
Yeah. And we killed a dead president.
He was never president.
Wasn't he? Damn it. All right, so when we started this myth, we stated that Ben Franklin going out, flying a kite in a storm, gets hit by lightning. That was the myth.
He'd definitely get killed if he flew a kite in a lightning storm. I mean, we've definitely proven that. But, I mean, the experiment itself, that's pretty feasible. I mean, you can get electricity down a kite string.
Not only is it feasible, we did it ourselves, and we got a shock off the key.
Yeah, and that was on a dry day, not too cloudy, and we were still able to get that.
The experiment itself.
Confirmed.
Confirmed.
Yeah, it's confirmed.
But the myth is a story, busted.
That was busted.
On this episode of MythBusters, a blast from the past. As Adam and Jamie hit the history books.
There will be a lot of fire, and I could get burned.
To explore an explosive myth from the Civil War. Wow! Did the Confederate Army build the world's first long-range missile?
In 3, 2, 1.
Who are the MythBusters? Adam Savage and Jamie Hyneman.
This is gonna kill you.
Between them, more than 30 years special effects experience.
That's what I'm talking about.
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test.
This one, I've been waiting for 3 whole years to make this one finally happen on the show.
It's got danger, gunpowder, so I'm all for it.
All right, so the myth is that late in the Civil War, the Confederate Army actually built, aimed, and launched a 2-stage rocket from Richmond, Virginia to Washington, D.C., almost 100 miles. Observers claim to have watched this rocket roar skyward, drop its first stage, and disappear from sight. Oh, yes.
It's a myth of ballistic proportions. The American Civil War was mostly slugged out with rifles and cannons. But did the Confederates have a secret weapon? Could they really have built the world's first long-range missile? The MythBusters and the build team are going to join forces to find out.
So where should we start with this?
Well, I think we can only begin with an examination of exactly what the state-of-the-art of rocketry was, if any, at the time this myth is supposed to have happened, roughly 1865.
So what you're getting at is that we need to get a bunch of plans for these rockets, build them, and see how well they actually worked.
Shoot them off, see what they're capable of.
Okay.
First, before attempting to make the mythical 100-mile missile, the MythBusters are building short-range rockets that were used in the Civil War. When complete, they'll launch them to learn whether the long-range Confederate rocket is even plausible. But so far, this build isn't exactly a walk in the park.
6th. So, 6th larger, that's...
With plans dating back over a century, this one is proving to be a bit of a brain drain.
2.38.
Until finally, Jamie gets some inspiration.
I'm building a replica of what is known as the Hale rocket, and that type of rocket is generally acknowledged as the state-of-the-art in the Civil War era.
State-of-the-art because over its 2,000-yard range, it had a hint of accuracy, brought about by tail fins that caused it to spiral through the air. Armed with dusty plans from the Smithsonian, Jamie sets his sights high. But in case Hale falls flat, Adam's building another retro rocket. And his, like the myth, is a 2-stager.
The Boxer rocket is actually a rescue rocket. It was made to fire from one boat to another or from the shore to a boat in need of rescue, carrying a line so that that boat could be pulled to safety.
The Boxer rocket's initial thrust came from the first stage. As that burnt out, it fell away, and the second stage fired up and carried the rope over 300 feet to the sinking ship. But for Adam, it's not all plain sailing, because no one seems to have built one for over 100 years.
I have no idea if this is going to work.
While the Boxer makes progress, the Hale is out for the count, because Jamie's made an error of schoolboy proportions. And to avoid public humiliation,
You know, if I don't talk, you don't get any good TV.
He's run away from the cameraman.
What happened?
Nothing.
Denial is a river in Africa.
Come on.
What happened? Did you accidentally weld the thing at the end of your pipe that was supposed to be a screw fitting?
Overzealous welding has sealed his rocket shut, and he's not happy.
We had about like a couple of hours of playing around with the thing, and that's not interesting, but somehow when we screw up, everybody's all over it.
While a sulking Jamie has to start from scratch, Tori's busy building the Civil War rocket launcher.
It's a pretty simple design. It's just a channel that we're going to load the rockets into, and it's got 2 legs that support it in the front, and it also allows the angle to change. They're adjustable, so we can have different, angles of trajectory.
Time for a test, albeit with a flimsy firework.
I'm not really sure what this one's going to do. It might scream, it might explode, but okay. You know what, the rocket followed the channel perfectly, and it sent it in the right angle. I just hope it's sturdy enough for the big rockets.
I know, that's gonna be a lot of thrust.
I got some more rockets, so maybe we should light off a couple more.
Yeah, like a couple at once.
Yeah.
While Pyro Tori gets his kicks, Adam's made a find that changes the Boxer and maybe the mythical rocket too.
Upon doing some more research, it turns out that nobody's ever seen one of these rockets. No one's seen one in a long time. No one's got one. No one builds them. So there has been some confusion as to whether or not it was a true 2-stage rocket or a compound rocket. And it turns out that it's a compound rocket. And indeed, it does not separate in the middle halfway through its ignition.
So the Boxer is not a true 2-stage rocket. The sections don't split, they simply burn through each other. The idea that the mythical Confederate rocket was a 2-stage must now be in doubt. As Adam puts the finishing touches to the Boxer, Jamie's come out of his corner fighting and is already attaching those revolutionary tail fins that spun the Hale rocket for accuracy.
There was a price to pay to make these spin. Even with this clever design, it actually reduced the total range of the rocket.
Range doesn't mean crap if it can't be accurate.
Yeah.
I'll take accuracy over range any day.
And that's the same conclusion as Mr. Hale drew.
I'm fairly happy with this. It's not a polished, shiny thing, but it looks like it means business.
At last, the rockets are ready. They just need the gunpowder fuel.
There we run into kind of a problem. I mean, first of all, it's illegal for you and I to pack black powder ourselves. But secondly, the pressures they packed these rockets under was really just monstrous, and that makes it even more dangerous.
Sounds like we need to get our old buddy Eric Gates.
Yeah, I think we should call Eric, and I think rather than go with black powder, we should ask Eric to supply us with some modern equivalent motors that replicate the amount of thrust and burn time of these Civil War era rockets.
Civil War rockets, but modern fuel. And for the imminent launch, the team head for the hills. The MythBusters have built rockets that date back to the Civil War. They're going to launch them in the desert to help them learn how to build the mythical Confederate rocket rumored to have a range of 120 miles.
We're here in the Mojave Desert at the Cohen Dry Lake Bed near Edwards Air Force Base, and we're about to test the authentically recreated Civil War era rockets.
Authentically recreated, but because of state laws, contemporarily fueled, thanks to the rocket expertise of their honorary MythBuster, Eric Gates.
When the countdown goes, these rocket motors are going to burn for 4.
Eric has already helped show that an ancient Chinese entrepreneur failed to get into orbit. And can you do a full 360 on a swing? Well, only if you've got someone like Eric there to help. Today, the cool of the van has become Civil War mission control.
I got something to show you guys. This right here is my Boxer rocket.
Adam's as proud as a new father. And like a new baby, the rocket first gets weighed.
All right, so 8.4 pounds for this thing.
And measured.
Diameter of the rocket is 3 inches.
This data is then fed into a computer simulation to see whether the rocket stands a chance of flying.
Okay, I've put a little set of fins on here to simulate the stick, and it looks like it's going to be stable. Let's try a motor.
Let's put a K550 in it to start out.
K550 it is.
The computer's fully primed.
Go.
Flight path, perfect. Range, 20,000 feet.
Remember, these are really rough simulations because your nozzle is not the same as what comes with the motor. So these could be greatly off, but hopefully they're going to be fairly accurate predictions.
Jamie's 20-pound rocket is historically more reliable than Adam's. So what does the accurate computer make of it?
See, right now it's doing about 500 feet and about 50 feet up, 60 feet up.
That's not quite the spinning that the Hale rocket was famed for. As launch looms, the rockets are ready to be fueled up with ammonium perchlorate motors. These modern motors are the most advanced in amateur rocketry and may be a little more powerful than Civil War black powder. But as they wrap them to ensure a snug fit in the rockets, Adam and Jamie are wondering if the main myth has historical authenticity, or is it just another tall tale?
Well, you know, now you can find references to the Civil War rocket all over the web, and they're saying that the rocket was about 12 feet long and it carried a 10-pound gunpowder warhead.
Well, the tale first showed up in 1958 in a Southern newspaper written by a Vienna correspondent signing only as C.R. Johnson.
Well, our researchers were unable to find C.R. Johnson or the article.
The myth may be nothing more than a mirage. But in this desert, it's T-minus 60 seconds for the Hale rocket.
We built this according to official plans and specs of the period, and if it worked then, it ought to work now.
What does our percentage maestro think?
70% chance the thing spins out, ends up about 200 feet away. 29% chance that it actually flies totally successfully and ends up 3,000 feet away. There's a 1% chance that it hits the ground and bounces right over to us.
And with those words of wisdom, it's the bit now with the countdown.
3, 2, 1, go.
She's up and away.
Congratulations, Dave.
Wow. Easily done, brother.
I was afraid that it was going to loop, but then it just got the spin. When the spin's what keeps it going straight, that was great.
Those revolutionary Hale tail fins did the trick and kept the rocket on a computer-defying perfect arc.
See it actually go and work, especially kind of having you on the edge of your seat as you're watching it go, and then it just kind of homes in and does its job. It was cool. It's cool design.
One down, one to go.
I got a boxer rocket, and I'm gonna fire it.
Complete with its rescue rope.
You're ready to rock and roll.
Is that it?
That's it.
Is that it?
That is it. Next, you push the button.
Let's light some rockets!
In 3, 2, 1.
Whoa! We have liftoff.
You guys all clear?
That is cool.
It looks like they knew what they were doing back there in the 1800s.
They might have known what they were doing.
Yeah, look good.
Ain't that the truth? Another near-perfect flight. The rescue rope didn't fare so well, but at least the drowning sailors would have had a spectacle to behold. Adam and Jamie's next task is to build the long-range rocket of the myth. So first, they'll need to find out how far their non-mythical missiles flew.
I don't know, but I think that's one of the rockets, and judging by the size of the hole, I think it's mine. I don't know. I'm gonna see if I can feel the end of it. Oh, I'm still not touching anything.
Oh, backhoe time.
Like a miner in the gold rush, Jamie starts digging. And the lighter boxer rocket? Well, 500 yards further on.
That's where it landed. I'm just terrible at judging distance from here, but I'd say it's at least 1.5 miles. I'm gonna pace it out. Calculating each of my steps is about 1 yard, and we'll see where I get to.
As Adam measures his flight path, Jamie has at last struck gold.
There she is. We got the end clearly exposed, and I think we should be able to tug it out with the come along pretty well. So
The heavy hail flew half as far and went over 5 feet into the ground. Soft to crash land in, tiring to measure.
1,317 yards. I'm tired.
The MythBusters have successfully launched rockets that haven't been seen for 80 years. But now, they've got to use what they learned to build the mythical 100-mile range Confederate rocket.
well, now we have a pretty good idea of what the standard kind of rocket that was used in the Civil War era is capable of. And I got to say, we've got our work cut out for us as far as this mythical rocket, because there's just not a whole lot of information about what it was.
Well, you know, we start with what we've got. I mean, they say it was a liquid-fueled rocket, so we should talk to somebody about what kind of technologies that would make a liquid-fueled rocket they had available at the time.
Liquid fuel? Well, that is what NASA uses. Of course, they had their teething problems too. But surely this technology is light years ahead of the Confederates. If only we had a rocket scientist.
Hello. How you doing, guys?
Nice to meet you. So you're like a rocket scientist, right?
Yeah, exactly. I teach the rocket propulsion class at San Diego State, and I launch my own rockets.
Does being a rocket scientist help you pick up chicks?
Unfortunately, in the rocket science world, there's not that many women, and they're hunted to extinction.
Hunted to extinction. So, have you heard this myth that the Confederate Army actually built a liquid-fueled rocket that they fired from Virginia to Washington, D.C.?
It was the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. People were doing all kinds of crazy things with steam engines and steamboats. I suppose it's possible.
What's not possible is to understand the ensuing discussion. But eventually they thrashed out the characteristics of a plausible Civil War-era two-stage rocket, powered by ethanol and liquid oxygen. And they unearthed some interesting new data.
This myth was supposedly made possible by Lord Kelvin, who was persuaded to make liquid oxygen 12 years before it is generally accepted that this first occurred.
Apparently, German physicist Ernst Mach contributed a small turbine and a gyroscopic stabilizer.
The rocket was launched from a hole in a riverbank that was lined with a tube made from naval cannons.
So here are the likely ingredients. Lord Kelvin's liquid oxygen made the rocket fuel burn. Ernst Mach's gyros gave it stability. A cannon provided the trajectory. And gun cotton made it explode out of the barrel. But what was the fuel? It could have been ethanol, made since ancient times by fermenting sugar. And it is used as a fuel. In today's environmentally conscious age, clean-burning ethanol is widely used as an additive to reduce gasoline emissions. Clean and green was not the aim of the Nazis when they invented their ethanol-fueled V-2 rockets. It was an oil shortage that drove their search for an alcohol-based rocket fuel. Nonetheless, the V-2 suggests that moonshine could have been used in the Confederate rocket. Next, it's Lord Kelvin's Big O. Liquid oxygen is needed as the fuel oxidizer. Without it, the ethanol will burn only gently. But when it's added, the fuel is fully oxidized and virtually explodes, causing a massive amount of thrust. And it's down to Grant to make it.
Well, I'm going to replicate Joseph Priestley's landmark experiment of the late 1700s, where he actually discovered oxygen using mercuric oxide, liquid mercury, a magnifying glass, and the sun.
Before making liquid oxygen, he first has to produce oxygen gas by focusing the heat of the sun onto mercuric oxide.
Now for the sun.
As it heats up, oxygen gas should bubble up into the test tube.
It's bubbling. Tiny, but still bubbling.
It's working, but he's going to be here a while longer yet. And when he's got enough, like Lord Kelvin, Grant's got to liquefy it. Meanwhile, because the mythical rocket was fired from a naval cannon, Carrie's gone to the fort.
So Jamie and Adam need to know what size the cannons were during the Civil War. So I've come here to Fort Point to do some measuring of cannons and find out.
These measurements are key to the MythBusters missile because there's no written record of the dimensions of the Confederate rocket.
All right, that's 11-foot length.
Adam and Jamie do know that it was fired from a cannon. So if Carrie measures the biggest cannons from the Civil War,
10 inches?
Then the MythBusters can build the biggest rocket possible. And they'll also have a launch tube they can replicate.
9 foot 2 inches.
It's another ingredient ready. Launch tube cannon, check. But the MythBusters have made a worrying discovery about Lord Kelvin.
Well, Adam, as the myth suggests, William Thompson, aka Lord Kelvin, did in fact live during the Civil War era, but he never claimed to have made liquid oxygen.
And we're supposed to believe someone whose name was Thompson but went around saying he was Lord Kelvin? That's Lord Kelvin to you?
Yeah.
But in 1852, he did observe that gas expanding in a vacuum decreased in temperature.
And that discovery, in turn, made it possible in 1877 for two French scientists, Piquet and Calitet, I believe it was, to, in fact, achieve making liquid oxygen.
Yeah, but their success was only making the tiniest little vapor of liquid oxygen for just a few seconds. Industrial quantities were not remotely available until the 1890s and really until the 1900s.
Well, that explains why Grant's been struggling so. Using Civil War technology, he's been trying to put his oxygen gas under so much pressure that it turns into liquid.
That doesn't sound like 80 psi.
But whatever he tries, just ain't working.
I got a problem with this here cylinder.
And that's because M5, like the Civil War times, is just too warm.
As it turns out, is actually a critical temperature above which you can't liquefy oxygen. It just simply won't happen. That temperature is minus 118.6 degrees Celsius. And unfortunately, in Civil War times, they didn't possess the technology to make anything nearly that cold.
And without the liquid oxygen, the Confederate rocket myth is looking busted. In the American Civil War, did the Confederate Army fire a long-range missile? The MythBusters are trying to find out. But Grant has just failed to make a vital rocket ingredient.
Well, you know, Grant's results make it pretty clear that they just did not have the ability to liquefy oxygen during the Civil War, which for us rules out the possibility of a liquid-fueled rocket that uses liquid fuel and a liquid oxidizer. I don't really know where we go from here.
Well, I do. And, you know, I've been doing some reading on this. I think the design we should use is called a hybrid. The fuel is wax. The oxidizer that we would use would be nitrous oxide. The design doesn't involve any really complicated moving parts or anything.
Number one, all those materials sound really safe to work with. And number two, the technology for all of them was available during the Civil War. That sounds like a perfect solution.
So it's Plan B, a hybrid Confederate rocket. Lord Kelvin's liquid oxygen replaced with liquid nitrous oxide, and the ethanol fuel by solid paraffin wax. It's the last chance for this myth. And it all depends on whether making liquid nitrous oxide using Civil War technology is even possible. So Grant gets another bite at the cherry, but this time, in an extreme case of please don't try this at home, the recipe has been censored.
The plan here is to heat up with that will actually produce a gas. We're going to run those through and at the other end should come out nitrous oxide.
So Grant adds some moo with some meow and starts heating. With the temperature creeping higher, the gas starts to bubble out. And Adam can't resist having a sniff.
We're on.
That burns!
As Adam recovers, more gas bubbles through. But is it nitrous oxide? Or, to use its common name, laughing gas?
Nitrous oxide is more plausible as an oxidizer. Nitrous oxide is more... Okay. Nitrous oxide is more...
They've clearly made laughing gas. But what is he trying to say?
Nitrous oxide is more plausible as an oxidizer during the Civil War than oxygen because the pressure that you need is a lot less. You're looking at 50 atmospheres for nitrous oxide versus 400 for oxygen.
So nitrous oxide needs less pressure to be liquefied, and better still, it can be done at room temperature. A time-saving, shop-bought bottle later, and the Confederate hybrid rocket can really happen. But with one final alteration. Adam's Boxer rocket, like that of the Myth, was described as a two-stager. But further research proved otherwise.
And it turns out that it's a compound rocket, and indeed, it does not separate in the middle halfway through its ignition.
Given that the launch was so successful, they're going to make their mythical rocket a one-stager as well. The final design is set. The rocket will be the size of the biggest cannon carry found at the fort. At the top, there'll be a tank full of liquid nitrous oxide joined via a release valve to a tank filled with paraffin wax. Upon ignition, the burning gases will burst out through a graphite nozzle. So, first things first, Jamie goes 21st century shopping for some 19th century parts. He's looking for some metal piping that Civil War rocketeers might have found at their local suppliers. They're going to make their best effort and then test it in the shop before trying to make it fly in the desert.
I'm making the nitrous oxide tank for the rocket. We're using common steel plumbing pipe and fittings because that's easy and quick for us, and it's not too dissimilar from what they might have had at the time.
Meanwhile, Adam's cooking up the new fuel, the paraffin wax with carbon added for an even burn. After it solidifies, it should fit perfectly inside the rocket.
No leaking.
As the testing draws nearer, for safety, the team need a rocket-resistant bunker, also known as a shipping container.
Okay, we're in.
Perfect.
Perfect parking, but how bomb-proof is the bunker?
There we go. Woo! Uh-oh.
Not very.
A lot of daylight coming through the roof.
They've bought a holy rust bucket.
Who cut the budget on the bunker? Like, this seems like something you'd spend the extra cash on.
Yeah, when you got lives at stake.
Is that a wasp nest?
Yeah.
Sweet.
To top it off, there's wasps. But not for long.
Oh, shoot, that was cool. Set a bomb off in there, the whole roof might go up. So I gotta redo the roof. I still gotta get the ventilation in. I gotta get the cinder blocks in. I gotta sweep this thing out. I mean, thing's a mess. But hey, we're gonna have a bunker.
As Tori slowly makes it blast-proof, the Mythbusters have dug up some more mythical musings.
What factoids do you have for us today, JB?
The myth specifically states that the launch took place near Richmond in March of 1865 and was witnessed by Jefferson Davis, who was the President of the Confederate States of America.
Now, there is an element of truth to this story. Jefferson Davis was, in fact, in Richmond around March of 1865.
Well, the problem is that there is actually a very good record of every day of Jefferson Davis's activity during the month of March, and there is no mention whatever of any kind of a two-stage rocket.
But maybe it was a secret launch.
Well, there's always that.
It's no secret that Taury's bunker is becoming ever more beefed up. And as launch nears, Adam's rocket fuel is all set.
All right, well, the wax is cured overnight. Let's see what it did. Oh, yeah!
It's worked perfectly.
Yeah, I'm proud.
And will it fit? Of course. But there's no rest for the wicked. Jamie gets on with sealing the rocket, but is slightly alarmed at how simple it all seems to be.
It doesn't make any sense that it should be this easy. This is some laughing gas and some plumbing fixtures. And if it actually goes someplace, that's kind of scary.
The MythBusters are not used to things being so painless. But let's not forget, it's not even past its test yet.
Well, there she is. Tank's sealed. We have the ignition valve in place. We have the combustion chamber.
They're just waiting for the graphite nozzle. Graphite was the only thing available during the Civil War that could handle the crazy heat that the rocket's combustion generates.
Oh, that's a rocket. Oh, I'm totally psyched about that.
She's fully primed. With countdown just around the corner, it's time to take her to the bunker. The MythBusters are preparing to batten down the hatches in preparation for a big boom test. They've built their own Confederate rocket out of Civil War-era technologies. And because the desert is a long way to drive to find out the motor doesn't work, they're about to try it in a bunker in their shop. For safety, Adam secures the rocket so it will burn but not launch. And Jamie sets up some ventilation in case it's more of a smoke bomb. With everything ready, they're on to the final checks, starting with the quick release, the valve that will open the nitrous oxide to the fuel.
Okay, go ahead and pull. Cool.
Check. Next test is the ignition.
All right, Jamie, I'm ready when you are.
Okay, and 3, 2, 1.
Smoking smells like, there we go.
Check.
Yeah, that took a second.
It's time to vacate the bunker because the Confederate rocket is going to get fired. They're going to fill the top half of the rocket with liquid nitrous oxide, ignite the wax, and then open the quick release valve.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about.
The nitrous oxide tank should be filling up, but no one is quite sure whether it's working.
I saw something drip.
It's dripping out of the quick release.
Oh, okay.
So that's actually a good sign.
Okay, well, let's kind of stand away from there, guys.
We're getting liquid nitrous oxide. Woo!
But 15 minutes later, and the tank is still filling up.
Guys, this is where the danger zone happens. When nothing happens for a while, everyone's like, well, let's get closer. Let's get closer. Let's get closer. Boom! And everyone's dead.
Do you want to just go for it?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
They're just going to go for it. But for safety reasons, Jamie must first disconnect the nitrous oxide filler tank.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I knew I was going to do that.
Next time you should say that there might be a large kaboosh. Because, like, my heart's beating like 500 times a minute right now.
Those with a weak heart or a nervous disposition should look away now, because it's test time.
Okay, I'm in place, Adam.
Fire in the hole. So 3, 2, fans, go.
We clearly have ignition, But what the hell's going on in there? Not so much fire in the hole as fire in the whole shop. The MythBusters fire team have their work cut out. And what on earth must the neighbors think? There's more smoke than a year's worth of cigars. With the fire under control, the team decide to evacuate in case the gas is toxic.
Hey, that worked! I called 3, 2, fans, go. I pushed the igniter, Jamie pulled the fuel release, and I heard the thing catch. I heard it go, choo, go, boo, woo. I mean, just like exactly the way all the footage we've seen of liquid-fueled rockets going should sound. It put out a diabolical fireball outside the thing. It looks like it melted the ballistic glass. I mean, I can't wait to actually see the kind of damage it did in there.
As the smoke begins to clear, the damage is getting easier to see. Their hybrid rocket has turned M5 into a scene of apocalyptic proportions.
It's a testament to the size of the fireball and the heat that came out, what happened to my hovercraft.
If it did that to the hovercraft, what was going on inside the bunker? Well, the heat was so great that the cameras only filmed a giant fireball. Until, that is, they melted.
You know, I don't mind saying that I'm suffering the sin of pride here, just a little bit. I mean, no one can dispute that through our ingenuity, we have achieved a hybrid rocket in 2 days with just a bunch of plumbing parts.
You mean we've achieved a hybrid rocket engine and system. We still have yet to put it in a sleek rocket-like exterior and build a cannon to fire it out of.
Exactly, and there's also the problem of tackling this mythical gyroscopic stabilizing system that the myth states. So I'll tackle the gyroscopic stabilizer. You want to take on the body and the nose cone?
Okay.
After some celebratory ego massaging, the down-to-earth work continues. For the final refinements, Adam's making the stabilizing system that gives the rocket a smooth and accurate flight path. But steam-powered, this ain't.
We looked at a lot of different ways to add gyroscopic stabilization to this thing, and we settled on the design that Hale used when he designed the Hale rocket, which was fins that affected the exhaust of the rocket only, but that exhaust being made to be rotational added a rotational stability to the rocket itself. So we've tried to do the same thing with ours on a much larger scale.
Ernst Mach and his gyro join Lord Kelvin and his liquid oxygen in the busted bin. Meanwhile, Jamie is making a more efficient string-pulled release valve to let the liquid nitrous oxide into the fuel tank. For the test, he was standing right next to the bunker. For the launch, he wants to be a bit further away.
It's important that I not be very close to the rocket when the nitrous oxide is dumped into the combustion chamber when it's lit, because there will be a lot of fire and I could get burned.
With the quick release ready and working, Jamie's routed round the shop and come up with a naval cannon launching tube.
Okay.
It's this pipe that the rocket will be propelled out of, courtesy of the Myth's Civil War gun cotton.
Carrie Elizabeth Byron?
Yes.
Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to make us some gun cotton.
Great. What is it?
Well,
don't
it's
know.
some kind of cotton.
Yeah.
And it's probably got some nasty chemical added to it.
It's definitely going to shorten your lifespan, but we need a bunch of it. We need to figure out how to make it and get some over to us, okay?
Sounds like fun.
Oh, by the way, it's quite possibly explosive when you're done making it, so be careful. Keep that in mind.
You guys always give me the best jobs.
Gun cotton is what apparently gave the rocket its initial thrust. It's an important but dangerous part of this myth. So the recipe is a MythBusters secret.
Okay, we're adding a half ounce of to a half ounce of slowly.
When you add donkey to rooster, you get a violent reaction.
And all that wonderful smoke cannot be good.
So it's in with the cotton wool.
I don't know how much I trust respirators and masks at this point. That stuff looks just disgustingly fatal.
The rest of the fatal process is classified. But after a complicated afternoon, Carrie's gun cotton is all set for a test.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Woo! Not bad.
That makes a big difference.
The secret recipe works. The gun cotton is remarkably energetic. But could it propel a rocket out of a cannon?
All right, let's try it with the cannon.
Cool.
This is the crucial part. If the gun cotton is powerful, then they can scale this up to give the hybrid rocket its initial thrust.
You ready? Okay. Fire in the hole in 3, 2, 1.
Success. And with more of it, it could just be enough to kickstart the rocket out of its naval cannon launch tube. The fifth and final mythical ingredient is ready. The gun cotton check. That just leaves the last details. First, the nose cone.
I don't have a big enough piece of wood for the nose cone, so I'm going to lay that out of foam. I mean, we're not putting an actual warhead on this thing.
Even the Mythbusters have to draw the line somewhere. A foam nose cone will have to do. And second, a paint job. Looking pretty in pink, the Mythbusters rocket is finally ready. This puppy is going to get fired.
Oh, it's gotten heavier.
Yeah, I know.
The Mythbusters' homemade Confederate rocket is about to shoot for the moon. Time to return to the desert. Where things have started badly.
And we're stuck. But it's only the biggest vehicle in the fleet that's stuck. So we're using every other vehicle to get it out.
Jamie drove them into this mess, so he's got to dig them out.
What else do we have to stick under there? Anything?
But they're not having much luck. And believe me, this is not a fun place to break down.
We were hoping to work for the morning and then go back to the hotel, have a hacienda, work later in the day so we didn't take the heat of the sun, but no! Go ahead and pull. Pull, pull, come on, pull!
At 110 degrees, reinforcements are called. And with some tow truck talent, she's out. Freed at last, Jamie swings the truck around and gets stuck again.
Is there anything I could say that would make this more poignant? I don't think so.
Like rats in a sinking ship, the team abandon their lamentable lorry and take all their rocket equipment with them. After finally arriving on site, the race is on to get the rocket ready and fired. And to start, Adam finishes off the cannon-inspired gun barrel. To get the launch trajectory, Adam's attaching an A-frame to it. Meanwhile, Jamie's back to pulling strings.
I've run the pull cord, which opens the nitrous valve the entire distance because I want to feel what it feels like and have somebody watching on the other end to make sure that it actually worked.
We're ready for the test whenever you are.
Yo!
Hey!
That was it, right on the ball.
Hey, that worked!
With the quick release valve working from 500 feet, the team slide the rocket into the cannon.
Favor the far side.
Add the wax fuel, and then seal her up.
Perfect. Lovely.
Fabulous. You're the man. Stud. What?
And next up for these studs is the erection.
There you go, Eric. Watch your fingers.
She's nearly ready.
You like it? Yeah.
Jamie adds Carrie's gun cotton propellant to the base of the cannon. And that just leaves the fuel oxidizer, the liquid nitrous oxide. As the team make the final preparations, it seems this hybrid rocket has come a long way from the original myth. So is any part of this parable actually true?
They did have gun cotton in 1865, and they did have steel. They did have nitrous oxide.
Firing a rocket from a tube, totally plausible. Completely within the realm of possibility.
Building the rocket is one thing. All of the processes that go into actually launching it make it, in my opinion, improbable, but not impossible for them to have done in that era.
The Civil War rocket. Improbable, but not impossible. Sure, the MythBusters have made a few changes, but does it really stand a chance of flying the mythical 120 miles?
All right, here's the percentages. 60% chance that we get a lot of flame and a lot of fuss and bother, and the rocket doesn't leave the tube. 5% chance that it blows up in the tube from too much pressure or something like that. What have I got left, 35? Yeah, I'll give 20% chance of a successful launch and 15% chance of something I cannot even remotely predict.
Well, let's find out. Adam's going to press the button, then Jamie will yank open the quick-release valve.
All right, here goes the big boom Civil War rocket. In 3, 2, 1, ignition. Something's happening. Here it goes. Woo!
I know, me too.
Yeah! I forgot to take a picture. Sir?
Good job, Good job, everybody.
Wow.
Got out of the barrel, right in the air. Our first hybrid rocket.
And didn't she do well? It took a while for the nitrous oxide to mix with the fuel, but then she was off.
Nice, nice work. Should we go find our rocket?
Yeah.
All right. Is it that thing right that way?
Yeah, it's right there.
Okay, so I'll pace it off while we walk out.
That was a rocket. There's no two ways about it. For being made out of some plumbing pipe and pipe caps, it's not half bad. That was heavy.
It weighed over 200 pounds, but how far did it go?
I got it! Here it is! There you go.
1, 2, 3. Made it about 500 yards in 2 days. 2 days, baby. Let anybody else do that and get something airborne like this out of plumbing parts and a visit to your local hardware store.
A little hubris from the Hyneman.
And rightly so. After all, they just built a rocket out of plumbing parts in 48 hours. Want to see it again? The 200-pound Civil War rocket came straight out of the barrel, but had nowhere near the thrust of modern rockets. A success, but still 119 miles shorter than the myth.
So there you have it, Confederate rocket. Is it busted, plausible, or confirmed?
Totally busted. You know, we got airborne with stuff that they could have had, they could have put together, but nowhere near 120 miles.
I agree. They had access to all this technology, but putting it all together didn't happen for another, maybe even 100 years. And we made a good effort, and I'm so glad we got a launch, but this one's busted.
Busted.
on this episode of MythBusters.
In every generation, a myth comes along that does not thrill us.
Adam and Jamie get wrapped up in their biggest build yet.
I don't often say this, but it's looking to be nigh impossible to pull this off.
As they find out that making a flying raft is not all plain sailing. And speaking of planes,
do cell phones cause airplanes to crash?
Carrie, Tori, and Grant tackle a traveler's tale with a familiar ring.
Needles all over the place.
And 3, 2, 1.
Who are the MythBusters? Adam Savage and Jamie Hyneman.
This is gonna kill you.
Between them, over 30 years special effects experience.
That's what I'm talking about!
Joining them, Tori Belleci.
Very excited about this.
Carrie Byron.
Look, he cracked into his skull.
And Grant Imahara.
Don't say anything.
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test. Take one large, deserted aircraft hangar, add a ridiculous amount of plastic, and one MythBuster trussed up like a Christmas turkey.
This wins as the strangest position I've ever been in on the show.
Don't you love how he qualifies it with on this show?
Either the MythBusters are branching out into performance art, or something's gone very wrong.
Adam, what myth do we have this time?
Well, this one is pretty darn simple. It comes right off the MythBuster fan site, and it is simply that if you fill a raft with helium, that you could actually fly on that raft.
Whoa, 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 hold it right there. What did you say?
That if you fill a raft with helium, that you could actually fly on that raft.
That's what I thought you said.
Well, on the face of it, I'm not so sure about this one, but there's only one way to find out.
So, what is the plan?
Well, I figured we should start small. We've got a little inflatable dinghy. Maybe we can fill that up with helium and see what happens.
As we know, helium holds a special place in a MythBuster's heart. It helped Adam hover.
I'd rather just stay under 100 feet. Thank you, over.
It carried a cute kid.
You ready?
Yes.
Look at that!
Oh my gosh!
And it came wrapped in pigskin when the guys took a punt on a helium football. But now they'll use helium to try and make one of their inflatables fly. And if that doesn't work, this being MythBusters, they'll build their own helium-filled flying machine.
Deflation.
And the initial inflatable they're going to try is the MythBusters dinghy. Before any helium hovering happens, the deflated dinghy is first weighed.
Take it on up. Okay, exactly 72. That's what the scale looks like to me.
Then it's filled with air. Set vacuums to blow.
I love it.
Isn't it great how Adam finds delight in the tiniest thing?
Look at that. Yeah.
Jamie, however, is a much tougher audience.
This is good.
Next, they work out the volume of the inflated dinghy.
20.5.
Okay, so 20.5 cubic feet.
Then they let the air out.
All right, here's your helium.
And put the helium in.
Okay, listen, just on the off chance, the very, very off chance this thing becomes lighter than air, I'm gonna sit in it while we fill it, okay?
With the dinghy fit to burst with helium, will it turn miraculously into a magic carpet?
I'm gonna jump out, but get ready, hold on to the line in case it floats. All right, here we go.
Oh, it didn't float. What do you think?
Thanks to the helium, the raft has lost some weight.
I call that about maybe 4 pounds of buoyancy.
But nowhere near enough to achieve liftoff.
Well, our inflatable life raft, it's not remotely enough volume of helium, and it's way too heavy to get even buoyant by itself, let alone lift Jamie or I.
Well, that didn't work very well. The helium only removed 4 pounds from its total weight.
Yeah, no, it's obvious that if this is going to work, it has to be a raft that is much, much larger. It needs the volume of helium, and it has to lift one of us.
So they drag out an airline life raft to go through the whole process again.
82 pounds?
Yeah.
Okay.
This yellow peril is 8 times the size of the original dinghy, and filling it with helium reduces its weight by almost a quarter.
It's 60 pounds.
But they're still no closer to liftoff. While the guys ponder their next move, one question needs answering pronto, and that is, what's so special about this helium stuff anyway? Well, helium is the second lightest element, weighing just 0.17 grams per liter. By contrast, nitrogen, which makes up about 80% of the air we breathe, is 10 times heavier. The more helium you have, the more air it displaces, and the greater the lift. But just how much helium do you need to get your average Mythbuster airborne?
You know, I'm disappointed. I had higher hopes for that life raft. It's 25 feet in diameter, and it couldn't even lift itself filled with helium, let alone one of us.
Well, we've got one more larger thing yet to try, and that's an escape slide from a commercial airliner.
Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah, I'm guessing at least double the volume of that life raft.
All right, let's do that one.
When we last saw the escape slide, it was drifting like a leaf towards Earth with Buster on board.
Oh, look, it's sailing.
Wow.
So far.
It was the smoothest ride he's ever had.
Wow! Just me, okay.
What we want now is the reverse journey. Like in the myth, we want it to rise up and fly away. The slide's volume measures 325 cubic feet, 15 times bigger than the dinghy.
So let's deflate it and fill it with... No. Let's run it up to the truck and slide down.
Boys will be boys.
Oh, Jamie, you're so cynical. Adam just wants to demonstrate correct technique when using an escape slide. And that definitely ain't it.
That is too much fun.
Right, time for answers. Will 325 cubic feet of helium be enough to make the slide slip its moorings and ride the thermals?
That's good. I can't help but noticing that even though it's tethered off, it ain't flying.
That's it.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Well, I'm looking at 121 pounds. That's just about 40 pounds lighter than the dead weight, which is pretty much exactly what the math said it should be.
I think it might be time to pull the plug.
That's fast. Oh my God, there's a lot of helium in the air.
You know, I'm starting to think this myth is busted.
But, you know, we can't leave it at that. In fact, we're just getting to the fun part right about now.
Yeah, it's time to take the math we've gleaned from the rafts that we've filled with helium so far and calculate exactly the size of raft we need that is both seaworthy and that can fly you or me.
Yeah, one of us has to get airborne.
All right, Grant, sounds like we have another cell phone myth.
This one is a conspiracy theory. The reason you can't use your cell phone on an airplane is not because it'll interfere with the in-flight instruments, but because it forces you to use the in-flight phone in the back of your seat.
Ah, because it's way more expensive to use their phone than your cell phone. That's brilliant. Sounds like we get to crash a plane.
No, we're not gonna crash a plane.
Once upon a time, just being on an airplane was entertainment enough. These wide-eyed folk would never have guessed that one day flying would become so routine, so downright boring, passengers would need a host of electronic gadgets to help make the time fly. But in the name of safety, cell phone silence must be maintained at all times. Is it a ruse designed to force you to fork out for the seat phone? Or can a cell phone signal make your flight drop out of the sky?
It seems to me that the biggest challenge you're going to face with this is not technical, it's legal.
Yeah, actually, it's illegal for us to take a working, switched-on cell phone into the air.
However, it's not illegal for us to take a cell phone into a working cockpit and work with it on the ground. But that doesn't guarantee us any success of interference.
So in typical MythBusters fashion, we're going to make our own cockpit and control all the variables, and then take that to an airport and see what happens to the signal.
With a flight of fancy out of the question, Tori and Grant are going to build their very own working cockpit. And there's only one place a Mythbuster goes when he needs plane parts. Faith Aircraft in Sacramento is an Aladdin's cave of aeronautical offcuts.
Where all the dead planes go.
Mostly made up of Cessnas, Piper, Beech.
Kenny Faith's already been our wingman on a couple of myths. A little while back, Adam paid him a visit when he got the urge to shred a plane. This aircraft cache also includes a load of pre-loved avionics. These are exactly what the guys will need to test the cell phone myth.
Okay, well, here's the list, and most of these instruments are communication and navigation, things that were identified as something that a cell phone might interfere with. Gyro-stabilized magnetic compass system, VHF communications transceiver, navigation receiver, and VOR localized.
Grant's got a flight deck shopping list to rival the Pentagon.
GPS.
But luckily, this second-hand supermarket's got the lot. These bits and pieces form a plane's ground-to-air communications.
Power to Kenny, how much is this going to run us? Over?
Too much.
Houston, we have a problem.
Abort mission.
The high-tech avionics are really all they need to test this telephone tall tale. But these guys want to go that extra Mythbusters mile and find a cockpit to put them in. It won't get off the ground, but at least it'll look authentic.
We're getting some turbulence. This is the captain speaking.
Yeah. We live like rock stars.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Easy to transport.
I think it'd be a good choice for what you're trying to do.
All right, so
we'll take it.
We're gonna give it some 28-inch rims, dual woofers in the back,
all gold inlay,
a DVD player. This thing's gonna be tight.
With the cockpit picked up onto the pickup, the myth-busting can soon begin. But first, the boys have been digging up a bit of history.
The airlines and the flight attendants make a really big deal out of having you turn off your cell phones and your personal electronic devices. But have you ever heard of a case where one of those items caused a crash?
Actually, in 2000, a plane did go down near Zurich, killing everybody aboard. And they think it's because one of the passengers received a text message. And then following that, another passenger made a cell phone call. And they know this because they recovered the data from the crash, and they showed that the instrumentation went wrong at the time of the calls.
So there's definitely evidence to suggest that cell phones and planes make a bad combination. To put this to the test, the team has got more instruments than a flying orchestra, but no idea how to make them work.
Morning, I'm Grant.
Nice to meet you, Grant.
Cue aerospace engineer Jeff Guto.
We've got a lot of work here.
Yeah, well, in typical Mythbusters fashion, we've only got one day.
Okay.
So at the end of today, we've got to have a working cockpit full of instrumentation.
Okay. Since this isn't going on a real airplane, we can skip some steps, I suppose you could say. I think we're going to need a lot of wire and a soldering iron, and maybe some coffee would be good too.
Okay, we got that.
It's a bit of a knee bone connected to the thigh bone sort of thing.
Well, let's start with this. This is the Navcom radio, and we're going to go from this to something where everybody's talking to each other.
There's more wires than a NASA command post. It's a long, complicated, and sometimes fraught afternoon. But at the end of it, thanks to Jeff, Grant has become somewhat of a cell phone expert.
So Grant, how are these cell phones supposedly affecting the airplanes?
Well, that's the question. I mean, there are two possibilities. First, the cell phone signal may be masking or blocking the radio signal from the airport or the radio beacons. And second, the cell phone may be actually affecting the navigational equipment itself directly.
So which is more likely?
It's hard to say definitively, but I think at this point what we should assume is that it's masking or blocking the radio signal.
Well, okay. I mean, that sounds like a good place to start.
But before they can start firing up some cell phone interference, they first need to see if their second-hand setup can even detect the beacon from San Francisco Airport's navigation station.
I don't think we're getting a good signal.
Okay, so what do you suggest?
Let's see if we can raise the antenna up.
Okay.
This extra altitude should allow their avionics to register the bleep from the airport beacon 10 miles away.
I can see my house from here.
Whose car is that in the driveway?
Hey!
We're getting a signal now. Woohoo! The signal that we're getting is the San Francisco VOR navigation station. So this tells us how many degrees bearing we are to the station. It tells the pilot where he is relative to the station.
Thanks to Jeff, the avionics seem to be all systems go. How this VOR gauge responds to cell phones will be crucial.
All right, we're gonna go in and talk some more electronic stuff. We'll see you in a bit.
Now let me down. Is this about that $5 I owed from lunch?
Adam and Jamie are testing the myth that a life raft filled with helium will carry one of them into the clouds. So far, their inflatables have failed miserably.
It's not going anywhere.
It's not going anywhere.
So now they need to see what it will take to get this myth off the ground.
I can't help but noticing that even though it's tethered off, it ain't flying. Okay, so I've run the math on the lifting power of helium. It takes almost 16 cubic feet of helium just to lift 1 pound. That means for you or me, 200 pounds plus a raft, let's say it weighs 100 pounds, that's 300 pounds to lift, we need just under 5,000 cubic feet of helium to do that.
Jamie's considered response?
That's huge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a third the cabin size of a DC-9 airplane.
Guys, that's nothing. The famous Hindenburg airship needed 7 million cubic feet of helium to stay aloft. But for some reason, on its fateful voyage from Germany to New York in May 1937, it was filled with flammable hydrogen instead. No one knows for sure what sparked the fire as she came in to land at Lakehurst Naval Air Station. But once the hydrogen started to burn, it took just seconds for history's largest airship to go up in smoke.
All the humanity and all the tragedy feeling that I did.
Now, Adam and Jamie are going to build their own airship.
I'll tell you what I'm thinking. You know that clear poly tubing that comes in like 24, 36-inch lengths that they use for porting air conditioning around on a movie set?
Yeah, it's in a roll. It looks like just normal plastic, but it's actually a tube that you can inflate.
Right, they make a heat sealer for that. And given the amount of cubic footage we need and the amount of time we've got, I think that if we heat sealed long pontoons and assembled them somehow, it's our best chance of actually getting a raft with this much lift that might actually support us.
People, we're talking a raft the size of a parade float, made from helium-filled plastic pontoons 50 feet long. Actually, make that 2 rows for structural support. The giant pontoons will be joined with packing tape, and jugs of water will act as ballast, keeping the raft grounded until Adam's ready to cut loose and reach for the sky. Now, we don't recommend you try this at home. If left in his original packaging, he could become a collector's item.
All right, seal the other end. Oh. There we go. Signed, sealed, and delivered.
Out in the car park, the boys put the wind up a 50-foot tube. When I say wind, of course I mean helium. And the result is possibly the world's largest double entendre. Okay, fellas, enough schoolboy sniggering, please.
I'm actually going to hook it up to a fish scale, and however many pounds it shows pulling up on the fish scale is effectively the amount of buoyancy I've got.
The inflated tube has a 2-foot diameter and holds 157 cubic feet of helium. That adds up to 5 pounds of buoyancy.
Well, that would mean in order to lift you or me, we'd need 40 of these things. Not including the tape, so probably more like 50. Which actually gives us, good God, this is a big thing.
It's cool, though.
So big, in fact, that Jamie's workshop won't be anywhere near large enough.
I'm not sure what we're going to do with it when we get it inside.
It's going to be the biggest build in MythBusters history. But already there's a problem. Their practice pontoon is becoming flaccid.
Good God, is this supposed to support my weight?
The seal is airtight, and there are no leaks. The ultralight helium must be leaching out through the plastic itself.
Seam down here is just fine.
That means that time will be a big factor in this experiment. The entire raft, all 50 pontoons, will have to be assembled before inflation can begin. And with a total fill time of about 4.5 hours, will they be able to get Adam up before the raft goes down?
In order to make this work, we've got 50 of these tubes. We are allowed to have exactly 0 leaks.
Adam's feeling a little deflated already.
Yeah, that's helium, all right.
I don't know, to pull this off, I don't often say this, but it's looking to be nigh impossible to pull this off. It's fraught with problems. There's a ton of variables and just an amount of material that boggles my mind.
You think that's mind-boggling? Try getting your head around the assembly. 2,500 feet of fragile plastic tubing has to be rolled out and turned into a 2-tiered raft. The smallest leak could prove disastrous. The Brains Trust swings into action.
100 feet of space, right? You have them in one end of the 100 feet of space, and you roll them over themselves.
To itself to have a working flap at the end of each tube.
Fishing weight on either end, and you have one. You lay out your piece.
Exactly thinking. Yeah, absolutely.
We'd like to have shown you the whole of this stimulating conversation, but rather alarmingly, it lasted almost 2 hours.
You go like that, and then do it
But
again.
after much umming and erring, they finally devise a way to pull off the mother of all MythBusters builds.
That's great, because that actually, this is great. This allows us to do a whole day of just setting up and getting that right, and then we go in and fill it. Editors, I'm really sorry about that. That's just about probably one of the most fun conversations I've had while shooting this show. And I hope you can find some MythBusters mind meld kind of brilliance way to cut it together, because that's the soul of the whole deal.
Actually, Adam, if it's all the same to you, it might be easier just to show a graphic. The double-decker raft will be woven. First, the bottom deck, 25 pontoons, will be rolled out. The top layer is then rolled out crosswise. Lines of packing tape at 10-foot intervals will stitch the pontoons together. Time to get a cutting and a sealing.
Remember, take it easy. No mistakes.
There's more plastic here than a convention of Hollywood A-listers. But can they really turn these PVC pipes into a life raft plastic fantastic? Well, that all depends on the leaks. The helium's got to get in, but they don't want it getting out again. So each tube will need an airtight valve.
Good.
The answer? Silicone and zip ties.
There's no water going through there.
Yeah.
So you got to get that caulk under pressure.
You're right. You're absolutely right. So that'll keep the helium from leaking out, at least long enough to get this thing working.
That seems like a little minor thing, but that's exactly what we're good at doing. It's like a little bit of caulk, a couple of zip ties, and you've got a really high pressure seal that is not going to fail.
Now, there's some famous last words for you. Frequent flyers all know they must switch off their cell phones once on board. But why? Is it a ruse designed to benefit the providers of costly seat phones? Or is it just downright dangerous? Can a cell phone's RF signal disrupt vital ground-to-air communication and cause a plane malfunction? Grant's got a bunch of working cockpit components, so it's time to put this conspiracy theory to the test. The key to busting this myth lies in the invisible realm of radio frequencies. And because they're invisible, they make for really bad television. Unless you happen to have a spectrum analyzer.
Everything electronic, to a certain extent, emits radio frequency radiation, be it a CD player or personal gaming device or cell phone. Using this box, we can tell what frequencies it's putting out and how much power that is.
And to do that, he'll need a clean experimental space, a place where stray frequencies can't get in.
So that is pretty clean. And the very last thing is my radio mic here, which I'll switch off. And that is a pretty clean spectrum. I kind of think we should do our tests in here.
For even more RF protection, he builds a Faraday cage to go inside the container. A Faraday cage is a box made out of brass mesh, which blocks radio frequencies, so it should be ideal for this myth. Grant will use the spectrum analyzer to see how much RF a cell phone puts out. He's also going to test a few other devices often found in a plane seat pockets. A CD player, an MP3 player, and a portable game. They barely register. But watch what happens when he makes a call.
See that heat? That is the power output of a cell phone. And that is something that is more likely than anything else to interfere with the aircraft electronics.
Now, with a little help from aerospace engineer Jeff Guto, they'll simulate communication between airport and plane using their spare parts avionics and this device, a ramp tester.
And an avionics shop would use this to test the instruments that the pilot uses to land the aircraft.
So this one box duplicates all the signals that would be broadcast from the ground.
That's correct.
And they'll try to disrupt that communication by broadcasting RF from a cell phone signal generator.
What's the difference between that and, say, turning my phone on?
Well, a huge amount of power. So what we're going to do is we're not going to use all of this power to simulate the cell phone, just the amount that a cell phone would put out. But if that doesn't work, we have the extra power to say, well, what would it take to affect the instruments?
This machine gives us brain tumors 25 times faster.
There's another myth for you to bust.
So let's get this straight. Inside the Faraday cage will sit the cockpit. This will be receiving a signal from the ramp tester, simulating the way a plane communicates with the airport. Grant will blast out RF from the cell phone signal generator to see if any cockpit components go bananas. That's the theory, and with Grant boxed in, it's time to put it into practice. Now remember, this gauge tells a pilot where he is in relation to the airport runway. If that needle wavers, it means our virtual aircraft could be on a crash course. Grant starts hitting it with simulated cell phone frequencies.
I'll start with GSM 1800.
GSM is a type of digital cell phone technology used by millions of people around the world.
The flag still says 2, and I have no needle deflection.
No response. Grant ups the power.
Ramping up the amplitude.
Is our plane still flying?
Still flying. I'm blasting it now at plus 20 dBm.
Grant, if I were you, I'd be reaching for my tinfoil underpants about now.
So this is 100 times stronger than the cell phone could put out. Okay, we're going up to 1,000 times. We'll try it one more time.
But watch what happens when he starts broadcasting at 800 megahertz, another common cell phone frequency.
So I am getting a big deflection here. I would call that a major deflection.
He tests 850 megahertz, then 900, with the same result. The needle swings wildly.
As we're marching through the different types of technologies, it seems that the ones that are around that 800 megahertz frequency, 850 to 900, are the ones that are having an effect on the meter. As far as the myth goes, that these cell phones don't affect the airplane avionics, I have to say, I think that it's leaning towards busted. I think they can have an effect on that instrumentation.
Hang on, Grant. We don't want to bust this myth under lab conditions. We still have to take this cockpit to the airport for a test flight. Adam and Jamie's myth stated that if you fill a regular inflatable raft with helium, it'll fly.
Oh, it didn't float.
That was quickly busted. To get a single MythBuster airborne, it's going to take at least 5,000 cubic feet of helium. That is one giant raft. In fact, it's the biggest build in MythBusters history. And to put it all together, Adam and Jamie need a big space. Fully twice the size of Jamie's building, this hangar served as a giant spray booth where planes were painted.
So those rolls of plastic that you saw, there's 60 of them. And they're 60 feet long and 3 feet wide. We're gonna lay them out here on a 60 by 75 foot square. And as we roll them out, we're gonna stitch them together into a raft.
With tape.
With packaging tape.
Carrie, that look just about says it all. But before she has time to back out, she's put to work sweeping. Sure is her lucky day.
Every part of this raft is delicate, so we have to make sure the floor is totally cleared of every last bit of debris to make sure that there's nothing that can poke a hole in our plastic before we even get the helium in.
With the floor polished to perfection, the rolls of plastic are laid out, and the first line of tape goes down.
So it begins.
Precision is going to be the key to this test. If there's any tube that's not correctly aligned or any tie left undone, the whole raft could be ruined and the myth will be sunk.
This is nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
2,500 feet of plastic, hundreds of feet of packing tape.
Knit one, purl two.
I'm not sure the term painstaking is really adequate. Several hours and 6 sore knees later, the layout is finally complete.
This is the highest potential for total failure I think that we've ever achieved on the show.
Highest?
Yeah, without a doubt.
This net is the last thing that we've got to do. If we can achieve a little tension on it, it's going to really hold all these things together, and we might get a chance to fly.
Wow, it's like a fishnet stocking for the Jelly Green Giant's mom. It's the end of day one. The raft, even though it doesn't look like it, is mostly built. It is now a raft in potentia. All we got to do tomorrow is come in with the helium, start filling these pontoons, manage them with the net, and we should be flying by lunchtime. I always get a kick when I'm so optimistic.
Can cell phones interfere with aircraft instruments? During one test, 800 megahertz, a common cell phone bandwidth, Grant's avionics went haywire. So now the airport beckons.
All right, so we did the experiments in the Faraday cage. The cell phone affects the avionics. Do we have to go to the airport? Why?
Our viewers are not going to be convinced unless we have the most realistic scenario we can, a moving platform in a real environment.
Plus, while the ramp tester is a really good diagnostic tool for the bench, there are a few signals that you can only get at the airport.
Well, sweet. I guess we'll strap that airplane to the back of the truck and take you for a ride.
It'll look cool.
Oh, great.
Sounds like a delicate job for Tori.
All right, so I just attached the cockpit to the truck, and the reason why we want this cockpit to move around is we're trying to simulate an airplane, and some of the instruments in the airplane will react to a beacon at the airport, and as we move around the airport, it should change on the instruments.
That's the theory. Unfortunately, they won't be able to put it into practice on a runway, but they'll get close.
Cool! This place is perfect. Oh, yeah. We got planes coming in constantly. We got a big, long parking lot we can drive around in.
We're right on the approach pattern. It's perfect.
As far as flight simulators go, this isn't what you'd call state-of-the-art. Top Gun Grant's in the hot seat as the cockpit taxis around the car park, receiving a real signal from the airport's navigation beacon. He'll blast the instruments with RF from the cell phone simulator.
Ready,
chocks away. We're clear for takeoff. But as soon as our pilot picks up speed, there's a problem. It seems Grant's flying through the Bermuda Triangle.
What's going on back there, G-Force? Needles all over the place.
Yeah, it's really hard to center. As we're moving around, the needle is swinging back and forth, and the nav flag is popping up.
And that's before the cell phone signals have even started.
We're gonna need a pretty stable reading here in order to tell if it's the cell phone doing it or what.
So what's next, G-Force?
I think we've got to try it again, but stationary this time. Engine off. See if I can get the needle centered.
He feels the need to be very still.
Okay, so the needle is centered and stationary. Whoa! I just lost signal. I lost the nav flag and the needle swung way up. I don't know. It looks okay now. I don't know what to make of that. No.
He just can't get a stable reading. Not even Jeff's expertise is going to get them out of this one.
It could be a grounding or a shielding problem, yes.
I mean, do you have to deal with this sort of thing normally?
Well, normally when you do an avionics installation in an aircraft, it's done to a little bit better standards.
This is our cockpit. It's not wired, totally like a real plane. We're getting a lot of interference because we're on the ground. I mean, the obvious solution would be to get a real plane and test it with some cell phones.
Just as well, the Mythbusters always plan ahead. This sleek bird's been waiting in the wings just in case their homemade plane crashed and burned.
I know you guys wanted to see us in the air testing this, but we can't. It's illegal.
We tried our best to be able to get a commercial airline, even a charter airline, even a private plane to get us up in the air with a cell phone. It's federal law.
They can't run this myth in the air, but under controlled conditions, they can try a test on the tarmac.
As soon as I get one of these, I can start dating supermodels. How you doing?
Tom Benvenuto is Vice President of Flight Operations at Sunset Aviation.
Is this one yours?
This is ours. This is the Hawker 800 XP. It's 2003. It's a mid-size corporate jet. It sits 8 people.
You and 7 of your friends.
Yeah, that's right.
Supermodels.
That's right. That's right.
Now, guys, with all due respect, this is a cockpit. A glass cockpit, they call it. Top-of-the-line avionics, computers, LCD displays. Not a gauge in sight.
We also have the land-based navigational aids. All that can be affected, apparently the so-called, the experts say, apparently be affected by outside signals, such as cell phones, any type of electronic devices.
In fact, according to maintenance manager Mike Corrigan, aircraft instruments can sometimes interfere with each other.
We have a problem sometimes where with a strobe light, as it fires, will turn components on and off, simply from the radiation from the wire, from the power going back to the light. If you have an electronic component wire sitting next to it or crossing it, it can pick that signal up, turn the unit on, turn the unit off.
And that's why modern aircraft like the Hawker are so heavily shielded.
All this, because there's a million bazillion miles of wires flowing through this aircraft, are all shielded. And whatever RF signal that may come in conflict with the aircraft technically shouldn't affect the aircraft.
We'll see about that, Tom.
The size of this antenna was making the airplane guys a little nervous out there.
Regulations mightn't allow the test to happen in the air, but ground-to-air communications begin even before takeoff. So the Hawker will sit on the tarmac, receiving a full range of radio signals, while Grant attempts some cell phone sabotage.
For our test, I have several older cell phones that we're trying out. Some analog, I've got a PCS phone, different technologies. All of these are operating, except for the PCS, in the 800 to 900 megahertz band.
Remember, that's the bandwidth that caused problems back in the Faraday cage.
Ready? Stand by. And 3, 2, 1.
And nothing's happening.
This is PCS phone operating at 1.85 gigahertz. In 3, 2, 1.
Nothing.
Nothing. Okay, this is cell phone number 3, transmitting at 850 megahertz.
None of the phones has any effect on ground-to-air communication. He tries amplifying the signals using the cell phone signal generator.
Seeing any result?
Nope.
Nope.
Not a flicker, not a flash, not a blink.
This airplane is built very well. It's rock solid, this airplane.
Rock solid and seemingly impenetrable. The team keeps testing, but if this pattern continues, the seat phone conspiracy theory is looking shaky.
All right, we're ready.
Well, the conspiracy theorists have it right on one point. It is more expensive to use the in-flight phone than it is your cell phone. Now, why is it so expensive?
That's because it's a dedicated system, and it works in 2 ways. If you're over land, the hardwired phone goes to a transmitter in the belly of the plane. That then talks to one of 135 land-based radio towers.
And even more complicated, if you're over water, it has to bounce off a satellite and back down to a tower.
So it's really expensive because it's a specialized, dedicated system.
And what's more, seat phones are safe. In no way do they interfere with a plane's avionics. Can the same be said of the cell phone? Well, back at Ground Zero, all of the cell phones have been tested, and none have affected any instruments. So why won't airlines let you use them? Well, it seems to be a case of better to be safe than sorry.
There are so many systems on the plane, they would have to all be tested to make sure, and you're talking about millions of dollars worth of testing.
So they just don't want to take any chances.
They don't want to take any chances.
And a new cell phone comes out every month.
Yeah.
New cell phone, different frequency.
But before they wrap this up, Tori's got one more burning question.
So, Tom, when you're not working, do you ever sneak this out just for your own personal fun?
Just between you and me? No.
All jokes aside, this myth is no laughing matter. But what's the verdict? Can cell phones spiral out of control?
All right. The conspiracy of cell phones on airplanes.
It was totally frustrating because we couldn't really get on an airplane with a cell phone, and we couldn't make a call, and we couldn't even see how many bars you had while you're in the air.
Those pesky laws.
We don't have any evidence other than our small-scale cockpit, which wasn't hardened against RF, and the wires weren't shielded.
When we went out to the commercial jetliner, we weren't able to get any effects on his instruments.
Right. I mean, we ran a bunch of tests, many different cell phones, no interference. I think it's probably safer on the FAA's part just to say there's a ban outright, because there's a 1 in a million chance that some new cell phone could interfere with those instruments, and that's what they want to avoid.
Why take the chance? So this one's busted.
I say it's busted.
Adam and Jamie have built what they hope will be the world's first flying raft. It's the biggest thing they've ever made, and tensions are running high.
There's not a lot of optimism in the room at the moment. I think that there's a lot of difficulties that are presenting themselves. There's small little imperfections that could cause everything to completely implode on us. So we're crossing our fingers, but I'm not seeing the smiles you usually see on the MythBuster faces.
Once in every generation, a myth comes along that does not thrill us.
To help distribute Adam's weight across the giant raft, he'll lie on a mini version. 3 small tubes, double bagged for strength. And with the arrival of the helium, all 36 cylinders of it, it's time to get this myth up and running.
All right. Well, it's in. It's either going to float or it's going to flame out. You ready?
We're ready.
All right, let's go.
And so the inflation begins. With 50 of these giant plastic tubes, the team is going to need almost 8,000 cubic feet of helium to try to get this myth off the ground.
All right.
One perfect pontoon.
It's the biggest build in MythBusters history.
We filled 2 pontoons. It goes about 3 minutes of fill. We've got 48 yet to go.
Thanks for the warning. We might go to the time lapse here.
I'm not seeing or hearing any leaks.
As the massive pontoons fill, each one generates 5 pounds of lift.
Good.
Before long, the raft is straining to rise.
This thing is effectively neutrally buoyant right now, and we have plenty to lift me.
The MythBusters can boast a whole raft of achievements, but this raft would have to rate highly. Not sure Huck Finn would want to take it down the old Mississippi, but still.
This is strange. I've never seen anything like this before.
It has to be the single largest thing I've ever built, bar none, let alone in 2 days.
But will it work? Time for Adam to slip into something a little less comfortable.
This is my new toy, my new SWAT team tactical black climbing harness. My sister gave it to me. My whole family's like this.
Yeah, I get the harness, but the wetsuit?
I'm wearing the wetsuit because if we're successful at this, we'd like to walk it out to the lagoon and float it on the water, see if it would be a viable raft. I don't understand that because if it flies in the air, something tells me that it would float on the water.
Oh, go on. What's the real reason?
I'm wearing the wetsuit because it makes me look good. Damn good.
Final thoughts?
The fact that we've got it up and it's buoyant, very exciting. I really just want to get on there now and be able to relax in my flying raft.
It's up, up, and away.
Good, good. Okay, lower.
With Adam in position on the mattress, Carrie starts dumping the ballast. But straight away, there's a problem.
You better cut the other side a little bit.
Without the ballast, one side of the raft suddenly takes to the skies. And Adam begins to slip off his mattress.
Okay, stop. Don't cut anymore.
Okay. Whoa!
The team stop cutting the ballast, but the damage is done as Adam slides off his helium bed like a greasy bar of soap.
Wait a second.
Without any support structure, the flimsy pontoons can't cope. On a build this big, there was always the chance that something would slip through the cracks. Never thought it would be Adam, though.
Hey, Adam.
Yeah.
This isn't working.
No, it seems to have failed utterly.
You've like slipped right through to the bottom side.
Yeah, I feel like something that got cut out of the Matrix here.
Are you all right?
I'm fine. I'm upside down and I'm in a net and I'm below the biggest thing ever built out of helium and balloons, but I'm fine.
Adam may be fine, but the test ain't. With the raft coming apart at the seams, there's just no way the team can reset to try again. Their only chance at liftoff has just slipped through the net.
Oh, it's very satisfying. Oh, I shouldn't do that.
All that work.
Look at this. It's a cathedral of failure.
Not really, Adam. We've learned that any raft able to fly will be unfeasibly large and far too flimsy to take passengers.
Oh my God, we might need to open a door. It's getting kind of weird.
It's getting helium in
Getting
here.
really stuffy.
I think it is.
I'm gonna open up the door, okay?
Okay.
I don't think anybody would fault us for not giving it the best possible effort for success. I'm sure someone's yelling at their television right now, but I'm calling this one busted. I know we're not supposed to bust them on site. We're supposed to wait for the blueprint table, but I don't want to go back there. I just want to take the sweatsuit off and call it done and busted.
Yeah.
Busted.
Yeah.
Busted.
Busted.
Busted. Busted. Thank you. I was waiting for you to say it.
Okay.
Let's clean it up.
On this episode of MythBusters,
Don't tell them which ones we have.
Adam and Jamie outside their comfort zone in a footballing myth.
That we would, aspire to not be idiots.
They head for a hangar and hurl Hail Marys. Bang! To see if hang time really is higher with helium.
I love consistent data.
And Grant, Carrie, and Tori take a pot shot at a deadly myth.
Oh!
As they aim to catch a bullet in their teeth.
Oh my God, it blew his teeth out.
Who are the MythBusters? Adam Savage and Jamie Hyneman.
Aren't tracer rounds illegal?
Between them, over 30 years special effects experience.
That's what I'm talking about.
Joining them, Tori Belleci.
Science is fun.
Carrie Byron.
Guess what I did today?
And Grant Imahara.
You guys ready for this?
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test.
Adam, we have a sporting myth.
Only our second one, and it's surprising given that we're such jocks.
Exactly my thoughts.
Weren't you captain of the flag team in Indiana back in like the 20s?
No. Wrong, Jamie. The myth is that if you fill a football with helium and you kick it or throw it, that because it's lighter, it'll have more hang time and therefore it'll travel farther.
Oh, the old helium football trick. Let's get going.
Helium is lighter than air. That's the scientific cornerstone of this sporting conundrum. Fill a blimp with it and you'll float. But will it make a football fly further? It's game day at the Science Bowl, San Francisco City College.
Been a long time since you walked on the gridiron, huh? I know I'm out of shape when just walking to the end of this field makes me out of breath.
Luckily, the kicker for today's test is fighting fit and ready to punt his way into the MythBusters Hall of Fame.
Yeah, this is our punter, Tim Sonnenberg.
Tim, Adam, nice to meet you.
Hi, Tim. Jamie.
Nice to meet you. So, think you can give us a couple lessons in kicking the football?
I've got a few tips for you guys today.
The myth that we've heard and that we're testing is that filling a football with helium will somehow make it fly farther than just a regulation football. Have you heard that?
Oh, that's been going on for eons, as far back as I can remember, and I don't even know where the heck I got it from. But that's been the rumor for years.
What kind of improvement do you think helium would lend?
I believe helium would add a good 5 to 10 yards to a good kick.
Tim's confident, but is his opinion based on science or urban myth? He's about to find out. But first, a crash course in kicking. There's two types of kick in American football. The kickoff features the end-over-end variety, which gives maximum hang time and is hard to catch. The punt is for distance and accuracy. By imparting spin to the ball off the foot, this spiral kick generates less drag and so flies further, making it spot on for this myth.
Jamie, I know it's been like 40 or 50 years, but you ready to put on your old armor?
And what is the point of this? I could see you bringing some shoes, but the helmet and the shoulder pads are going to be for what purpose?
It's just amazing to me that you still don't realize we're shooting a TV show.
Well, yeah, but we would, aspire to not be idiots.
And yet we would fail. All right, let's start the lesson. Okay, so walking through like I'm your kid nephew, it's about my skill level. Dude!
That's amazing. That was a beautiful spiral.
You made that look way too easy.
It is if you walk into it.
A couple of handy hints, and the rookie's ready for his premier punt.
Just normal steps.
All right.
And before you can say hang time,
no spiral.
The ball's back on the ground.
All right, your turn.
Bad. Okay.
Then let your foot go kick the ball.
Sports fans may want to look away now.
Not very good.
It's all coming back to you, isn't it?
Yeah.
That was so bad, it's worth another look.
Well, I totally sucked at that. but you know, football's not my sport. In fact, there really aren't any sports that are mine.
It seems that just as white men couldn't jump, Mythbusters can't punt.
Oh, I see.
Except in this case, there's no twist to the tail. They just can't.
This is hard. If I was doing the kicking for this test, we would be able to draw some conclusions, and those conclusions would be that I suck at kicking.
Oh.
I think we should get Tim to kick the balls for us because he's really good.
Makes sense. Tim takes care of the kicking, while Adam and Jamie take care of the nerding.
I brought a bunch of meters for the weather conditions, just to make sure, you know, we've got comparisons on everything, and I think we should just keep on checking the wind speed.
Okay, well, while you're doing that, I'll break out the brand new regulation balls. They're filled to exactly 13 psi, which is what is required.
Oh, excellent.
Never been used.
But is that 13 psi of helium or air?
This ball feels a little light. Is it filled with helium?
Well, we couldn't tell you that, could we? Or we'd skew the results. So we'll tell you afterwards. How's that?
Here we go. Test number 1, punt number 1. Tim does his best to produce 5 identical kicks. Downfield, Adam records the distance of each one. For test number 2, the balls are emptied, then refilled with the other gas. Once again, it's crucial to the experiment that its identity remains secret.
Okay, these are ready. Don't tell them which ones we have.
Let's see how far they go.
Yeah.
4 yards.
Tim puts up another 5 punts, this time with helium-filled balls. So, what were the results? And did he spot the difference?
From your standpoint, what do you think between the first 2 sets of balls, what were you kicking first and what were you kicking second?
It felt like the first set of balls I kicked were filled with helium.
Your first set of balls were actually regulation balls filled 13 psi with just regular air.
Wow. I would have thought that those were the helium balls.
Well, the second set was the helium balls.
That's surprising.
What's more, even though Tim didn't pick them, the helium balls did travel further than the air-filled ones by an average of 3 yards. But is that data reliable?
It looks like it supports the myth that helium does fly farther than air, but unfortunately, kick to kick, we're looking at a difference of like up to 20 yards sometimes. And when I see a difference of that between 2 data points, I just don't look at my average as being a real number. I'm not ready to call this one busted, plausible, or confirmed yet. I don't think we have enough real data.
Back at the MythBusters lot,
Aim for my stomach, not my face.
it's a splatterfest. Carrie's up before the paintball firing squad, but she's taking it on the chin.
Oh! Yeah, I'm fine.
Is this just pointless but enjoyable victimization? Or might there be some myth-busting in there somewhere?
Some days, science is fun.
My guess? A little of both.
Grant, what myth have you brought us today?
The myth is you can catch a bullet that's fired at you in your teeth.
I always thought that that was just a magic trick that people did.
Well, there are people out there that claim that they can do it.
So what are you guys gonna do? Tori and you are gonna fire guns at each other's faces and get some target practice?
Well, almost.
That's exactly what the boys in the bullet-catching business claim they do. Here's a clip from the 1952 show You Asked For It.
Would you now give the bullet to Mr. Shores? We'd like to have him place it in the gun. And then in firing position, if you will.
Ready? Aim. Fire.
Make up your own minds. Is this Superman in disguise, or did he have more than just his tongue in his cheek?
Could I see that bullet, please?
Cary Grant and Tori are going to find out. They'll run a 3-part experiment. First, they'll run tests to see if teeth can withstand the force of a bullet. Next, put human reflexes under the gun to see if they're quick enough to catch a bullet.
That's a little scary.
And just in case they find that shock horror, it is only a conjuring trick, they're going to try and build a rig to catch a bullet traveling at almost 1,000 feet per second. First up, the teeth strength test. And Tori's found a set of dentures.
That's so gross. We got those from the mortuary. So what we're gonna do is put a bullet in a pair of teeth with average biting strength and give it the amount of kinetic energy that a bullet would have if it were fired from a gun. And we'll see if the jaws can hang on to the bullet, then you are able to dissipate that kinetic energy. If you're not able to dissipate it, the bullet will come flying out of the teeth.
Here's the plan. The bullet will be clenched in the dentures, which will be held shut using air pressure from a pneumatic cylinder. A weighted pendulum will swing down to strike a metal pin, which will hit the bullet, delivering the same amount of force as a shot fired from a gun. Grant explains.
Now, of course, the bullet is very small and it's traveling very fast. We won't be able to have whatever we're making travel quite that fast. So we have to compensate by having it be much heavier.
Something else to chew over. The teeth have to be biting down on the bullet with regular human force. But how strong is that? Tori wraps his jaws around a force gauge.
117.10.
His best bite, 117 newtons, or 85 pounds of pressure. Grant calculates that to match the kinetic energy of a bullet, the pendulum must carry a 50-pound load and swing from a height of 4 feet. It's enough to set your teeth on edge. Grant pressurizes the choppers to match Tori's bite strength.
Like a hillbilly now.
And all these jaws want for Christmas is their 2 front teeth. Time for a rethink. Take 2, with the bullet at the back of the jaws. The pin is lined up to hit the slug head on. 50 pounds comes swinging in from 4 feet.
Wow. Is the bullet still in there?
Bullet's still in the teeth.
Let's take a look at the high speed and see exactly what happened.
Okay.
The bullet's still there, and the teeth, apart from 1 or 2 chips, are still intact.
That is some really unexpected results. I wouldn't have predicted that in a million years.
The dentures with Tori's bite force were actually able to hang on to the bullet, which is a very surprising result. And it lends a little bit of credence to something that so far we are all assuming is an illusion.
Hanging on to the bullet's one thing, but you have to be fast enough to catch it in the first place.
Hi.
Could anyone really bite down on a speeding slug?
Which one of you is Granny Mahara?
The team's going to test human reaction time to a pistol shot.
As soon as you hear or see something that tells you that I fired the gun, you're gonna try to close down your mouth and see if you could physically possibly catch it.
By the way, so Grant doesn't die, they're using blanks and a bulletproof plastic sheet.
In 3, 2, 1.
We all know that Carrie's quick on the draw when it comes to opening her mouth. But it turns out she can shut it fairly smartly, too.
Carrie had the fastest reaction time with 9 milliseconds.
Now, is that with or without the countdown?
That is with the preemptive countdown.
Well, I mean, we've shown that it's possible that you could time it so you could grab the bullet, but that's a total crapshoot. I mean, it's luck. So why don't we do a test where we could see if you could actually grab a projectile?
A projectile like, oh, I don't know, a paintball, perhaps.
I think you got a real good chance of catching these.
Tori's going to fire paintballs from a distance of 25 feet, and Carrie's going to try and catch them.
Yeah.
Now, we've already seen what a well-aimed paintball can do.
I know you want to keep aiming at that spot, but can you not aim right at that spot again? It hurts a lot.
In a previous episode, Adam and Jamie held a paintball duel to see who could withstand the most pain and claimed the title of Ultimate Mythbuster.
This sucks. I don't want to do this anymore.
Needless to say, Adam lost.
Yeah, I keep forgetting that you're, actually have no heart or soul.
And given the smirk, neither has Tori. It might pay to don some suitable protection.
It comes with buffness.
Undaunted, Carrie steps up to the plate.
Suddenly, this seems sort of like a bad idea.
You're gonna be fine, Carrie. You're just gonna have a few welts. You're gonna love it.
Do a test fire. I want to see how fast it goes.
You got it.
The answer, 300 feet per second.
Holy! It's gonna take a few trials here.
That's okay. I don't mind. I could do this all day.
You know, here on MythBusters, one tries not to approach any experiment with a preconceived notion as to the outcome.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Fire.
But in this case, one thinks one can make an exception.
Fire.
That was close.
Really?
No.
I can't even see it.
If you can't catch this, there's no way you're gonna be able to catch a bullet.
At 200 miles per hour, a paintball is only traveling 1/3 the speed of the slowest bullet.
I can see it coming at me, but by the time I can process the fact that my hand needs to grab onto it, it's already hit me. I'll see if I can't take the force from the projectile and stop it from breaking.
That's it.
Yeah, go ahead. Tell us how that works out. 3, 2, 1. Oh, that looked pretty cool.
Oh!
Getting shot in the hand is one thing. Palming a paintball is quite another. The guys better think quick if they want to catch a bullet.
If you can't do it with your hands, there's no way you're gonna be able to do it with your teeth.
Adam and Jamie have been taking a punt at the myth that a helium-filled football will fly further than an air-filled one. But even with a specialist kicker, the data were all over the park. Back at M5, the guys are having a rethink. And that done, they have a discussion.
The best place kicker in the world really can't make a football land in the same spot twice in a row. There's just too much variance between the kicks.
We need to go back to the shop and get a lot more scientific about this.
Well, let's look at the very first part of this. Does helium actually make a football lighter? Let's carefully weigh some helium-filled footballs and some air-filled footballs and see what, if any, difference there actually is.
To weigh gases, they'll need some precision equipment. And they have a gem of an idea, a specialist store for jewelers.
We're here to purchase a scale that's extremely accurate. And these kinds of places specialize in jewelry and such, so, you know, stuff like gold, you kind of want to be accurate about how much it weighs.
With helium versus air in the balance, the scales must be super sensitive.
Think we should weigh my wedding ring?
Oh, that's huge.
Look at that, 11 grams of solid gold.
Let's see whether it will pick up the paper. Ooh,
nice.
It measures a Post-it.
Well, it goes to 1/10 of a gram. That's 0.00025 pounds.
Yeah.
That's like 1/4 of a thousandth of a pound. All right, we'll take it.
The jewelry store job goes like clockwork, and it's back to M5 for the weigh-in. Footballs can vary in weight by up to 7 grams, so they number the balls and record their dead weight.
Ha-ha!
Then they fill them up with the regulation amount of air, 13 psi.
Well, this is actually pretty cool. I'm getting almost exactly a difference of 3.2 grams, which means we're filling this with 3.2 grams of air.
I never would have guessed that. I would have thought it was like 1/10 of a gram, maybe.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
Air weighs more than you'd think. Put a cylinder around the Eiffel Tower, and the air inside will weigh more than the tower itself.
Food for thought. Okay, so what's next?
I think we have to deflate these and fill them with helium next.
As everyone knows, inhaling lighter-than-air helium gives you a high-pitched voice. It's predictable, juvenile, and dangerous behavior. In other words, irresistible.
It's weird talking without any oxygen in your system. Wow!
You could die that way.
Yeah, I know. I always have to stop when my lips get blue.
So, 2 issues there. Helium makes your voice sound funny, and it can kill you.
Yeah, that seems just fine.
First, the funny bit. It's all to do with the speed at which the sound of your voice travels through air.
I reject your reality and substitute my own.
And through helium.
I reject your reality and substitute my own.
Helium is only half as dense as air, so sound travels through it almost twice as fast. This doubles the frequency, making it sound squeaky. The second issue is much simpler. Humans don't work on helium, so don't try it at home. Back at the weigh-in.
It's actually almost 7 grams different between the helium-filled football at regulation pressure and the air-filled football at regulation pressure.
And what's more, it turns out that even an empty ball weighs more than a helium-filled one.
Even though I know a helium balloon will float up in the air because helium's lighter than air, I didn't expect that helium, even a small amount like 3¼ psi of helium, would actually reduce the weight of the football by probably almost a full percentage point.
It doesn't sound much, but if the myth's correct, the weight loss provided by helium could turn an ordinary kick into an extraordinary one.
Kick this one out the back of the end zone again.
Amazingly, our researchers might have actually turned up the source of this myth, which is a punter who played for the Oakland Raiders from '73 to 1986 by the name of Ray Guy.
Yeah, his punts stayed in the air so long and they went so high that the NFL actually had to come up with a statistical term for it, which they called hang time.
During the course of the day, everything I hit was at least 5 seconds or better hang time, and it was going exactly where I wanted to go.
Yeah, as the story goes, during a game in the '70s against the Houston Oilers, one of his punts hung so long in the air that the ball was immediately collected and tested for the presence of helium.
Once I hit it, the ball just took off, and it seemed like it just stayed up there forever. Billy, a few years later, told me that Bum hollered at him and told him, said, "Hey, get that football. We're going to take it back and have it analyzed," because they thought I had helium in it, you know, which we have pretty much a standing joke about it now.
There was no helium, but despite the lack of evidence, the myth persisted, which is why it's found itself on this show. That's enough historical background. Time for a gratuitous explosion.
The question we're going to answer here is, how much pressure can a football actually take before it bursts? We don't really need to answer that question, but, you know, we get to blow something up. Okay, are you ready? Here we go.
80, 90. Oh! That was great.
Oh, look at that.
That was about 110 pounds per square inch.
So there's your answer. At 110 psi, you'll lose a football.
That's really cool.
But gain a hat.
What are you doing?
I put everything on my head.
The bullet in the teeth myth hasn't quite bitten the dust, but it's shot full of holes. Now, Grant's come up with a plan, and he's aiming high.
I think we need to build something that'll be able to catch a bullet.
And so you're going to build some kind of a rig that'll catch it?
Yeah, be able to sense when the bullet comes and time it so that it closes the teeth at the exact right moment.
He's planning a 25-foot course with a gun at one end and a set of metal jaws at the other. When the gun's trigger is activated by a remote firing mechanism, it sends a signal to a digital timer on the pneumatic jaws. By calculating how long it takes for the bullet to reach them, Grant can program a delay so the jaws fire at precisely the right moment. Building the rig isn't the problem. Grant has plenty of experience with remote controls and pneumatic actuators from his robot designs. Like great comedy, the secret's in the timing.
Okay.
Using the high-speed camera, Grant works out that the bullet will reach the jaws in just 23 milliseconds. The punchline is that's exactly how long it takes for the jaws to shut.
Dude, it's beautiful.
Excellent.
So the next question is, how long does it take the bullet to exit the muzzle after the trigger has been squeezed?
I have a little light in there that turns on when I trigger it. So we're going to see the time delay between when the light turns on and when a bullet actually comes out of the muzzle. 3, 2, 1. That's 43 milliseconds. So maybe I do trigger them both at the same time, and it'll be really close.
While Grant crunches the numbers, Tori wants a second bite at the pendulum test. He's got doubts about the dentures. The test was a kick in the teeth for the skeptics, as the acrylic choppers coped with the kinetic energy of a speeding bullet. But real teeth might not be so resilient. They've got a hard enamel coating, but the inside is a soft material called dentin. So, where to get some real choppers to chew on?
Well, we can always go get a pig head. We could, take the jaws from the pig, and that would be a much better representation than the plastic teeth. I mean, they're a lot stronger than a human's, but I mean, if we can prove that the pig head can't hold a bullet, then there's no way a human could.
Can we find a story where we don't work in dead animals?
For real.
Sure, Carrie, when pigs fly.
Not it. I don't want to go pick them up.
Not it, I got something else to work on.
Which makes Tori lucky last. And he's the only one with the stomach to cut out the jaws. Tori gets gory.
Carrie, did you want the snout? Because I was going to throw it away unless you wanted...
That is probably one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen, and I'm trying to stay in my happy place.
As they say on the cooking shows, here's one we prepared earlier.
I have my jaws and my teeth from the pig, and I have the cylinder through it. All I have to do now is mount it to our rig, and then we'll test it, see if it can actually hold a bullet.
Biting the bullet's not a problem, but the teeth in front of it have to be filed down so the steel rod has a clear path to the slug.
That is the creepiest looking rig. You made a meat puppet.
Carrie's trying to stay composed, which is more than can be said of the pig's remains under the hot television lights.
It's getting ripe. The pig head's starting to smell ripe.
Time to unleash that pendulum once more. With 50 pounds of weight from a height of 4 feet, it matches the force of a bullet.
3, 2, 1. That was cool. See the bullet? It flew right out of his mouth.
A pig jaw is a lot stronger. It has a lot more integrity than a human jaw. This is a great test because if he couldn't hold onto a bullet,
there's no way a human could.
No way a human could hold onto a bullet.
Quite probably. But just to be sure, let's see what happens when the pendulum is replaced by a .357 Magnum with a 38-wad cutter round.
Loaded.
An old shipping container is now the MythBusters' very own firing range.
We're all good to go. We have a bullet in the pig's teeth, biting down at my bite pressure. It's a lot like what we were doing with the pendulum test, except we're going to be firing a live round onto the bullet that's in the teeth. All right, here we go. Fire in the hole in 3, 2, 1.
That settles it. If a bullet does this to a pig's pegs, then a human jaw has no chance.
Oh my God, it blew his teeth out.
Wow.
It just blew his teeth out.
Here's one of them.
Oh, God.
So, what have we learned from all this? Well, one thing's for certain. The so-called most dangerous trick in the world is just that. A trick, not a stunt.
I have one little warning. This is serious. 4 men have been killed in attempting this feat. It's a neat trick, but let's leave it right there.
Good idea. Let's face it, it's humanly impossible to catch a speeding bullet. But on this show, that's no reason not to try. And Grant's bullet-catching rig is right on track. In the high-flying myth of the helium football, Adam and Jamie have been weighing up the differences between air and helium.
Not surprisingly, we found the first element of truth in this story. A helium-filled football is shockingly lighter than a football filled with air.
Yeah, well, now we need to determine whether that translates to a farther distance when it's kicked, right?
Yeah.
Well, more hang time.
Absolutely. It's time for an indoor test. Indoor, some large building where we can eliminate the weather variable.
And maybe we'll get one of those kicking machines to eliminate the human element in the kick, which is probably a really big thing.
Oh, yeah.
The MythBusters mechanical boot arrives.
That is scary.
It's usually used for catching practice, but on this special team, it's the big game kicker.
Boom! Pretty scary thing.
Looks dangerous.
Jamie sets up a target. And it's 1st and 10. That's almost an exact replica of Adam's throwing arm. For the 2nd down, he turns up the muscle.
Ready?
Yeah.
Hey, we hit the target. But it's still not, we're not getting a spiral.
Jamie consults the manual. Adam dives straight in. That's how things work around here.
Hey, that's a spiral.
Was it?
It was a beautiful spiral.
Pretty soon, Adam's as accurate as a seasoned quarterback.
Now he's all excited.
I am excited.
Who knew sport could be so much fun?
Well, that's good enough for me. What's next?
What's next is we take that machine and a bunch of these balls and some helium and some air out to an indoor stadium.
It's got to be indoors, away from the weather, and it's got to be big. So the guys head for a location that's got all the space they need. NASA's Ames facility at Moffett Field. This hangar should be big enough.
Wow! I get vertigo just from the sheer size. It's like not moving the way it should.
The hangar's so big, the airplanes parked in it look like toys.
And this is the largest building I have ever been in. It's about 230 feet to the ceiling. It's nearly 1/4 mile long, and they park blimps in these things. Even though a building this large can develop its own micro weather systems, and I'm not kidding, there is no breeze, there's no wind, so it's the perfect place to test our football throwing machine and see if there is a difference in the hang time between helium and air and other stuff.
First, they assemble today's MVP, the kicking machine. Then Adam paces out the test area.
That's the length of a football field, 100 yards. I can't imagine it's going to fire farther than this.
That's kind of like a little too up in the air, I think.
Either the kicker's having an off day,
that was not a spiral at all,
or there's a flag on the play of this myth-busting method.
It landed like this. This is a problem. We got to work this one out. The way it's going now, it's like a total disaster. They're just landing
all over the place.
Yeah, one's like 50 feet, the other's 200 feet.
I was keeping my hand on every single one.
Let's try that without that.
Okay.
Ready? I'm gonna try this one.
Yeah.
It actually looks like a good spiral.
Yeah, it looked pretty good.
The hands-off approach is the way to go.
That's one of the farthest throws yet.
That's beautiful.
And by jury-rigging a firing mechanism with a bungee cord, they maximize their chances of consistency.
Oh, I love it. This is beautiful. These are all landing just where I want.
With each kick on the same ballpark, the first test can begin.
Air 13 PSI bungee cord. Ball number 1.
Doesn't get better than that. Hit the 200-foot mark. Okay, ready?
Adam marks the landing spot of each ball. All 10 are right on the money. Or close enough, at least. To get a suitable sample size, they shoot off a second set of 10, to Adam's satisfaction.
Very, very happy with that. That bungee really evened everything out. There's still a couple of anomalies, but out of 10, I only had 3. That's good enough for MythBusters.
The myth that you can catch a bullet in your teeth has been shot to pieces. But Grant's been building a rig that can do the trick for real. His pneumatic gnashes are ready to bite the bullet. And with live ammo involved, the guys head for the firing range of the South San Francisco Police Department.
Oh man, this brings back memories.
Exactly 25 feet right there.
Chief Firearms Instructor Sergeant Alan Normandy has agreed to supervise. He's aided and abetted before when the guys busted the blown away myth. It was Sergeant Normandy who finally knocked Buster off his perch. Unfortunately, he's also had first-hand experience with would-be bullet catchers.
I've seen the aftermath of someone who's attempted that. The damage is fairly devastating. At a distance of 20 feet or so, I would imagine that you're going to have primarily just a puncture wound with a pistol round, but still certainly go through the mouth cavity and whatever's behind it without much difficulty.
In this case, the mouth is made of metal. Grant's robotic jaws are designed to snap shut with just the right amount of delay to catch a speeding bullet fired from a remotely triggered gun 25 feet away.
The range is yours.
Okay.
Then load it up.
Do you want... That looks pretty good.
First, they need to run some tests. They fire a few rounds at the target to make sure they're hitting the same spot every shot.
All right.
It went right through the same hole. That's good.
Then they position the jaws in the firing line.
Pressurizing the system.
And Grant activates the pneumatic actuator, which will snap them shut.
And we are armed.
Then he captures them closing on high-speed camera.
3, 2, 1. Nice.
And works out to the millisecond how long it takes them to shut.
I know how long it takes from when I trigger the gun to when the bullet comes out of the muzzle. I know how long it takes from when I trigger the teeth to when they actually close, and I know the distance and the speed of the bullet. That's going to tell me exactly how long I have to wait to trigger the jaws so that the bullet gets there exactly as they close.
Grant does the math based on a bullet traveling at over 850 feet per second.
So 857 feet per second.
And he comes up with a delay time on the jaws of 82 milliseconds.
Okay.
He punches in the magic number so that 82 thousandths of a second after the gun fires, the teeth will start to close. Everything is set.
Sergeant Normandy, may I load?
Absolutely, go ahead.
For the first time ever, the bullet in the teeth trick is ready to be tried for real.
3, 2, 1. Whoa!
You hit it.
Wow. Wow.
It looks like it closed a little too soon.
Tori's right. But that's pretty good for a first try.
Looks like the jaws are closing a little soon, so I'm gonna increase my delay by 4 3/4 milliseconds, call it 5, and we should be ready to try it again. In 3, 2, 1.
I saw a little debris pop off there. Look, dude, it's a perfect track where the lead has rubbed off against the steel.
That is really close.
Grant uses the high-speed camera to fine-tune the delay mechanism on the jaws. By tracking the bullet's progress frame by frame, he can estimate how many milliseconds the jaws are missing by and make the correct adjustment.
Okay, 1 millisecond. There we go. In 3, 2, 1.
The jaws are still missing by the skin of their teeth, but the bullet either splatters on steel or goes straight down the gullet.
I don't think with these you're gonna see it stuck in the mouth like a magician just caught it. I think it's just gonna squish right on through.
Even with precision timing, down to thousandths of a second, it's still proving to be one tough trick to pull off.
There's absolutely no way the human response time could remotely catch a bullet. It's
I mean, we've got timers. This is the closest thing to a sure thing that we could possibly have.
Time to try a different set of metal mandibles. These duckbills have a greater surface area. Maybe they'll be better able to hang on to the bullet.
3, 2, 1.
It's agonizingly close.
I can't say I'm totally surprised with the results, but this is as close as...
Welcome to our world.
Yeah, this is as close, I think, as we're going to get. If it can be done, we're right there on the threshold of it.
Lots of shrapnel.
6 shots in, success.
Oh!
That's got to be it.
It looked like it just exploded.
That's got to be it. It exploded inside the mouth.
When soft lead struck steel, the bullet basically melted.
Good job, you guys.
Nice.
We caught a bullet.
Nice.
Not much left of the bullet, but we caught it.
I don't know. That smear of lead, well, it's so unsatisfying. It'd be better if the bullet still looked like a bullet at the end. So, a slight change of tack.
For this series of tests, we've switched from the lead slug to a full metal jacket. This is a flat nose full metal jacket. It's got a thin copper shell. And we think this is going to give us a better chance of having an intact bullet at the end. In our test with the lead slug, it's like trying to catch a raw egg. As soon as you clamp down, everything squirts out the back.
Duckbill, full metal jacket, 99 milliseconds delay.
3, 2, 1.
Once again, it takes a little time.
That looks like we closed too early.
But eventually, bullseye.
Yes. Where?
In your face. It's no use. The forces at work are just too great for the bullet to stay in shape. Still,
That's a caught bullet. That is a caught bullet. Just in case anybody disputes the high speed whatsoever, I'd like to point out these wonderful track marks and the little exploded bullet right here. This is amazing evidence we actually got to catch a bullet.
by way of celebration, they take a pot shot at a set of pearly whites.
In 3, 2, 1.
Oh, ow.
But the teeth bite back.
I got hit in the face.
What?
With a tooth, I guess.
Now, that'd wipe the smile off any magician's face.
All right, guys, catching a bullet with your teeth. Is it busted?
Well, we know that human reaction time isn't fast or accurate enough. We had to use electronic timers, and even then it was tough.
And human teeth just aren't strong enough. We found that out from the pig experiment.
But in any case, on impact, a bullet will explode, and that's what it's designed to do.
So, that sounds fully busted.
Busted.
Back at NASA, the MythBusters are testing whether helium-filled footballs fly further. They fired 20 air-filled balls and measured the distance of each one. Now it's time to fill the balls with lighter-than-air helium.
Oh, 13 pounds on the first try.
They fire off the first set of 10.
Bang!
And the exit pole's not looking good for helium.
Off the top of my head, just looking at how things landed, it looks like the regulation ball filled to 13 psi, regulation pressure, flies better than filling it with helium.
10 final helium balls finish off the experiment.
Dead on the money with its predecessor. I love that. I like consistent data. I love consistent data.
When they're done, they've got 60 data points for analysis. But first impressions are that this myth is coming up short.
Look, I mean, the myth is a helium-filled football will fly farther than an air-filled football. They don't mean by an inch or something. They don't mean by a foot. The myth is that there's a significant improvement. I think we could all assume that that improvement would be something where everyone would go, whoa, why did the ball fly that far? Wait, check it, hey, it's filled with helium, kind of thing. We're not talking tiny little differences. What we're seeing is tiny little differences.
And even though they've yet to crunch the numbers, early indications are that the helium balls have lost out to the air-filled ones.
Based on what I'm seeing so far, this is exactly what I would expect. There's not much of a difference, but in spite of what you might think, a lighter ball is going to be easier to travel farther. Physics determines that if we launch the ball at the same speed and it has more mass, that's actually going to go further. So
it's all to do with inertia, which, according to Newton's first law of motion, states that the heavier an object, the more inertia it has, and the more resistance to drag. In other words, a helium-filled football should not fly as far as an air-filled one, fired at the same speed. So, does the experiment back up Newtonian physics? Or have the Mythbusters blown a hole in the laws of science? Statistician Deborah Nolan concludes that the results are inconclusive.
Well, unfortunately, the difference between helium and air-filled balls is not statistically significant.
So
That doesn't mean there isn't a difference, but I can't see the difference in the data that you've provided.
To get a clear statistical result would require a sample of thousands of kicks, which just isn't possible.
I think the day we end up with time to do thousands of trials on something, Jamie's mustache is going to fall off.
But there is time for one final experiment, just to make sure that every angle of this myth has been well and truly covered.
I mean, the whole time we've been testing a myth about hang time, and maybe it's about something totally different, like transfer of energy. I mean, suppose helium is springier at 13 psi than air and would allow a kicker's foot to impart more energy to the ball and make it go further.
the machine we were using in the hangar seemed to me to replicate more of a throw than a kick. So maybe it's about time that we actually build a kicking rig.
So this myth goes into extra time. And to nail it once and for all, they're going to use a hammer.
There's your kicker.
Okay.
The A-frame from the bullet in the teeth pendulum test should do nicely. Some minor modifications, a high-speed camera, and soon the sledgehammer is ready to crack this sporting nut.
All right, let's try that, Jamie. We've got the camera cranked up to 1,000 frames per second. We're looking for how fast that ball takes off, what the exit speed is. If it's faster, it means there's a better transfer of energy, and we're going to try and find that out. So, first test, this is an air-filled ball to 13 psi.
Okay.
Is high speed ready? And 3, 2, 1. Thrilling stuff. Let's bring the hammer down.
By studying the high-speed footage, they can calculate the speed of the ball as it leaves the frame.
The hammer speed, which I'm measuring just to make sure each of our tests is consistent, was 18.5 feet per second. The ball's exit speed, this is good, was 31.25 feet per second.
That's the baseline for comparison. Now, for a helium football's last hurrah.
Okay, there it is, 13 psi, helium.
If this football's exit speed is higher than the air-filled one, then the myth is still possible.
In 3, 2, 1.
If not, then it's game over. So, what's the final score?
It's exactly the same speed as before. The 16 frames to travel 6 inches, 32 frames per foot, equals 31.25 feet per second.
Identical. The game's up for the myth of the helium football.
So, finally, the myth that a helium-filled football flies farther than a football filled with air, what's the verdict?
It's absolutely busted. It's not about being lighter than air, it's about having the ability to push through the air. So actually being a little heavier is an advantage.
Yeah, no, we found doing the math that if you kick a ball 70 yards, one filled with helium and one filled with air, the advantage is to the ball filled with air, but it's only about an inch. That's over 250 feet, 1 inch of advantage.
It seems that the designers and manufacturers of these footballs have already figured all this out for some strange reason, and these balls are pretty much maxed out in their ability to travel through the air. They're the ideal balance of weight and size and shape.
Well, I don't think this is the last we've heard of this, but I'm willing to call this one totally busted.
Busted.
this episode of MythBusters.
Will steel-toed boots cut your toes off?
Adam and Jamie take on a tall tale of shoe shearing.
Oh, man.
And will Carrie take wing?
I'm a piñata.
As a Japanese myth takes off in Bottle Rocket Blast-Off. Who are the MythBusters? Adam Savage.
Ants are all over my head, man.
Jamie Hyneman.
Gets me all worked up just looking at it.
Tori Bellecci.
Whoa.
Carrie Byron.
That was crazy.
And Grant Imahara.
Go get him, boy.
Between them, over 50 years of special effects experience.
Go!
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test.
Well, this one actually comes out of our own industry, Jamie, and I've got some friends who I really wish were more skeptical than they are, because they hold to this idea.
You mean the myth that steel-toed boots are actually more dangerous than regular boots?
For decades, safety campaigners have called for protective footgear at work.
Suddenly, the worst happens.
But some workers won't believe the hype.
They have this idea that if there's an industrial accident where a huge weight falls on your foot, that a steel cap boot will actually curl in and crush and cut off your toes, whereas if you weren't wearing steel-tip boots, you'd still have your toes.
So, steel boot caps, guardian toe angels, or serial toe slicers. To test the myth, Adam and Jamie are going to try to turn a steel toe cap into a guillotine.
So what's the plan?
Well, as we always do, the plan's got two parts. The first part is to duplicate the testing rig that they use to give these shoes their rating. The second is to amp up that testing rig with weight or whatever we need to do to duplicate the toe amputating circumstance.
What they need is a mobile safety shoe truck. Hey, here's one. Inside, it's floor-to-ceiling industrial footwear. Imelda Marcos shoe closet, MythBusters style.
This is great.
This is actually a steel cap.
That's a steel toe cap. That's exactly what that is. Now, I also have a titanium, too.
And Karen's also got fiberglass toe caps and steel-toed tennis shoes.
Steel-toed sneakers?
Yeah. Everything here has some type of protective toe.
But Karen confesses that some customers do live in fear of the steel toe cutter.
If they were wearing a steel toe, if something heavy enough fell on it, that it would just cut their toes off completely, rather than if they weren't wearing it, then their toes would be protected, which of course sounds absurd to me.
I apologize in advance for my foot odor.
With Karen wondering how quickly she can get the truck fumigated, Adam shakes his booty back to base.
Can someone open the door for me?
Jamie gets down to what he does best, build stuff that breaks stuff.
Basically what I'm going to be building is a large guillotine, except we're not going to have an axe on the end of it that chops something off. It's going to crush something.
The shockload rig is almost complete. Adam, confident in his steel caps, tries it out.
There you go.
Are you sure?
I'm not sure how much farther I want to go.
Albeit with the rig minimum of 25 pounds.
That's cool. Dude, it's a guillotine.
Come on, you big baby.
No.
Adam, we can't see inside these shoes when they're being tested. How are we going to know what our results are? I mean, I'm not putting my feet in there. I don't know about you.
No, I'm definitely not. Well, I've actually got an idea about that, and it comes out of a technology used for testing the effects of landmines. Mine's a little bit different. It's called a frangible foot, and it uses mostly our old friend ballistics gel.
To get a smooth mold, Adam once again shaves for the show.
This is a two-stage process. The first stage, I'll be slathering what's called dental alginate over my leg, and it's what the dentists use to cast your teeth.
For support, the alginate mold is covered with several layers of plaster bandages, which, after hardening, can be cut and removed.
Woo. Nicely done.
Next, he fills the mold with a silicon-based rubber.
Is it leaking over the side? Oh!
Despite the spills, he's thrilled with the results.
Mungo is happy.
Stage 2, Adam makes a plaster mother mold and takes a cast of his silicon foot.
Oh, it looks good. Look at that foot there. Look at the foot.
But so far, he's only gone skin deep. To get right down to the bone, Adam tries out chicken legs and bamboo for their similarity to human bones.
All of a sudden, I'm not sure I like bamboo.
His tests show that neither is a match. So he goes for a fiberglass alternative.
These are real human feet, and our ultimate goal is to make castings of these in a material that matches the bone exactly.
Stage 3, Adam casts a mold of the skeletal feet.
That one's done.
And mixes a hard resin cocktail. When set, it's a perfect substitute for real bone.
Oh, yeah.
Hot glue for tendons, and the surrogate skeleton is complete. Stage 4 puts flesh on the bones. Adam uses a new ballistics material, which he pours over the skeleton in his plaster leg mold.
I'm actually really pleased with this. I think this is the state-of-the-art for MythBusters and flesh limb analogs for testing damage. There have been a ton of experiments we've done where we've kneaded bodies and skeletons and things of different types.
How you doing there, buddy? How you doing? Yeah, you're doing so good. We're gonna shoot you.
This is the best we've ever gotten in terms of something that'll really show us what happens when this accident occurs.
Meanwhile, Jamie has applied the finishing touches to his toe torturer, and they're ready to start testing.
All the shoes that we're testing are the highest rated safety boots you can get, and that's called the ANSI 75 rating.
The plan is to systematically increase the height and the weight of the things that are dropped on the shoe, probably until the shoe starts to crunch.
Beyond that, we've got our MythBusters frangible legs, which should tell us the extent and severity of any injury that gets sustained. I still don't think that we're going to get any cut-off toes.
Now we officially have a dangerous thing, so let's be careful around it.
Wow, that feels really weird. Feel that. How come you don't wear steel-toed boots, Jamie?
I generally try not to drop things on my feet. Safety pin is out.
First up on the chopping block, steel cap boot. 75 pounds from 3 feet.
In 3, 2, 1.
Well, there you go.
Well, there it is. I see a little distension in the leather here, but there doesn't seem to be any deformation at all.
Could be some variations. It looks like it may have matched it just a hair, but not enough to hurt. May just be the leather flattening out itself.
That's an ANSI 75 rating at the official test height and weight. Big deal. Let's ramp it up. The impending Toe-mageddon has got Adam excited.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's great.
Just stand over there.
The drop rig is now a toe-trembling 400 pounds.
In 3, 2, 1. Oh, man. These are resilient shoes.
Even at the rig's maximum weight, the steel cap doesn't look to have been squashed flat.
It's like stealing a dead guy's shoes. You haven't done that since the war, have you, Jamie?
Which war?
I do have a broken metatarsal here.
Yeah, but they look like they might still be attached to your body.
Oh, yeah, they would. But that's 400 pounds from 3 feet. What do you think? We ought to go to, let's go to 6 feet now. I want to see some toes cut off or crushed beyond all recognition. 3, 2, 1.
Well, it sort of removed itself there. It's flat as a pancake.
Wow.
Dr. Hyneman performs a boot autopsy. And the toe's in bad shape, but it's still in one piece.
We've got a break in the first metatarsal. We had a break in the second metatarsal. So there's your steel toe. That's a pretty serious deformation, but it still ain't a toe-cutting deformation.
No amputation, no celebration. The myth of the steel toe cap toe slicer is looking shaky.
that we're about to do came as a result of an email that someone sent me from a clip from a Japanese game show.
Oh, yeah, the one where he's got the soda bottle strapped to his back full of water and like a bicycle pump full of air, and he takes off like, I don't know, 30, 40 feet or something like that. Well, who's going to be stupid enough to strap this thing to their ass?
Well, I think that would be Carrie, not because she's stupid, which we know she's not, but because she's lighter than you or I.
I've seen that clip. I've seen it. I think that one's faked. There's got to be a cable involved somewhere.
Well, you're going to find out.
So can the MythBusters launch someone 40 yards on a ballistic trajectory with a bottle rocket jetpack using just water for fuel? First, they need to build a prototype, and Grant's found a recipe on the internet.
Our bottle rocket's going to be composed of a plastic soda bottle, a bike pump to provide air pressure, a rubber stopper, and some plumbing bits from the hardware store.
It's all hands to the pump, and when Tori adds a pointy bit, they've got themselves a rocket. Kind of thing.
Looks pretty cool for like a 2-second job.
Let's do it.
All right.
Outside, they add the power system, water and pressurized air.
Starting to get a little pressure.
Excellent. It won't be long now.
I don't think I can hold on to it much longer.
Really?
It's starting to lift.
Okay, put it down. Put it down on the ground.
All right.
Oh, where did it go? I guess it works.
Well, I guess we know it works.
Turns out being a rocket scientist isn't so hard after all.
Hey, I got it.
Okay, pay attention at the back. Bottle rockets are a perfect illustration of Newton's third law. The air inside is pressurized. When the rubber stopper is released, air and water rush down through the nozzle, thrusting the bottle up with an equal and opposite force. The guys have their proof of concept, so now the fine-tuning.
I could do this all day. See, science is fun.
So, knowing that bottle rocketry is actually very popular, what is the current world record for altitude?
The current world record is 517 meters set by U.S. water rockets. And it was set by a device called the X-10, which is shrouded in secrecy.
All of the specs we have in it are based on guesstimates from looking at photos and video, but it seems to be not a soda bottle, but actually an 8-foot tube of fluorescent light protective covering polycarbonate wrapped in high-strength composite and powered solely by tap water and air pressure.
May 2005, Galway, New York State. The U.S. Water Rockets team sets a new world record as its X-10 rocket reaches 1,696 feet before parachuting back to Earth. Back at HQ, Grant is making a splash, perfecting the MythBusters bottle rocket. They're looking for the water-to-air ratio that gives maximum thrust.
Excellent.
Look at you.
Several dry runs later, they conclude that 1/3 water, 2/3 air is right on the money.
I'm really excited. I think these tests went extremely well. I mean, we found the butter zone. About 1/3 full is exactly what we need.
Now they want some payload data.
So what we want to know now is how high a 3-liter bottle can launch this 2-kilogram payload.
20 PSI? 40 PSI?
Carrie pumps as much air as she dares without bursting the bottle.
Okay, we're at 60 PSI.
Okay, stand by.
3, 2, 1. Ow! That's really stiff. This might be a two-hander. In 3, 2, 1.
Woo, that's awesome. That means we got 2 kilograms, 20 feet. That's a nice, easy round calculation.
At 60 PSI, they'll need 28 3-liter bottles just to get Carrie off the ground, let alone propel her 40 yards. Time to supersize.
All right, this jug is 18.93 liters. I'm gonna fill it 1/3 full with water.
If the soda bottles fail to get Carrie airborne, this could be Plan B.
Okay.
Okay, 2-kilogram load.
I have to say I'm a little bit frightened.
Be afraid. Be very afraid.
Oh, it's getting crazy. We're gonna have to launch it.
All right.
Stand back. We're gonna have to do it. 3, 2, 1.
Holy crap! Run!
Run!
Now that's what I call a water cooler moment.
That was a good launch. I went up about, I'd have to guess.
How about 50, 60 feet?
Had to be about 50, 60 feet in the air.
There was plenty of thrust, but for our would-be astronaut, not exactly reassuring.
I have to say it was extremely scary because this is very pointy, this is very heavy. It went really high in the air, and for some reason it headed right for the cameraman and the sound woman. Run! Run! And he started running one way, and she started running the other way, and everybody going, ah!
In the myth of the steel-capped toe cutters, the boys have given Adam's frangible foot a 400-pound stuffing. The steel toe cap was severely dented, but not crushed completely flat. Now, they're going to leave the toe cap out of the equation.
Because the myth involves steel-toed boots causing you more harm than they might actually protect you in an accident, we'd like to show what would happen if you weren't wearing steel-toed boots at all. 75 pounds, 3 feet, non-steel-toed boot.
But the results suggest that the guys have tripped over their own foot.
Okay, I think we've got a problem here. Our new ballistics material, unlike the gelatin, it doesn't break or shatter under that kind of load. It tends to bounce back. I mean, it matches the density of flesh, but perhaps not the behavior as much as we'd like.
The springy consistency is preventing a realistic record of impact damage. The boot's on the wrong foot, so they decide to start from scratch with good old Plan B, which is
take the toe of the boot, put a cylinder of clay in there, and see how much tension there is from the weight dropping on the boot. It's like the aftermath of a shot from like a samurai film, like,
Their new method is borrowed from ANSI, the American National Standards Institute. For decades, men with beards and white coats have been crushing toes for science.
It's easy to see what this impact would do to the unprotected foot, as represented by this foam wax form. A foot subjected to such a blow without protection is literally exploded.
All right, so this is 75 pounds from 3 feet, ANSI test with steel-toed boot. And 3, 2, 1. It's funny, when you read the literature about the ANSI testing, they say that in order for the boot to be rated, at the total compression, there can't be less than ½ an inch.
Which is what it is.
So the steel caps pass the ANSI shock load criteria. Now for the all-important control test with no toe cap.
2, 1. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, let's see. Oh, dude. I believe the compression of the clay is what we'd call total.
Looks a little different than what we were seeing from the ballistics gel.
Oh, dude. I mean, it's just instantaneous.
Damning evidence, and the steel cap conspiracy could soon be getting the boot.
You know, but we still have not seen the phenomenon in the steel cap that duplicates that mythical toe-cutting action.
Well, there's another type of a rig that simply crushes hydraulically, and we can also measure the pressures involved when that happens.
Jamie begins with a shop-bought arbor press. While he grapples with the assembly, Adam imagines Christmas Eve at the Hyneman household.
I can totally see your wife up all night, you know, like with the thing down in the basement. Don't come down, honey. Look, honey, I got you a log splitter. Oh, honey, I'm touched. Thank you, honey.
Jamie adds a pressure gauge and car jack, and soon he's got a compression test rig, which gets Adam thinking.
Jamie, just as a point of comparison, so we can know what a pain threshold is versus a bone-breaking threshold, will you put your own foot into the shear rig?
If I do it, you've got to do double that weight with your steel caps on.
How about this? If you can withstand it until it starts to register on the needle, I'll give you 20 bucks. All right. Pain threshold, test number 1.
Okay, are we ready?
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, wow, it's already sitting at 100 pounds.
That's because I was pushing down on it.
You were getting your reading by pushing down on the gauge? You cheating bastard.
But Adam has the last laugh.
I'm gonna go for the metatarsal protection.
Laced up like Frankenstein's monster.
Oh, yeah.
Adam steps forward with confident tread.
1,200.
It's seriously squeezing my foot.
15.
God. Okay, that's it.
That was 1,600 pounds.
Which just goes to prove absolutely nothing at all. The guys want to compare the failure point of boots with and without steel toe caps. First in the mangle, the steel-toed variety.
5,000. 6,000. Come on, keep going.
Have we lost our toes yet?
Let's let it go and see. Ooh, sorry.
That doesn't look very comfortable.
No, that doesn't. That looks like we've lost our toes.
So, 6,000 pounds of pressure on your tootsies, and you'll be changing shoe size for good. Now, for a regular boot.
Can you say flat as a pancake?
With no steel cap, it crushes so quickly that Adam can barely get a reading. But total failure occurs at around 1,200 pounds.
Oh, it's like a clay extrusion mold. I don't know about you, but that seems like pretty crushed toes to me.
So, steel toe caps provide 5 times more protection than regular boots. So, this myth is looking as flat as a pancake. You know, a load of crepe. In the myth of the bottle rocket, Tori, Grant, and Carrie have been conducting rigorous scientific experiments.
Holy crap! Run!
Run! Run!
To see if soda bottles, air, and water could launch a human 40 yards.
The translation.
At ground control, Grant's received a translation of the Japanese game show that featured the alleged bottle rocket.
That's kind of scary.
It appears that they used just 15 bottles for blastoff. Way less than the 28 at 60 psi their own tests showed they'd need.
I guess that's what we're gonna shoot for.
The only solution is to try and force the pressure in each bottle way up, over 60 psi.
Pressure is the only thing that they don't specify in the video, which means one more test. We need to find out how much pressure a 3-liter soda bottle can take.
Faster, Grant. Faster.
I'm pumping as fast as I can.
The myth specifies using a bike pump.
Whoa.
And between them, they managed to boost the pressure inside the bottle to 95 psi. But if Carrie's going to strap 15 of these to her back, she's keen to know at what point they'll become plastic bombs.
But we need to know, when is it gonna blow? So I've got this rig I've taken out of my combat robot, and I can provide higher pressure air than we can get here in the shop.
Grant spent years perfecting the design of Deadblow, his title-fighting battle bot. In 2000, his creation beat all comers to reach the final of the hit television show BattleBots.
These home-built robots would fight it out gladiator style.
It's designed to pierce the armor of its opponents with a pneumatically powered titanium arm.
It just gets on the other robots and pounds them mercilessly until they submit.
Now, Grant plans to use that pneumatic power to test the limits of their soda bottles. Safely behind the blast shield, Grant applies the pressure.
140! 145! 150! I guess about 150 is the limit. 150 PSI, definitely not safe. I think we're gonna stick to the 95 we got with the bike pump.
While Carrie and Grant are limited to the myth's bicycle pump primed 15-bottle rig, Tori looks into Plan B. For that, he's thinking big. 9 water coolers big.
So the first thing I gotta do is find out how much air pressure one of these bad boys will take. Ooh, 8 more. I gotta go to the bathroom. This is a game called Guess What I Had for Lunch.
You know, that's real mature.
On a serious note, safety concerns mean they need to repeat the failure pressure test on a water cooler bottle.
And then that way, no one gets hurt.
75, 80, 85, 90. Wow!
Wow! Fire in the hole.
Just goes to show size isn't everything. The big bottles fail at 90 psi. 60 psi less than the soda bottles.
90.
Oh, shoot. Sorry about that. We should have warned our neighbors. Sorry about that.
Plan B won't be involving water coolers. Not unless Carrie's shrapnel insurance is up to date. So back to Plan A, 15 soda bottles and a bicycle pump.
We know that there are 15 bottles in the rig that they used in the film because we have a translation. So we're gonna take 1/15 of my weight, strap it to a 3-liter bottle, bring it up to 90 psi, and see how high we can get.
If one bottle can lift 1/15 of Carrie's weight, they're in business.
3, 2, 1. Wow, that went exactly to the top of the scale. That means we've got exactly 16 feet, and that's not metric. So let me do some conversions really fast, and it's really high. We'll come back to that. This 3-liter bottle at 90 psi lifted 3.5 kilograms, 490 centimeters. That's amazing, because that's 1/15 my weight. 15 bottles could possibly lift me to the top of this scale. And I can't wait to tell the boys, because we all kind of, it's probably faked. Maybe not.
Encouraged by the test runs, Carrie and Grant get down to the real thing. Their job, the 15-bottle rig as specified in the game show clip.
Oh, yeah. Are you ready to fly?
That's gonna be amazing.
And Grant's come up with a new way to pop Carrie's cork.
Put the bottle on like that. Cable ties click around this lip. And then you slide the ring up to secure it. It's locked now. Cable ties are holding it on. When you want to launch, pull the ring down, and that'll release the bottle straight up. Simple.
So with the design stage approved, mass production can begin at MASA, the MythBusters Aeronautical and Space Administration. The bottles will be filled with air via bicycle inner tube valves, which are glued into place in rubber stoppers. So air will get in, but not out. They carefully assemble 15 cable tie quick release systems, which they secure in a plywood housing. The PVC collars are fixed to a trigger plate and placed over the quick release platform to complete the rig.
That is so awesome.
Looks good, but can it walk the walk?
Oh, yeah. That is gonna rock. Except for the gluing part, if it comes out, that part would probably suck, but the rest of it is gonna rock totally.
Next, our rocket scientists have to come up with a remote mechanism to retract the trigger plate and launch the rocket.
And what we've got is all the trigger rings are connected to a plate. And the plate is going to be pulled by one of these. This is a pneumatic actuator. It's air-powered. If I put air in here, pushing the diaphragm down, it's just going to pull the plate and pop all 15 trigger valves at once.
Perfect. Meanwhile, Tori is on a separate mission to get Carrie in the air by any means necessary.
Here at MythBusters, we have mandatory drug testing to ensure the safety of all our employees.
And I pass every time.
Tori is also going with a cable tie quick release system. But that's where the similarity ends. According to his calculations, he needs not 15, but 50 bottles to replicate the parameters of the game show flight.
Since I'm not restricted by the myth, I'm not going to be using bicycle pump to fill this thing up with air. So I'm going to go ahead and use PVC pipe. I'm going to use compressed air, and then I'll just plumb the whole thing together. So it'll be a big pipe system underneath the rig.
While Tori builds his behemoth, out in the parking lot, Carrie and Grant are preparing their official bottle rocket for a test launch. They fill their 3-liter rockets with 1 liter of water, then lock and load.
Oh, yeah. It's almost there.
Nervous much?
Yeah.
And for good reason, as their plans suddenly spring a leak. Or to be more precise, 15 leaks.
Turns out that our valves, once they're screwed in, we didn't think about the fact that that is just going to turn it into a little hose. And all of our water is just dripping out like rain.
Before they take the rig apart, they run a quick test of the pneumatic trigger.
At least something works.
Which is more than Tori can say for his rig.
I don't know if this is going to work.
He's been delayed by ill-fitting stoppers, which have left him short on time and low on morale.
I know it's, you know, on the show we always say failure is always an option, but let's face it, who wants to fail?
While Tori derails, Grant and Carrie are back on track.
Here's the new solution. Hose barb on either end of a ball valve. When we want to pressure up, we open it, pump it up, and when we're done, we close it. No water leaking, no air leaking.
Sounds good. Grant gives each bottle rocket a ball valve, and launch is just 1 step away.
Okay, that should do it.
All that's left is for Carrie to put her shoulder to the pump.
Bottle 3, I'm already getting tired.
A dozen later, and she's just enough strength left to open the valve for launch.
Ready to go? In 3, 2, 1. Woo! Well, at least we know it works. Final test run? Obviously a complete success, a little scary. All right, so lesson number 1, tape the bottles better.
The rocket's maiden voyage was also its last, leaving our maiden rocketeer in 2 minds about launch day.
This could be pretty dangerous, so I think maybe I'm gonna shoot the simulate off first and see how it reacts and make sure I'm not gonna, you know, break my neck.
Despite her misgivings, Carrie remains the designated pilot, and Grant needs to measure her up.
Like that?
Not for a coffin, but for a launch gantry. According to the game show clip, the angle for a bottle rocket launch is 60 degrees.
Just about perfect. That's it. That's just like the video.
Next, Carrie tests out various harness options for the bottle rocket backpack.
Wow, the miracle of flight.
What the hell are you guys doing?
I'm a piñata!
One way or another, the guys are determined to get Carrie airborne. Tori's had a problem with the stopper design on his 50-bottle rig, but he's worked through the night and he thinks he's got it licked.
There was another design that we found on the internet, and it was basically taking a PVC coupler, cutting a groove in it, and slipping an O-ring over it. And then the bottle slips over that, and it gives us a great seal. I mean, it's like a perfect seal.
After burning the midnight oil, it's a champagne moment for Tori.
3, 2, 1.
I think it works. Hey, that worked.
But on the eve of launch day, this rocket scientist has grave concerns.
Are we gonna get Carrie in the air? I don't know if she's gonna really wanna do this. I saw the 15 bottles launch yesterday, and it's pretty frightening. 50 bottles, I don't know, she might get hurt.
The myth that steel toe cap boots are more dangerous than regular boots is sinking fast.
I don't know about you, but that seems like pretty crushed toes to me.
But the boys won't be happy until some toes get the chop. So they turn to the shear attachment, or as it's affectionately known, the blade.
Oh, there's one, 500. Oh, there's one, 600. Oh, yuck. Oh!
You had enough yet?
Yeah, stop. Okay, we're at 1400 and we're pretty much cut all the bar is flat against the bottom.
So here's some handy facts. 750 pounds will break every bone in your toes. 1,400 pounds, and you won't have any toes left to break.
Oh, that's yummy.
Meanwhile, the MythBusters research department has made a surprising discovery.
Well, you know, as often is the case on MythBusters, we've uncovered some information that actually lends a little credence to this concern about amputation involved with steel-tipped shoes.
Absolutely. It was really difficult to find this piece of information, but we did turn up a case in 2002 in Australia of a man who had an accident involving his steel-toed boots. He was working near a forklift that was loading some pipe, and one of the pipes fell off the forklift onto his steel-toed boot, and he lost the third toe on his right foot.
So, just when it seemed out for the count, this myth staggers to its feet for one final round. To deliver the knockout blow, it's back to the guillotine, and this time the boys mean business. They fitted the shear attachment to simulate a worst-case industrial scenario.
So this is a danger zone now.
With the rig at maximum height and weight, this will be the ultimate test of a steel-capped boot.
In 3, 2, 1. Dude! Oh, it slid right off the steel because it landed right where I placed it, but it slid off the steel toe and sliced the entire shoe in half. Does that mean that because of the steel toe, you're actually going to lose slightly more of your toes?
But it's not the steel toe that's actually cutting your foot off. It's just providing like a ramp.
It's an intriguing result, which prompts a second take.
In 3, 2, 1.
Well,
did that also glance off the steel toe?
That did exactly that. And,
even though we put it way farther out?
Yeah, we couldn't have really placed it any differently. This is probably the closest thing that we've seen to the circumstances that the myths say where it could well have been involved with amputating the toes.
I'm really glad we took this as far as we did. We finally did get an amputation, and we showed that if you're wearing steel-toed boots, there is a circumstance under which you can lose your toes. Of course, it involves dropping massive amounts of weights with a tiny blade at the end on them.
Yeah, nevertheless, I mean, given the same set of circumstances, you will always have more damage to your feet if you're not wearing steel tips than if you are wearing them. It's just across the board.
Absolutely. This myth is busted completely.
It's launch day for the myth of the bottle rocket. And Grant and Carrie arrive at their very own Cape Canaveral, Pier 50, San Francisco.
The day has finally come for the launching. I have to say I have a few butterflies in my stomach.
Oh my God, this is insane.
The launch profile entails splashdown in the bay, which has our bottle rocketeer asking the obvious question.
How am I gonna get out?
There's going to be a boat and a jet ski to fish you out. I mean, to rescue you. To get you.
Joking aside, Carrie's well-being is paramount, and Simulate Jane is on hand in case the safety officers from Medics at the Movies veto launching a human. Harbor Patrol arrive with a splash.
How action movie is this?
It may look Hollywood, but any injuries sustained will be real. So Carrie is taking no chances.
I might have to launch the Simulate a few times before I can actually commit to this because it's looking somewhat dangerous.
The Simulate's knees are giving way at the prospect, so they shore her up with an aluminum frame.
It looks like a garter for a robot.
And with no time for swimming lessons, Carrie applies the final touches. As the gantry is moved into place,
yeah, it's perfect.
Tori arrives direct from the late shift and gets straight into the spirit of the occasion.
Okay, what can I get you? Gin and tonic, what do you want? Vodka cranberry? You got it.
When Tori's finished fueling, it's time to assemble the rocket. First, load the 15 motors onto the release platform.
All right, that's it.
And secure them tightly.
Don't be shy. I got lots of tape.
Beef up the safety measures and install the pilot. Mount the bottle rocket on the launch pad.
Good. Beauty.
And have a joke at Carrie's expense.
Eventually, another dummy's gonna get in there. No, I'm kidding. Come on, I'm joking. Carrie's too nervous. No more joking. Let's grim up.
And finally, prime the engines.
Can you believe you have to do these one by one?
How many more to go, Yamahara?
4.
I'm glad that there's 4 more because I just didn't want this to be over yet.
Everything's set for launch. So inevitably, the rocket springs a leak.
Okay, Carrie, pressure in the middle now.
Putting all I can on it.
This is the one that's hemorrhaging.
I know, there's nothing more I can do.
While the ground crew make frantic repairs, Tori plays for time.
What makes
you think there's a problem? There's no problem.
Grant brings the leak under control. And it's pumped like mad to bring the last bottles up to 90 psi.
Last one. Okay, everybody get ready. This is the last one.
The distance markers are all in place. And if they're anything to go by, someone's expecting a long-haul flight.
We're about to do the 15-bottle test. I saw it launch yesterday, and it's pretty powerful.
I think it's just gonna go straight out there, go out about 20 feet up, and continue on, total path about 40 feet.
It might just like swing up over her head and just like spin her into the water.
She's not gonna pinwheel. I think it's just gonna go straight.
This is probably more important for me than anybody else because this right here is going to tell me whether I want to get in this or not. So I'm crossing my fingers.
Grant attaches the pneumatic trigger release. It's 0 hour for Jane, the simulate.
You guys ready? We gotta pull the blocks out.
Hey!
Okay, high speed ready! 3, 2, 1!
Hard to tell who flew furthest, Grant or Jane.
That was
good job, buddy. That looked great. Where'd she go?
Straight down, apparently. Something malfunctioned, and the high-speed camera should hold the answer.
It looked like it just shot right off her back.
Yeah.
There was like one tie that held on.
I guess those straps.
While the team discusses harness failure, the safety expert catalogs pilot injuries.
Anything from abrasions, lacerations to sprains, strains, possible dislocated bones, possibly broken bones, possibly concussions. Head, neck, back injuries are always the most serious.
Well, I don't want that to happen to me, so I think we need another test with the dummy and get it right before you put me in the rig.
Absolutely.
After the trial run, the jury's still out. The bottle rocket has significant thrust. But can that force be harnessed safely? Time for another launch.
Let's go to lunch.
Jane the Simulate's maiden bottle rocket flight was less than a success.
2, 1!
Without a safe test launch, Carrie will be grounded and the myth busted.
I have a lot of doubts about the last test. I just don't know what's really gonna happen, and unless we can get this to work in a way that's a little bit safer, I don't want to get on it.
The team resets, and to avoid backflips, Jane is positioned higher on the rocket. The safety harness is given careful attention. But Carrie's less than impressed with Tori's tether.
This is supposed to be me. We cannot use this particular method on me.
I don't see why not. Looks like it's working pretty good.
Passenger comfort will come as standard on a later model.
In 3, 2, 1.
Oh. Maybe I should stand right behind it next time.
That didn't look that bad.
That was cool.
That was just a backflip.
Just a backflip? Yeah, a rocket-assisted 20-foot-high backflip.
Oh.
That's not very ballistic.
It looks a lot of fun.
Oh my God, look, she's going for a nosedive.
That's a headshot right into the water.
Oh.
It looks a blast, but what's the official word?
After the 2 experiments I've seen, I would not let you get on that. No way.
See, Dave's pulling rank. I'm not getting on it.
You're off the hook. You're off the hook.
I didn't want to chicken out, but I did not sleep last night. I kept thinking I was gonna break my neck on this thing.
Well, I'm a little bummed, though, that we're not going to actually launch a person on it. I mean, looking at the high speed, that looked fun. It didn't look that dangerous, but, you know, I guess we're all worried about breaking necks and people getting paralyzed.
I'm really, really relieved I don't have to do it.
So, no aerial acrobatics or a trip to the chiropractor for Carrie. But what about the myth?
This myth is about strapping 15 soda bottles to a person's back and having them fly in a ballistic trajectory. Based on what we've seen here, it's totally busted.
And busted on 2 counts. First, neither the height nor distance match those of the myth. And second, this rig isn't close to being safe for a human passenger.
This being MythBusters, now that the myth is busted, we need to ramp this up. So we're gonna go to Tori's 50-bottle rig.
I just finished it maybe a few hours ago. I stayed up till 2 in the morning last night trying to get it finished. So I haven't actually tested it, so I don't know if it's gonna work. I'm hoping. I'm very hopeful.
With Carrie off the hook, Jane's safety is now in Tori's sleep-deprived hands.
I like to call this my safety friend. This is what happens when I don't get enough sleep.
All 50 bottles are filled with 1 liter of water, then loaded onto the O-rings for a pressure test.
All right, the moment of truth.
I don't hear any hissing.
I don't either. That's a good sign.
It's a real good sign.
A word of warning: simultaneous triggering, as seen on 360 Swing Set, is a very tall order. With 50 rockets to trigger, there's plenty of scope for failure.
Get on.
Which, on this show, is par for the course.
This is 50 bottle blast off. You guys ready?
Ready.
Opening the valve. All right, pulling out the safety blocks. Okay.
3, 2, 1! Go!
Ah, what do we do? Well, that was great.
Wow.
Well, something happened. Didn't work exactly the way I thought it would, but hey, no one's perfect.
Did you see my trigger mechanism?
That was pretty cool.
No backflips this time, just some crash test dummy yoga. But what went wrong?
It might just be the collective, because look how,
These guys are tight.
Okay, how you like my O-rings now?
The high-angle footage shows the rockets on the left releasing cleanly, but on the right, the O-rings hold them back. Sticky O-rings, eh? Time to put Jamie's shop motto into action. When in doubt, lubricate.
So we had 2 problems with our last launch. 1, it didn't release cleanly. We've dealt with that by lubing up. And 2, the bottom bottles filled up with water because of our angle. So what we're gonna do now is have a more flat launch. We've got our lube and we're ready to go.
Lucky last, the team has one more chance to get Jane airborne. It seems like more soda bottles should mean more thrust.
Okay, I'm pressurizing to 100. You guys ready? In 3, 2, 1! Hang on.
I wouldn't have been scared of doing that.
Well,
it wasn't impressive, but it sure was fun. I just do not see soda bottles and water and air being any means of a jetpack whatsoever.
yeah, it seems like we should have more soda bottles would mean more thrust.
More bottles means more complications, and simultaneous release is one of our hugest problems in any experience we do.
You know, we didn't get her too high, but
I'm still happy.
I would say we can call this one busted.
And call it a day.
Yeah.
Busted. Let's get out of here.
I want to go to bed. I'm tired.
on this episode of MythBusters.
That is just crazy.
Adam and Jamie test the myth that falling bullets can kill.
Please don't fire bullets into my head.
Take cover as they spray the skies with ammo to find out.
I'm searching across the desert for a pencil-sized hole.
And sit back and unwind as the team takes the top off some more vodka myths.
Let's all group hug.
Who are the MythBusters? Adam Savage. Jamie Hyneman.
Aren't tracer rounds illegal?
Between them, more than 30 years special effects experience.
That's what I'm talking about.
Joining them, Tori Balachi.
Science is fun.
Carrie Byron.
Guess what I did today?
And Grant Imahara.
You guys ready for this?
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test.
What do we got?
This one's another one of those myths that everybody's heard of, and that is that if you fire a gun straight up in the air, that the bullet, after it's done its thing and gone all the way up there, is going to come down with lethal velocity. If it hits you, it'll kill you.
This is the kind of thing that happens on the 4th of July or some type of celebration. Someone pulls out their gun to add to the festivities, and the bullets rain down on society, and innocent bystanders thinning the herd.
That's it.
They're talking about when celebrations really go off with a bang. When revelers get fired up and start firing up. They think it's harmless fun, but are they right? Or when the bullets come down, are they still deadly? To find out, they'll start with some in-shop simulations. First, they'll clock the terminal velocity of a falling bullet. Then they'll figure a way to fire bullets at terminal velocity to see what damage they do. And finally, they'll fire real bullets straight up to see what falling bullets do for real. So, step one, to find out how fast a bullet falls, they want to know how high one goes.
The question is, what height will a bullet go to when you fire it into the air? And to answer the question, what we were thinking was to correlate the density of ballistics gel with the density of air.
Huh. Jamie doesn't seem entirely convinced, but Adam's adamant. So he plows on alone. He knows that 1 cubic centimeter of air weighs 1.2 milligrams. But what about ballistics gel?
Look at that. That is so beautiful.
At 1 gram, ballistics gel is 650 times more dense than air.
So by my theory, if I'm correct, if we fire a bullet into ballistics gel and it goes 1 foot, then it would go 650 feet in air.
Knowing that bullets travel a lot further than that, Adam mixes up a record-breaking batch of ballistics gel. An 800-pound batch, to be precise.
This is by far the most ballistics gel we've ever cast in a single lot at one time.
Let's hope he's got this right.
I don't know if we're going to end up using them all. I hope that we're going to end up using them all because I would have hated to have cast this up in vain.
Next morning, the guys decamp to the police firing range, along with a half a ton of ballistics gelatin, which they arrange into a 16-foot-long block. After mixing up all this lot, Adam set his sights on some gun fun.
Hey, given that you're always shooting, you mind if I take these shots?
Firearms instructor Sergeant Al Normandy is on hand to keep an eye on the experiment. First up, a 9mm pistol.
Magazine's out, slides locked back, we're safe. Go ahead and proceed forward. Let's take a look at it.
Look at this, it's beautiful.
The slug made it all the way to the 3rd block.
Look at that, there it is, 5 feet in.
According to Adam's theory, that's equivalent to 3,250 feet in air. Now for the 30-06, some serious firepower.
What the hell happened to that? Dude!
I think it got stopped in the first block.
I don't think it moved outside the first block. But, I mean, Shouldn't it go farther than the 9mm round?
It's a little counterintuitive, but actually because of the speed of the bullet has a tendency to break up, more so than the pistol round, which is technically a very low velocity projectile.
They've been here before. In a previous episode, Adam and Jamie discovered that high-velocity bullets break up when fired into water. And because ballistics gel is 90% water, exactly the same thing happens.
Well, there's your problem.
With the experiment dead in the water, Jamie applies the coup de grace.
Oh, that is just crazy.
Crazy, but in terms of how high a rifle bullet goes, totally useless. Myth 1, MythBusters 0. Around the world, millions of gallons of vodka are consumed every year. Most people choose to drink it, but the MythBusters have been testing it for other uses. As a bee killer, it was busted.
That's terrible, they're drunk.
As a mouthwash for Adam, it defied all odds.
Not that bad.
It even removed the cheese from Adam's feet. And it rose to the occasion by freshening up the smell of a chain-smoking jacket.
So this is the better smelling one, right?
And it's the one that we sprayed vodka on.
And if it's gonna help it, just pour it on there.
First up, can vodka combat poison oak?
Well, we've grabbed our passports and crossed the Golden Gate Bridge, the home of our sound recordist, who lives on the frontier of West Marin. And our search is for poison oak. Why poison oak? It's another vodka-related myth. Apparently, if you pour vodka over an area that's been affected by poison oak, it will remove the urushiol oil and prevent you from developing a rash.
Tori's drawn the short straw.
Ironic, isn't it, that I'm protecting myself from poison oak just so that I can rub it on my arm later.
Well, you don't want it everywhere.
Looking more like Ghostbusters than Mythbusters, Tori prepares to take one for the team.
This?
Oh, okay. See how it glistens with poison?
Get the scissors.
So you guys sure that's poison oak, right?
Yeah, it's got the 3 leaves. It's that beautiful dark green color.
Carrie's ruled out of this rash myth as she's been dangerously allergic to poison oak since childhood.
What are you trying to do, get enough to make a salad?
Oh.
According to some, chewing poison oak protects against its effects. Others say it will make you very, very sick. So, what's the toxic ingredient?
And what makes them painful is the urushiol oil, and that's the active ingredient that causes an allergy in 90% of people.
Remember that figure, 90%.
And the most common side effect is a rash, but some people have such a severe reaction that they have to be hospitalized.
No problem. Tori's health insurance is paid up. And in any case, vodka may just work.
This is going against everything I've ever been taught as a kid. It's like boggles my mind.
His arm is divided into 3 sections, and the poison oak is applied.
Oh. It's okay. It's not like you've never had a rash before.
That's right, that was that time that you and I were hanging out, and you gave it.
Okay, so
in section 1, they use an orthodox remedy, a commercial balm.
Rub it in. It cleanses and decontaminates skin by removing the invisible oils.
Now for the vodka, which they pour over a separate section of skin. The middle section is left untreated as the control.
Well, I hope you don't have a date tonight because you're showing up smelling like liquor. Poison oak on your arm.
That works every time. Okay, now I guess we just wait and see what happens. Let's all group hug.
Ah!
Yeah. No? Okay.
Let the games begin. In the myth that bullets fired up can kill, Adam and Jamie have been trying to find out how high a bullet can go.
Oh, that is just crazy.
Their first experiment drew a blank, so it's back to the drawing board.
Well, that was a good waste of time. I mean, we didn't really get any useful data at all from firing a bullet into the ballistics gel. No. I mean, the faster the bullet, the more the gel resisted, just like water.
Well, we might have busted out experimentally, but there are computer simulation programs that can give us the figures on a vertically discharged bullet, and here's what we got. A 30-06 bullet will reach a maximum height of 10,000 feet and take 58 seconds to make its round trip. A 9mm bullet will reach a maximum height of 4,000 feet and take 37 seconds to make its round trip.
Well, that's certainly high enough for it to reach its terminal velocity on the way down on both bullets. So all we need to do is find out what that is.
Terminal velocity is the maximum speed at which an object can fall through the air. It's reached when the force of gravity is matched by the force of wind resistance, at which point the object can't go any faster. To find the terminal velocity of a bullet, Adam builds an acrylic wind tunnel. He fires a high-speed jet of air from below and inserts a wind speed meter at the top. Everything's set.
The way this wind tunnel measures the terminal velocity of a bullet is when I put a bullet into this tube and I get it to a point at which it's stable and it floats in the tube, I know that that is this. I'm equaling the bullet's weight and mass with the air pressure below it, and that speed that I get on my wind speed indicator is exactly the speed at which this bullet will fall if it's falling through the air.
First up, a 9mm bullet. It takes some adjustment to find the right wind speed, but Adam soon dials it in, and he's in business.
Look at that!
It was pretty consistent. I see on the wind speed indicator I've got here, it's just almost exactly 100 miles an hour. That's how fast this thing would be heading towards you if it fell from the sky. So now I got to do the other bullet.
This is a 30-06 bullet. Longer, but close to the similar weight. Look at that!
This wind tunnel demonstrates absolutely that the terminal velocity of both the 9mm and the 30-06 is just about 100 miles per hour. Now, this wind tunnel also demonstrates really clearly that their most stable way of falling is on their side. And that's their stable speed. That's the speed they're going to hit you at.
100 miles per hour is about 150 feet per second. That sounds pretty quick. But is it quick enough to kill?
Now that I've determined that, next up is to build a device that will fire these at exactly 150 feet per second, fire them into some human head analog, and see if they're in fact lethal at those speeds.
Human head analog? On this show, that only means one thing.
Jamie.
Yeah?
Please don't fire bullets into my head.
It's only got one ear, though.
We don't need ears for testing the lethality of bullets at terminal velocity, man.
A pig's cranium is harder than a human's, but it's close enough. Wow. And don't worry, as always on the show, Adam and Jamie got these at the slaughterhouse. Now, they need a way of firing bullets at just 150 feet per second. So Adam takes some aluminum piping, a high-pressure air hose, and a 9mm bullet. Simple, but dangerous. So don't try this at home.
I think you might have put a dent in your door. That would have hurt.
In fact, I wouldn't want to get hit in the head with that. I know that. I mean, that could potentially do you harm.
Sounds encouraging, so Adam goes into production. He makes 2 high-pressure pea shooters, one each for the 9mm and 30 caliber bullets. Both consist of an aluminum barrel with a solenoid valve plumbed into one end. He'll fire through a chronograph, which measures in feet per second, so he can tune the velocity until it matches a falling bullet. Once again, Sergeant Normandy's there to lend a hand. First up, the 9mm bullet at 120 psi.
The gun is loaded. Prepare to fire.
74 feet per second. I think we might be in trouble.
That's only half the required velocity. But for once, a policeman is there when you need one.
Do you think you have adequate seal on the pneumatics there?
Oh, you mean if I taped it up, I might get that much more?
Might get a little bit more improvement just from making sure that nothing's escaping.
To ensure a snug slug, Adam tapes the bullet and the breech for round 2.
Ready? Prepare to fire.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1. 140. Actually, I was looking for exactly 146. That's amazing. Perfect. Okay, 9mm is dialed in perfectly.
Next up, the .30 caliber bullet. And with Adam dialed in, it too is soon hitting its terminal velocity target.
151.
151.
One of my favorite numbers.
Dead on the money.
Now, with a little help from the pigs, he should soon know if bullets fall fast enough to butcher. Back at the myth that vodka can relieve a poison oak reaction, Tori's looking alarmingly healthy.
13 days ago, I put poison oak on my arm, but apparently I don't get it anymore. I mean, I got it when I was a kid, but I don't get it anymore. So I need your arm. I need somebody, you know, a weaker individual, or not individual, but...
While Tori gloves up, Adam freaks out. But he needn't have worried. Turns out he too is one of the 10% who are immune to poison oak.
So poison oak. I did the test a week ago, and it seems that the myth now isn't about poison oak and vodka as a topical treatment. It's about whether or not a MythBuster can actually get poison oak. So now it's your turn.
Oh, it's cold.
And what do you know?
Tori tried it.
Yeah.
Adam tried it.
Yeah.
And now 2 weeks later, I have no rash.
But you were allergic.
They've tested the leaves at a lab, and it really is poison oak. Seems like MythBusters is hosted by mutants. So how about the crew?
We have got to get a result on this one. There's just no ifs, ands, or buts about it. So we're going to have to test it on 3 people this time. Hopefully, one of them might possibly be allergic to poison oak.
Press ganged into compliance, they offer themselves up for science. With this myth on the line, it's rash up or flunk out.
It's been 24 hours, you guys. What do you got?
Nothing.
Flunked.
Not enough to call anything at this point.
Flunked.
Hey!
And straight A's for John the researcher.
That is definitely poison oak.
I'm glad you guys are really happy about this result.
This is a very, very clear-cut result. Vodka and Control have the same amount of rash. The commercial topical brands, there's really nothing to speak of. I would say we can definitely call this one busted.
Absolutely. I've taken one for the team.
Just goes to show there's no I in MythBusters. Firing guns in the air can be bad for your health, or at least that's the myth. If it's true, these cowboys should be wearing helmets, not hats, because falling bullets can kill. Adams found a way to fire bullets at their terminal velocity, the speed at which they would fall if fired straight up. Now he's planning to take a pot shot at some porkers.
Look, and they come with these handy targets.
Right on cue, the FBI arrives in the shape of Frank Doyle Jr.
Sounds good to me.
Let's go. All right.
Frank is the retired special agent who helped the MythBusters prove that you can clean a cement truck with high explosive. But not if you want to use it again.
Well, there's your problem.
His vast crime scene experience should come in handy when the bullets start to fly.
Do you know of any actual cases where people have been killed, though?
I have heard of people being struck by falling bullets, and I can't recall whether they are killed or not.
Well, I guess that's what we're here to test.
Okay, bullets loaded in 3, 2, 1, fire. Well, that bounced right off of him.
The high speed confirms that the bullet was traveling at about the right speed.
This bullet was traveling at 166 feet per second, just slightly over what its terminal velocity would be, slightly faster. Still didn't even really break the skin.
That would have been a real owie.
It definitely would have been nasty, but that's not a lethal hit.
So once more into the breach, this time with a larger .30 caliber round.
30-06 bullet in 3, 2, 1. Here's where it hit, and it really definitely pierced the skin, but bounced right off.
A pig post-mortem confirms 0 skull damage.
I mean, it's like a little tiny dent.
Yeah.
One small dent in the skull, one giant ding in the myth.
I'm starting to suspect that 150 feet per second of bullet's terminal velocity just isn't fast enough to be lethal.
Yeah, it's a little confusing. I mean, I've seen news footage where people have been killed by falling bullets, but our data doesn't show it.
Well, I've got a great thing here. The researchers have found us an expert. He's a doctor at Stanford University, and he is also an international expert on falling bullets. I think we should go talk to him and see if he can resolve some of our conflicting data for us.
Let's do it.
It seems almost too good to be true, but true it is. An international authority on falling bullets right on the MythBusters doorstep.
Hello, Dr. Muller. I'm Adam Savage.
Good to meet you. Why don't you come on back to my clinic?
All right. So, Dr. Muller, are you familiar with the myth that if you fire a bullet straight up in the air, when it comes down, it'll kill you?
I actually have right here in the Bay Area 2 unique cases, one of which involves the shooter actually having been caught.
In one case, a woman watching the 4th of July celebrations from her lawn chair was struck in the thigh by a .30 caliber bullet fired into the air over a mile away.
We did a bullet recovery from her leg, and the ballistics match was achieved, and we were able to actually prosecute and send that guy to jail. That's the only case in the world where somebody shooting into the air 4th of July, negligent celebratory gunfire, was caught.
Wow, that is a great story.
The other Bay Area case involved an elderly man from Alameda.
A gentleman who was standing under his plastic corrugated roofed carport talking to his wife. He had his eyes roll up in his head and fell to the ground, and she thought he was having a stroke. She called the paramedics. They took him to the hospital. X-rays were done, and he was found to have a bullet in his brain.
This time, the victim did not survive.
So, Doctor, based on your experience with these cases, do you think that you would call this myth true, that the bullets falling from the sky will kill you?
I know for a fact that bullets fired at a distance, returning to Earth with terminal velocity, have the ability to kill people.
It's a real conundrum. On the one hand, Dr. Muller has proof that falling bullets do kill. On the other, the MythBusters have proof that they don't.
It definitely would have been nasty, but that's not a lethal hit.
Getting to the bottom of this one will test Adam and Jamie to the limit. It's happy hour with another vodka myth.
I got a vodka myth for you guys. Apparently, you can remove plastic bandages painlessly.
So is this vodka taken internally?
No such luck, Byron. Goes on the outside. The vodka acts as a solvent, dissolving the adhesive.
Grant puts his masculinity on the line by proffering his legs for the experiment.
That's gonna suck taking it off.
The plan is to soak one bandage in vodka. The other will be the control. Pain will be the judge.
Oh, it's cold.
Whew. Iron Man Imahara grits his teeth.
Maybe the vodka will act as a local anesthetic.
There are girls at Swiss finishing schools rougher and tougher than Grant.
How do you want to do this? Do you want to just go quick, or should we go slow?
I don't know. What is traditionally more painless? Quick, huh?
We do the rip?
All right, dude.
You ready?
Wait! Wait!
You gotta brace yourself?
Well, yeah.
You want a mouthpiece or something? You ready?
Okay, go for it.
Fast.
Ready? 1, 2,
3. If you wear a hearing aid, remove it now.
Oh, look, your little bald spot there.
Scale of 1 to 10. Pain on the rip-off.
That was a good 6 or 7.
Really?
Yeah.
Which makes trapping your finger in your handbag a 9 or 10. But will vodka help?
Ready?
Not as bad. Look, there's no hair.
So, what's the verdict?
If we had to judge from the standpoint of hair, vodka bandage definitely has less hair.
Did it feel like it dissolved the adhesive? Was it easier to pull off?
Well, it definitely wasn't painless. Oh.
Not painless, but not busted.
Scale of 1 to 10.
It's hard to tell. I would say maybe a 4.
The MythBusters are investigating the myth that celebratory gunfire can kill when the bullets fall back to earth. A doctor at Stanford showed Adam cases that seemed to confirm the myth. But shop tests showed bullets fall on their sides, too slow to kill. So, where next?
Dr. Muller actually came up with some pretty compelling evidence that contradicts our results.
No, he showed me x-rays of people with bullets in their head and their legs and proof that those bullets had been fired by guns during 4th of July celebrations. But here's the thing. Those bullets had been fired from guns over a mile away from where they landed. And that means they were not fired straight up in the air. They were fired at an angle, and they were maintaining their ballistic trajectory.
According to the medical evidence, the most lethal falling bullets aren't exactly falling. A bullet fired up at an angle stays spin stabilized and on a ballistic trajectory, returning to Earth point down at a high terminal velocity. But what about bullets that are fired straight up? That's the question.
Let's be clear about this. This myth is about firing a bullet straight up in the air, vertically, and then having it fall, like truly falling, straight back down. And, you know, if our shop tests are to be believed, that bullet is not going to be lethal when it comes down.
But when have we ever been satisfied with simulations? Even though it's going to be really hard, I think it's time to do this for real and go out to the desert. Then we get to see if what we find out there matches the test we did in the shop.
Road trip.
It's sunrise on Bullets Fired Up Day, and the MythBusters lead a convoy into the middle of the Mojave Desert. City boy Adam has come unprepared.
I don't usually associate the terms freezing cold with desert, and yet I gotta tell you, it is freezing expletive cold out here.
I want to point out that while Adam didn't associate that, I did.
Yeah, when I was in the North Africa campaign, I learned early on to wear all-weather gear for the desert.
If this isn't the middle of nowhere, you can certainly see it from here. It's the perfect location for today's experiment.
Well, the desert suits our purposes in this myth in that it's completely desolate. We've got like 2.5 miles around us in every direction of empty, perfectly flat lake bed. It's the ideal location to find a bullet if one can be found.
To improve the odds, Adam and Jamie have borrowed several pairs of eyes and ears. Their crew will be stationed in a ring of bulletproof listening posts around the firearm.
Okay.
Jamie has turned a tripod into a straight-up 90-degree gun-holding, bullet-firing rig.
That's pretty good. That's pretty much 90-90.
And finally, with bullets flying everywhere, they're joined by armorer Torrance Hall.
We're not hoping for fantastic odds, but all we really need to do is find a single bullet, and we're going to know a lot about what's going on here.
The wind will be the crucial factor. It's calm at ground level, but with the .30 caliber bullets likely to reach altitudes of 10,000 feet, they decide to test what's going on higher up.
For science!
Oh. It's going that way.
You're a budding meteorologist, Jamie.
And our weatherman couldn't be happier.
The rigs are all set. We just need to put everybody in their place in their safety positions under these panels and fire off a bunch of bullets.
Before they start firing straight up, they need to fire straight down to see how deep into the lake bed various bullets go.
Now, this isn't an absolute test. This is a relative test that will give us a comparison point between the bullet right at its muzzle velocity into the ground as compared to a falling bullet.
First, a BB gun, which in rare cases can be lethal, but will usually just pierce the skin.
Okay.
Next, the 9mm pistol.
3, 2, 1.
And finally, the 30-06.
1.
So, how deep did the bullets go? First, the BB.
It's about 3 inches.
Next, the 9mm.
That one's about 5 or 6 inches.
And finally, the .30 caliber.
Wow.
So that's about a foot.
By using the desert floor as a surrogate ballistics material, they now have a yardstick for measuring the lethality of falling bullets. If they can find any, that is.
Okay, everybody, get in your places.
Okay, 8 rounds. 8 rounds, everybody.
All right, firing in 3, 2, 1.
One clip on its way up.
Ears out.
And 39 seconds later, touchdown.
1.
2.
Hit.
You heard one that way, Jamie?
Yeah, I heard like 2 or 3 out there.
Now, all they have to do is find them.
So you guys heard several out this way. We heard a couple out this way. Why don't you take your camera crew that way? We'll take our camera crew this way.
So that makes a half a lake bed each. This could be harder than they thought.
I'm searching across the desert for a pencil-sized hole.
Time for another shot of vodka.
The myth is that you can make an ice pack from vodka and water. What I'm gonna do is try that. You take a half a cup of vodka and a half a cup of water. I guess they think I get hurt a lot, so it'd be a good idea for me to make this. If it doesn't work, well, I could always drink it and I won't feel the pain anymore.
Vodka freezes at a lower temperature than water. According to the myth, that's the key to making an ice pack that can be wrapped around an injured limb.
It's good.
Water freezes at 32 degrees, vodka at 16. Mix them together and you get a colder than ice pack that's still malleable. Or that's the myth.
And that's that. All right, so the vodka ice pack has been in the freezer overnight. I'm gonna pull it out and see what it looks like. Hey, look at that. It actually works.
The vodka has prevented the water from freezing solid, leaving a cold but flexible ice pack.
You know what, this could actually work as an ice pack. It's pretty cool. One thing I'm noticing though, it's melting faster than I think the commercial ones are.
To properly test the myth, Tori wants to monitor the performance of the vodka ice pack against a commercial one.
So I have 2 thermometers and they're both calibrated the same. I'm just going to wrap the ice pack around them. I will leave it here for 20 minutes because that is the suggested icing time. Otherwise, if you go too long, the person might get frostbite. All right, and here we go. Vodka pack is 17.6 degrees Fahrenheit.
That's just 1 degree above vodka's freezing point and 15 degrees below the freezing point of water.
The commercial ice pack is 14.5 degrees Fahrenheit at its start.
Over the first 10 minutes, the commercial ice pack stays coldest by several degrees. But at the quarter-hour mark, the vodka's made up ground. And when they cross the line, it's a photo finish.
The vodka ice pack is now at 19.4 degrees Fahrenheit.
With just 1 degree of separation.
And the commercial ice pack has warmed up to 18.3 degrees Fahrenheit. Overall, the commercial ice pack performed better than the vodka ice pack. But I mean, in a pinch, a vodka ice pack, I think it would work really well. I'm pretty surprised how well it performed. So, you know, vodka ice pack confirmed. Once you're done, you have a vodka slushie that you can drink.
Back in the Mojave Desert, the MythBusters have fired a 9mm clip straight up in the air, and they're scouring several square miles of lake bed for the fallen bullets. They've been here before. In an earlier episode, Adam and Jamie successfully fired off a Civil War rocket. almost as spectacular was the fact that they found the spent missile deep in the desert floor, almost 1,000 yards downrange. The rocket was 2 feet long and weighed 20 pounds. So what chance of finding a tiny bullet? It's a tall order, made even taller by the holes which pockmark the desert floor. Bullet-sized holes.
Even though it looks disturbed, it's not actually a hit.
This could take a month of Sundays, and they've only got until sundown. With the fat lady warming up, Adam spots something.
Hey, I found one! I got broken salt crust. You know, the other thing I notice is the hole is oblong, not perfectly round.
It hit sideways.
It means it was falling sideways or tumbling when it fell.
Early indications are that it would not have been a lethal hit.
All right.
For confirmation, Adam measures how deep it went.
Not that far at all.
Remember, a BB went 3 inches.
That's 2 inches exactly.
That means it probably wouldn't even pierce your skin. It's another nail in this myth's coffin.
There she blows. That's a 9mm round. Woo! We found it!
Using GPS, Torrance pinpoints how far away from the gun the bullet hit.
Looks like about 330 feet.
And it was fired straight up.
That was fired dead straight up, 330 feet off.
It just shows you what the wind does.
That's amazing.
While the others continue searching, Adam does some crowing.
Not only did I find the hole, but the bullet supports in its position that it landed in all of our experimental data so far, so it could not be a better result, and it's not even lunchtime.
And with other bullets out here somewhere, they now know exactly what they're looking for.
There's a crapload of bullet hole-shaped holes around here, so it was hard to know what to look for, but it pretty much matched exactly what one would think. It was a nice,
Adam.
clean black hole.
Adam!
What?
Adam, check it out.
You got another one?
Yup.
Dude!
Same depth.
Same depth? And it's an oblong hole. Oh my God. Can we just go home? This is fantastic.
Both bullets were found on their sides, 2 inches down, confirming their shop test results.
Nothing could be sweeter. This is science in action.
One for the road, a final vodka myth.
What's going on? You got vodka, I see water filters. What are you making, Grant?
Well, the myth is you can turn low-end vodka into top-shelf vodka with 6 filtrations of a domestic charcoal water filter. Here we go.
Dude, if this works out, you might be able to start a little company of vodka producing.
Huh? Grant Vodka.
Grant Vodka. I'd buy it.
Sweet.
So, is the only difference between a top-shelf vodka and a bottle of rot gut really just filtration? To find out, they're planning a taste test and some laboratory analysis.
Okay, here's the 6th and final filtration.
Now for a double-blind test, and Grant's assembled a panel of top-shelf tasters. Expert number 1, Anthony Dias Blue, Executive Director, San Francisco World Spirits Competition.
The characteristics of a good vodka are clarity, purity, and texture.
Expert number 2, Jamie Hyneman, degree in Russian literature. Expert number 3, Carrie Byron, former undercover martini tester. The rules are simple. Each judge gets 8 shots of vodka, 1 from each of the 6 filtration stages, and an expensive top-shelf brand. The cheap, unfiltered vodka will be the control. Their task is to rate them from worst to best.
Anthony Dice Blue, are you ready?
I'm ready.
These samples have been prepared and randomized. Even I won't know which is which until the very end.
Anthony's reputation as a professional taster is at stake, and he's got to be on top of his game.
It tasted like gasoline. It was kind of hot and, whoa. That one's pretty nice.
8 straight vodkas later, and not surprisingly, Anthony's brimming with confidence.
Anthony Dice Blue, is that your final answer?
That is my final answer.
Jamie Hyneman, you may begin.
All right.
Tasting a spirit that's produced to be odorless and flavorless is a tall order. Just the way Jamie likes it.
Okay, well, I guess it's time to start tasting.
He's nothing if not methodical. Just before the other judges lose their will to live, Jamie makes his final lineup.
Are you happy with your selections, Jamie?
Yes.
I'm wondering if you might have contaminated your experiment by mixing on the mustache.
Either that or they're actually very sensitive and able to pick up on subtle variations in the chemistry in the vodka.
Aha! Touché!
Carrie Byron, are you ready?
To drink at work? Sure.
If the myth is true, there should be no discernible difference between the top shelf brand and the fully filtered rot gut.
I think I could go with this.
Okay, you're sure about this?
No, not at all, but I'm going with it.
All right.
So, what are the results?
Carrie's worst.
What's the top shelf?
Third filtration.
Not the best of starts.
Carrie's second worst. The top shelf.
And she flunks out in 2.
Third to best, the control.
I guess I'm a cheap date.
Now we know what Carrie likes.
With cheap and cheerful Carrie eliminated, it's over to the Mythbuster with the mustache.
Mr. Hyneman, are you ready?
I'm ready as I'll ever be.
Here I go. Jamie's second worst. The control.
It's not bad.
That's very good.
Well done. Second best is fifth filtration, leaving the top shelf.
You did really good.
I guess I did good.
Cool.
Jamie pretty much nailed it. So finally, it's over to the pro.
Anthony's worst, the control. Lower shelf vodka.
Yeah.
Perfect guess.
Second best, spot on.
Sixth round filtration,
And first place,
the top shelf vodka.
You did good.
Very good.
Thank you.
Not bad.
in fact, Anthony called it exactly right.
Well, congratulations, Anthony. Looks like we got the right man for the job. Your reputation is intact.
Well, I'm relieved. I mean, as you say, I can keep my job now.
So, how about the myth? Still standing or slumped over the bar?
Passing a low-end vodka through a filter will make it better, but it won't make it a top-shelf vodka.
Let's give the last word to science. Can filtration turn a cheap and cheerful vodka into a top-shelf drop? Dr. Byron has the laboratory data.
So, doctor, were you able to turn cheap vodka into good vodka by filtering it?
Well, actually, I just got the lab results, and the gas chromatograph showed that there are really absolutely no difference in chemical composition between the filtered vodka and the low-end non-filtered control vodka.
So it's probably cheaper just to buy the good vodka than actually going and get water filters and filtering the crap vodka.
Yeah, so I'm calling this busted.
Good job, doctor.
All right, firing in 3, 2, 1.
Back in the Mojave Desert, the Mythbusters have been firing 9mm bullets straight up in the air to see if they're lethal when they fall back to Earth. Both the bullets they've found fell sideways at a non-lethal velocity, confirming Adam's wind tunnel shock tests. Now it's time for the 30-06 assault rifle.
The 30-06 may be another kettle of fish because this fires a bullet about 2.5 times as far. Even with a 9mm, it was going 300 feet away. So, you know, we could have this one be, you know, for all I know, a mile away by the time it gets all the way up there and back down.
Okay, we're set?
I'm ready.
Okay, safety's going off. Weapon is hot.
They fire off 8 rounds, but nobody hears anything land.
Ears off.
Did anybody hear anything?
No.
To counter the wind, they tilt the gun at a slight angle and try again. "40 rounds later, and they're still drawing a blank.
All right, did anybody hear anything?
Nope. Damn it.
With no clues as to the landing spot, the search proves fruitless.
Adam, have you had any luck finding the 30-06?
No. I think we got super crazy lucky on the 9mm. The clustering was incredible, and the crew has just been astounding. But the 30-06 is flying more than twice as high, almost 10,000 feet in the air before it comes down.
It's like it's in the jet stream and it's headed for the Pacific Ocean or something.
In the absence of a .30 caliber bullet, this myth has an annoying loose end. Luckily, Adam has a plan B. It's all about beating the wind. He's built a rig that will simulate bullets falling at their terminal velocity after being fired straight up. A remote-controlled device will drop the bullets from a balloon flying at 400 feet.
How do I know that if I drop my bullets from my balloon at 400 feet that they'll be falling at their terminal velocity? It's really simple math. Gravity pulls everything towards the Earth at an increasing rate of 32 feet per second per second. That means that every second an object falls, it's increasing in its speed by 32 feet every second.
From 400 feet, they'll hit their maximum speed of 150 feet per second just before they hit the ground. And this time, the guys will know exactly where they've landed.
All right, I think this is pretty good. Yeah, the altimeter says we're at a beautiful height, about 140 meters, which is just about 400 feet.
Okay, well, the EMTs are standing by in case we get hurt.
All right, everyone's got their hard hats on?
All right.
Give us a countdown.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, they dropped beautifully. That was perfect.
All right.
All right, I'm going to power down the camera here.
Okay.
Oh, that was excellent.
Okay. To match the shop tests, the .30 caliber bullets should match the profile of the 9mm. In other words, they should be found on their sides, 2 inches down.
That looks like a 30-06 hole.
There's some over
Look
there.
at that, we got them all. All right, 30-06 at terminal velocity. About 2 inches.
Okay.
It doesn't get better than that. Let's find some more. Oh, here's a 9mm. This is the real test. Since we found 9mm bullets falling from their absolute height, if this matches, this rig is perfectly calibrated.
There you go.
Dude!
It's the terminal piece of the falling bullet puzzle.
We can confirm that vertically in the air, neither a 9mm nor a 30-06 is coming to the Earth with a lethal velocity.
Couldn't be any clearer than that.
No.
I mean, we've covered it with a real gun. We've covered it with our artificial test here with the drop.
We covered it with the wind tunnel tests. We covered it with the pigs' heads. I think we got this one down. So where does this myth leave us? Busted, plausible, or confirmed?
All of the above.
I don't think we've ever done that before. Explain.
Well, all of our tests showed that a bullet fired straight up in the air, dead straight, is not going to come down with lethal force.
Right, but we've also seen that it's very difficult and unnatural to hold a gun perfectly vertically, and that if you're off by even a few degrees, that bullet can maintain its ballistic trajectory and come back to Earth with potentially lethal force. We've got a doctor who's seen the deaths, he's looked at a bunch of the cases, and, you know, those prove that it's confirmed.
Yeah, so it's all of the above. And in any case, you should never, ever fire a weapon straight up in the air.
No, it's stupid. And it's illegal almost everywhere.
Could be lethal.
Let's go home.
Okay.